Alex Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promised I'd be a good boy.
Ugh, I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
I just got three things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your engine!
I got you, sir. Let me get my shoes. Hold on, you're ready. So we gotta move to the top.
Not only do you have a micro penis, which is an important point, but on top of that, you refuse to share your Pokemon cards, and that's not nice.
So first of all, a 2-inch penis is not a micro penis, okay? And for your second point, my Pokemon cards are all mine, and I don't have to share them if I don't want them. I work super hard to get them, and they're really special to me, so I'll keep them.
No, you don't understand. You can't continue to play with us if you refuse to share your
Not fair.
cards.
I'm Ukrainian, and this is my bridge. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my gas station. I'm Ukrainian, and this is my school.
2 seconds, Ilya.
Would you let a Jew work out in your gym without paying if he claimed that the membership was promised to him by God 4,000 years ago?
No. Bro, you are fucking...
That's a good question.
Yo, you're fucking funny. Nah, I mean, everyone pays.
What if he tried bombing you for that?
Bro, I mean, that would be like some crazy crime. Some acted, I don't even know, there, I don't know.
Are you taking a political stance right now?
Is found in my house. That's called a bird grasshopper. I'm gonna eat him.
He's not been transparent. I mean, there may be...
They are making routine announcements about the things they are finding, and they are inviting questions about the things they are finding every single day.
But by definition, he's not being transparent. They're not providing data for the things that they say they have found evidence of. They just aren't.
The White House has provided...
You can make announcements, and you also did admit that he actually...
So you just don't believe it. I mean, they are providing information. You just choose not to believe that it's true.
We're seeing about 13 months for these brain and spine MRIs. Cool. Canada, where healthcare is free, but only if you can afford to wait.
Step 10, states must publish their own map and allow internal challenges to their own map. So the government has published a map. They have invited the states to challenge the map. Then states have submitted initial proposals, and they then have to publish their own map and allow challenges.
Wait, who's challenging it within the state?
Well, organized interest groups, environmental groups, like I don't know who specifically, but literally anybody. This is, right. I want to say something because it's very important I say this. This is the Biden administration's process for its own bill. They wanted this to happen. This is how liberal government works now.
This is something they instituted for this bill.
For their bill. This is a bill passed by Democrats with a regulatory structure written by Democratic administration. Okay.
Right.
Step 11.
Ideological subversion is the slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country.
For our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth and seeking to convince others of the truth might not be the right place to start. In fact, our reverence for the truth might be a distraction that's getting in the way of finding common ground and getting things done.
free fries when you get vaccinated? I got vaccinated. You're saying I could get this? These delicious fries? Wait a minute. But there's also a burger element to this? Let me check with Bill Neathart. Is it too early in the day to eat a burger? Not. This could be breakfast? Okay. I want you to look at this and think about, again, some people love hamburgers, some don't. Really want to respect all ways of life. But if this is appealing to you, just think of this when you think of vaccination. Vaccination. I'm getting a very good feeling about vaccination right this moment. Thank you.
When I win, I will immediately bring prices down starting on day one.
Men to woman, or woman to men.
Man to woman.
From penis to vagina.
In the shower, on a walk, the Dylan hour. Feeling sweet, feeling sour. I feel nothing. The Dylan hour.
Hello and welcome to Wales. We understand being a refugee isn't easy. They go through so much. Fleeing your country is difficult, but Wales wants to help you feel welcome. The Welsh Refugee Council is here to help you.
Tell me you love me. Say it like you mean it. Say it like you mean it. Message one other guy ever again, whether we're together or not. Again, understand me?
But if you're a man who's stuck with a woman and you don't even get along with each other and it's a show marriage and you have to be together and you argue all the time and you're sexually repressed and you're being promised in secret that you can go to an island and finally be pleasured and satisfied, no one's ever going to find out, that's how you end up on the island. So this whole monogamy garbage that's being pushed by the West, especially amongst our elites, is the reason we have the biggest problem with pedophilia, and they don't have this problem in South America.
The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself. I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. Moving forward, the majority of what you will see will be me speaking in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to help
is arguing with them, hey guys, if no one pays taxes, then who's going to stop the fires? Who's going to stop all the violent crime? Dummies. And then the LA fire happened, and the fire department didn't stop the fire because I guess they ran out of budget for water, and the police didn't stop the looting because I guess they didn't want to get near the fire, and so I guess I lost that argument. My bad.
Had the Superman thing going there for a second. There we go. What's up? I gotta manually edit this. I was like, I'm gonna put a super chat goal on stream, and then now I have to figure out how to edit it because I did it and fucking Drail immediately fucking put $50 in to get it to go away on YouTube's side. But now I don't know how to manually do it because it doesn't update unless I'm live streaming. I might have to go through on the website. I'm just going to leave it. Don't be mad at me, Drail. They're war bonds, all right? They're war bonds. You pay me money so I can continue to argue against the left. People were like, put it on the screen. Put it on the screen. Put it on the screen. So I was like, all right, fuck it, I will. Why is chat disappearing too quickly? Hold on. Let me fix that. Shut down source from visible, height, control audio, use custom frame. No, I shouldn't have any custom code in here. Chat delay, high delay, always show messages. There we go. Oh, fuck. Show the platform icons. All right, let me somebody test something in chat real quick. That's what you tested? Was the letter N? You fucker. All right. Probably going to do this. Anyways, for this stream, for this section. All right. What? That's fucked up, man. Oh, fuck. But yeah. So I'm sorry. The war bonds goal for the day has already been met. Everybody tell Drail thank you, but it's gonna stay 0 because I don't know how to fucking edit it. But yeah, I did that for a couple of the things. Like I just changed it just a little bit. I just updated the UI a little bit. Made it a little cleaner. Put up a sub goal up there. Figured we'd have fun. All's good. What's Trump's grade on handling dolphin law? Oh, definitely an F. Definitely an F on dolphin law, boys. And you might be asking yourself, what is dolphin law? You're just going to have to stick around. You're going to have to absorb the culture and the community. Really understand legal philosophy from a libertarian perspective before we ever discuss a dolphin law. Trump's economy is hot. Some might say it's too hot. You're hot, then you're cold. You're in, then you're out. Okay, let me stop. LGBTQ brick wall. Woo! Yeah, it's just a pretty popular one. It fits a vibe for a night show anyways. I think is the main thing. It's got a fairly dark theme. It's got some RGB lights for the gamers and the gays. That is one thing the gamers and the gays really love. They both love purple lighting. There should be a chat filter where we always chat in the same Trump types in the Truth social media. Oh, good God. You have the perfect meme for the topic of this stream. Oh, send it to me, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, last night, I don't know if everybody was here last night. It was a late night. I went on CuteBot's like debate royale thing. And then I won at the end, and then it was overturned and Wick beat me. So Wick is the official winner. And then right as we were leaving, CuteBot told me I won as both the spiritual and real leader of the So I don't fucking know who won. Technically, I think Wick won. We decided to split the money. But that was pretty good. And I went on CuteBot stream, and I did that to 6,000 people, and then I lost 5 subscribers on YouTube. Like I won a debate championship in a 3-hour series with 6,000 viewers and somehow lost subscribers. So hopefully that fucking evens out. You know, it was fucking I don't know how that works. But Enemy Charlie was there. Enemy Charlie's cool. She's a commie, but I like her just because she's not an idiot. As much as I hate commies, it's hard to hate people in a space with so many retards when there are some that just aren't retarded. The same reason I have a hard time hating Noah from Midwestern Marks when I talk to him, because he's not a retard. Gibbs told me I shouldn't have agreed to split the money because that's the only reason she let Wick that's the only reason she let Wick win is because she would have felt guilty if I got fucked out of the money. It's like, if you'd have just said keep the money, you'd have just won. Just like, because everybody knows that Wick can't be the winner of that. And I was like, maybe. But, I mean, I got to the end and I got in front of a bunch of people. It's really the clout and the name recognition. Wick has stolen. No, I'm the one that might have stolen debate valor because he technically won. It's just I was voted as the winner first. Chat was spamming me as the winner. And then after like a bunch of discussion, Enemy Charlie decided to go with Wick. And then at the end, they like said I was the winner again. But officially I got second place. But it was still fun. It was very interesting to watch Gen Z and like just how it works. Cause I was like, I've seen the Gen Z memes. All right. I've been watching all the Ryan Gosling and Dexter meme compilations. Okay. And one of the things that I never understood about you Gen Z people, why are people leaving? What are you doing? Come back. Come back. Like the fucking stream, join the fucking Discord, subscribe to the fucking channel, and follow me on Twitter. All right. Don't be a bitch. Come back. Anyways. like I saw so many like memes of like screaming at each other. And like I didn't get it. You know, like all like the comedy of like, oh, dog, and then the dog opens its mouth and it's like, you know, and I'm like, what the fuck is it? Even still, I'm trying to understand it. I just don't get it. And then I sat through a panel of Gen Z people, and it was a lot of screaming. It was so much just screaming at the top of their lungs, like, you're fat! Ah! And I was just like, all right, you're retarded. I kind of just waited for like, you know, a quiet moment to pop in. And then I was like, this guy definitely screams every rep at the gym, doesn't he? You know, I had a couple racist jokes in there. I was happy. It was fun. I think I might need to reach out to the thoughts more often. What do you guys think? You think I should do more content with thoughts? Sprinkle some libertarianism into these D-Gen spaces? At least he does reps. I have to use cable machines because like I injure too easily. I'd injure too easily to be trusted with free weights. I use cable machines. I think it's the only way to get into the red pill sphere. I don't know. I think there's a new wave. I think there's a new wave coming, and it's smart thoughts. I think smart e-girls and thoughts, you know, former OnlyFans girls that are settling down and now want to have a brain. Some of them will be grifters. A lot of them will be grifters, but I think that's the new wave. Where dudes have to white knight and simp because their tits are out and for their brains. And then the occasional, you know, like red pill ortho bro getting his ass stomped by some random hooker that came out of nowhere. It's only a matter of time before thoughts actually get into the political space. Yeah, I agree. That's why I had a Discord call, a business-related Discord call with Admiral Gibbs today, and that's all I'm saying. You can't just say that? Yes, I can. You think just because I'm a big fat man, I can't be a little tease? You think big fat men can't be teases? Oh yeah, I feel like everybody has seen this this meme. Like I feel like everyone has seen this meme. And it is true. It just is. At this point, yeah. I mean, it's pretty popular on Oh, yeah, I got to buy tickets to DebateCon. God damn. Yeah, we buying these on the 1st of the month. Jesus Christ. Fucking like the VIP whole conference tickets are like $325. What the fuck is there's all access is $575. Whoo! Good God. I'm not spending that much. You can kiss my nuts. I'm just going to hang out with the other debate people at the bar later and sneak my way in with fucking grid. I'm not paying you guys $575 so I can have a luncheon with the debaters. Especially since fucking modern day debates has fucked up by not scheduling me debates, because the only times I've ever been on their program, I've utterly decimated the competition. I said Batman, I mean Fat Man. Fat Man! Go to the Indian version? What is that? Just like a fucking telecom station in a village somewhere? Sounds like Virgin Central. Yeah. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of virgins there. I'm just hoping that this con doesn't smell as bad as anime conventions. You know what I mean? Like, that's rough. Do anime conventions still smell nowadays? Yeah, like I saw some K-pop person got in trouble because like she posted some video recently of like this thing that is used to shower and like de-lice sheep, and was like, "Can we get these at the next event?" Like, from what I understand, they're still pretty bad. No, it's just a call center? That's fucked up. Oh, I do have a PayPal. I forgot my PayPal. Like the business one. It's like connected, but whatever. How do you forget you have a PayPal? Because I log into it like once every 3 months from the few people, which is just like Peacecraft, that like donate via Streamlabs directly as opposed to Super Chats. And yeah, and that's just kind of, it's like the only time I ever do it. Any desk ethics debates. Oh, that's funny. Peacecraft donates, dude. Peacecraft doesn't do Super Chats, though. He does direct donations because it has text-to-speech. Let me see if I can find a Peacecraft one. The last Peacecraft donation was $5. Do not redeem, Sar. Do not redeem, you blooder child. Do not redeem. You must not redeem. One before that was $3. Give me legitimate argument from the nap as to why you ought not pull a baseball bat out of your trunk of your car and beat that man to death in public as an example to others. Yeah, the one before that. So after doing bisexual workouts at the gym, I went to the coffee shop to nag the twink about a giant glass of nut he could grind out of me. Here's $3. Mute that schizophrenic retard in chat. I don't want to even recognize his existence. Don't worry, with Libertarian Magic Soil TM, you can get Infinity Indians to fund Boomer Healthcare as well. Here's another one. If calling kids slurs is wrong, I was Shiloh Hendrix every day for hours a day in 2007 Xbox Live lobbies. I genuinely said it out of hate. Here's another one. Hi, these fucking retards on this. In 2001, it was the liberals and leftists advocating for protectionist policy in the World Trade Order riots. Bernie Sanders himself. Additionally, the top 3 issues with healthcare are obesity. I think we can have less corn syrup. A lot of you guys hate Peacecraft. I love Peacecraft. You guys don't fucking understand, man. Peacecraft has King Troll in my Discord server for a reason. Peacecraft goes hard. Oh, fucking, he's a psycho, and I love him. Yeah, a lot of people in here have never super chatted with no fucking membership badge next to their name, talking shit on Peacecraft over here, donating money to say this wild shit. Here you go. This is Peacecraft. I got a video because I think this is how I view Peacecraft. Every time Yeah, Peacecraft VC sometimes. He usually doesn't VC on my streams, but he'll like pop in as like on Andrew streams every now and then or something. I think he's been like banned because he just says crazy shit and usually fucks up whoever's debating with a question that just undermines everything and they don't like it.
Look at all.
Brother, I didn't have any earrings. I don't know. Did you pause the fucking screen to read? I had to get a new SIM card for my phone, or I had to put a SIM card in because I switched over to Verizon, okay? And there was nothing. I was like, dude, what can I use? Mark eventually found like some like tag that went on clothings that had something. I tried like baby computer screwdrivers from like the smallest screwdriver from my screwdriver set. I took my teeth off of like one of those like twisty things on a fucking bread or whatever, like, and like clean that off and tried poking that in there. It was a fucking problem, okay? I didn't have that little tool that fucking allows you to pop the SIM card out of your phone. I got it out. We're all straight. Fucking stop grok watching, all right? Grok watching is now worse than meat watching.
These fucking...
This is Peacecraft.
Look at all these fucking slugs. Everyone's a fucking idiot but me.
Every time you see Peacecraft
slugs making
in chat,
choices, thinking it's freedom. They don't even know. I'm
fucking clanker lovers.
Really fucking smart. I see what's fucking going on. I'm a genius on different levels of different types of scientific, political levels. I can't be fooled with your politics and your laws. I see through them into the real reality.
All right, to watch the rest of the video and or to get to know the true Peacecraft, you got to join the Discord server. Link is in the description. All right. I think of that video every time I see some Peacecraft just fucking go off on one of you people. I like keeping him in chat as well because it just fucking he destroys you all. He's such good practice for you guys to like, because he's an enigma to so many of you. It's great debate practice for you guys in the Discord. Why does he look like an agent from the Matrix if they wore Tom Cruise bomber jacket? Exactly. It's hilarious. The whole video is hilarious. And then he gets a girlfriend and it's really fucking awkward. And then she dies. And then it's very clear he's about to become a terrorist. It's amazing. I love it. I love that video. Link is in the Discord. Discord link is in the description. And in the chat. Oh, Peacecraft clears Slope is dope any day. Any day of the week. But yeah, we're doing a debate on Trump's report card today, and I'm be honest, I'm just here to farm and just laugh. I love talking about Trump's report card and how he's doing, especially on economics, because it's so beautiful to watch right-wing people become socialists and show their true colors, and it's so beautiful to watch the left magically understand economic theory and very specifically apply it only to things that are anti-Trump because they don't believe in any of the shit they're saying. I gotta trim right here. I'm gonna trim it up a little bit. Hold on, Evolutionary Capitalist has a YouTube channel? No way. Send that shit to me right now. Let me see if I can find it. It's very active. Three days ago, 4 days ago, 5 days ago, 5 days ago, 6 days ago, 6 days ago, 7 days ago, 7 days ago, 8 days ago, 8 days ago, 9 days ago. This man is putting out a lot of. Hold on. 4 views, 10 views, 10 views, 7 views, 8 views. Oh shit, this one did real well in the algorithm. 63 views, 5 views, 1 view. Hold on, we're about to double this man's views. Let's see what this video is. Internalizing externalities through the reputation system in evolutionary capitalism. What the fuck is internalizing an externality? Externalities are bullshit, first of all. Like it's the concept that fucking that the market cannot do certain things, so we need the state to step in because there's like, you know, some negative externality. Now, externalities as a whole, little different, little broader. Now we're going to internalize the external. This is just word slop. I'm interested though. I don't know what he says. Oh my God, does he not say words?
Internalizing externalities through the
Oh my God, he uses AI text to speech. No, he does not. Does he not talk at all?
reputation system in evolutionary capitalism, capital signals, not restitution. Traditional economic frameworks, externalities are viewed as market failures. Libertarians handwave them away or outsource them to tort courts and restitution schemes that fail to
restitution schemes. Ooh, those evil arbitration, the scheme of justice.
the scale, while statists resort to centralized regulations that ossify and misfire. Evolutionary capitalism rejects both errors.
This is psycho.
Instead, it implements a transparent, reputation-based monetary system that internalizes externalities dynamically.
Oh, the magic of the thing. Like what? This is so schizo. Oh fuck. What it does that? When does an ideology just do the things?
A decrease in reputation directly signals the destruction of capital, not moral guilt, not subjective harm, and avoids restitution, which incentivizes fraud, victimhood, and moral hazard.
How does restitution incentivize fraud and moral hazard in a way that fucking some non-status social credit score evolutionary capitalist magic system doesn't? This is I'm not giving this anymore. It's fucking crazy. Oh fuck, that's hilarious. I think EvoCap's 2-minute video on argumentation ethics in MS Paint is much better than this, LOL. I don't care. Oh fuck. Dude, it reads it definitely reads like somebody that might become a school shooter. Goated AI slop. You know he debated Zulu, right? One day I hope to escape the fucking consistent comparisons to Zulu. I never will. It'll never happen. It's unfortunate. Y'all motherfuckers can't stop bringing up Zulu. I love Zulu. What was he sending me? One second. Bro, you're Zulu, but funnier? I don't think so. I think Zulu has his moments and he's pretty funny. I think I'm just Zulu but less autistic, which means my theory and philosophy isn't quite as good, but I can talk normal to normal people. But I think Zulu has moments where he's fucking hilarious. How about you Zulu some women to your house? Look, so long as the women are Zulu and not liquid Zulu, but Zulu people. He's probably a serial killer on the FBI's radar. Hold on, pause. If he's on the as we know, if he is known to the FBI, he's definitely going to commit a mass shooting. Only people that are known to the FBI ever commit mass shootings. Ward 99, we're all watching an anarchist. We're all on a watch list. I don't know about you guys watching, but I can say that I was in the military, that I come from a military family, that I at one point in time held a top secret security clearance for the government, a secret security clearance while I was working in the military, and a top secret while I was doing the census as a supervisor. And then I left after allowing an IG report to then go unturned. I then left the Army and left government work and then became an anarchist streamer. Oh, and also one last thing. My social security number and information was stolen by the Chinese government in a big hack like 8 years ago or 7 years ago. I am the most on the list out of any of you. Yeah, the Chinese government like hacked a government server or something and stole a bunch of information from people that had secret or above security clearance. And I was one of like, I don't know, like 200,000 or like 100,000 soldiers or something. And this was after I was out. It was old information on a list. So like, so I am the most on the list person that there could ever be. I'm level 100 mafia boss until I accidentally pick up the wrong suitcase, and then I go back down to level 1. Why didn't it work? It didn't seem to work. What happened?
So my message to the haters out there is no one cares, no one's listening. All right, well, let's get...
I was just testing the buttons and making sure the buttons still worked. Say hi to your CIA handler. I don't have a CIA handler. I probably do have like oh God, what is it now? I can't think of the fucking acronym. The one that does internal like CIA shit. What the fuck is it called? It's not the FBI. It's not the CIA. Why? The other one. NSA, National Security Agency. Thank you. I probably have an NSA agent that's assigned to me, though. You have your own War of the Worlds type agent? I'm not that high up. If I, like, start getting famous, then, like, I'll definitely have one. All right, what time is it? I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I was up till like 2 a.m. just streaming. So I don't have a ton of stuff lined up. We're just kind of fucking around. But there are some interesting shit that I wanted to pull up. Oh, let's do this. I heard there's a much better political quiz. Compass quiz. Nah, fuck the political compass. I don't fuck the I'm political compasses are gay. What was bonkers? I did want to show you guys an image because I thought this image was insane and hilarious. You know how sometimes they say a picture is worth 1,000 words? Have you guys seen this picture? Oh, the debate royale was wild. It was fun. It started off a lot crazier. It got cooler at the end. You guys ever seen this picture? This is the activity tokens processed by OpenRouter on OpenAI. And as you can see, the graph starts at 0. This is not a graph where it like starts halfway up to exaggerate the difference. It starts at 0. So from 0 to 100 billion tokens, okay, on all the OpenAI ChatGPT stuff for every day. And as you can see, from May until about June 5th, we're averaging over 75 billion. And then immediately, June 6th, we're like down to 41.7. And then the next day, we're down to 26. And it does not peak up until fucking August 8th, where it's still not at 50 billion. This is proof that AI is just overwhelmingly, the majority of AI is people in school. Overwhelmingly, people are only using AI to like cheat and or study for tests and exams in school. Now, obviously, there could be something special about ChatGPT as opposed to like other AI programs, but I don't think so. I don't see any reason to believe it, right? This isn't a scientific look, right? But this is it's sad, man. It's like people are not using AI in any way, shape, or form to better their life. And it also just goes to show you that this is proof that the entire fucking college system is cooked. If college doesn't adapt to AI in any meaningful way, and it's just like, take these tests, right? And you're not actually being forced to showcase knowledge in such a way that like you're reading a book and discussing it and things like, if you can't actually engage students' minds and they're just using AI, the next 2 or 3 years, you're going to see college students pumped out that didn't learn a fucking thing in college. Not only did they get indoctrinated with woke nonsense, they also did not learn a fucking thing. Like the fallout from this in the next 3 or 4 years is going to be that every single new hire with a college degree is just significantly worse than just hiring a kid straight out of high school. You're right, because X and Snapchat AI are banned on school Wi-Fi? Yep. The only ones that I think that are allowed on schools are OpenAI, is ChatGPT, and then like Microsoft Copilot. Lots of professors are only applying with paper nowadays, Scott, like you prescribed. Yeah, I said it. That's the only fucking way to do it. And even then, you need to make sure that your papers aren't just, oh, you wrote it down. You need to make sure that you ask innocuous questions that like the AI wouldn't think to answer, because they're like parts of the book that aren't necessary to understand like the themes of the book or like the major plot points of the book. Like if I was a college professor and I was teaching a class on, let's say, Atlas Shrugged was like part of what we were teaching, right? I'm asking you a question about Lillian Taggart's suicide. Why did Lillian Taggart commit suicide? That is a very minor part of the book. I mean, it's not, because it talks about the dynamic between women and how they fall in love and fraud and the concept of marriage, as a loyalty agreement for life being like a fraudulent system that goes against one's values. A lot of self-insert and coping by Ayn Rand, but I get it. Nevertheless, she's not wrong. And it's an important element for like the relationship dynamic. But for the general philosophy of, could you spoiler tag your speech? No. I'm sorry, no, we're not doing spoiler alerts for fucking Atlas Shrugged. If you're in my chat and you haven't read Atlas Shrugged, stop it. Go read Atlas Shrugged. You're behind. It's only like, hold on, I gotta look how long it is. I have it on audiobook. Let me check. Fucking, it's a ridiculously long book. Bitch, where are my audiobooks? Here we go. Why is it not in alphabetical order? Why do I have to scroll through everything? Oh, not 1 minute left, you asshole. I want to know. No. Oh my God, just give me the info. Okay, what? Oh my God, now it's downloading. It's 784 megabytes. That ought to tell you enough right there. It's like, it's the only book that takes a minute to download on Wi-Fi as an audiobook. Oh, fuck. Hold on, give me a second. Wait for it. It's still fucking downloading. How am I boomering right now? You guys will just say whatever. Okay, hold on. Let me start from the beginning. Okay. So at 1.25, let me change the speed so I don't have to do fucking math. It's only 62 hours and 56 minutes, guys. At normal speed. I listen at 1.25. But at normal speed, it's only 62 hours and 58 minutes. Sorry, 56 minutes. I don't want to add 2 minutes. What a nice short bedtime story. If you start it right now and you don't sleep, you will begin to have hallucinations before the book is completed. I didn't download it unintentionally, all right? I mean, I kind of sort of did, but I clicked on it because I just wanted to see how long it was, but it needed to download it first, so I was like, all right, fuck it. I think The Way of Kings is shorter. Hold on. Hold on, let me check. Because I own The Way of Kings, too. Where is Rhythm of War, Oathbringer, Words of Radiance? Here we go, Way of Kings. We got to download that one too. My phone's gonna have a bunch of fucking audiobooks I've already read downloaded onto it. I'm gonna have to uninstall in a minute. Let's see. All right, Way of Kings is 45 hours. Hold on. Oh shit, this is rough. This is rough. Oh, I gotta put it back on one. 45 hours and 30 minutes. It is 17 hours longer than The Way of Kings. It is a whole audiobook longer than The Way of Kings. I'm currently reading Peacecraft's suggestion, actually. Red Rising, and it's got like 18, I think it's like 18 hours. It's a whole audiobook longer than The Way of Kings. On your point about AI in school, the reason it's ticking up in August is because they're doing the summer book reports and homework right before the holidays end. Yeah, oh, I know. Yeah, I do want to talk to somebody about the census. I just want to make it into content. The census? What about... You can't just say the census. The Stand? I don't know that I've read The Stand. Never read a summer book, never did homework. Teach me when you're paid to teach me. I mean, I kind of... Nah, there's like... All right, Gibbs, stop DMing me. Love demographics. I could chat about it for hours. That feels racist. All right, I'm not saying it's racist, but that feels racist. It's fucking Gibbs is DMing me shit about plans for DebateCon because I'm definitely going. But like that motherfucker brought up Kells and I'm like, I don't want to be anywhere near that bitch. That's gonna ruin my time if I gotta hang out with Kells. I can also talk about demographic replacement too. fucking no, guys. All right, let me stop. Let me stop fucking. Let me stop DMing fucking Gibbs. Gibbs is fucking with me right now. Gibbs is like sending me fucked up shit. I don't want to. He's not really, but I'm just like no. All right, what else do I got? We got plenty of time. We got an hour to kill. Someone sent me Pay Money Wubby video. And apparently Wubby is talking about the channel ban speedrun any percent. The great replacement theory is real and it's true. Posted by Donald J. Trump, POTUS of the USA. Dude, I really wish I could get like an API or something that would like, you know, like you put like /S for sarcasm. Like I want a /T and it changes the font and it makes like randomly capitalizes words in the sentence. And then that way you could type whatever you want and then /T and it would turn into like a Trump tweet on the screen. Like I'd make you like donate $1 or $2 or something and then it'd like pop up over here and it would just be like a Trump tweet and it would just show like him and his name or whatever and then randomly capitalize words. And you guys could just pay $1. Like I don't know how to make that work. I need a coder. Like I'm too much of a boomer to figure that out. It is funny that the pro-illegal immigration argument is we need brown people picking cotton. Oops, I mean tomatoes. I mean, we do need brown people picking cotton, though. I can't be all whites. All right, but apparently Wubby is talking about the fucking bot problem on Twitch. And I'm not going to lie, man. I'm not saying that CuteBot bots her own stream. Okay, I'm not making that claim. I think a lot of large streamers end up with a lot of bots in their chat. But I know how active my chat is. Okay? I know what percentage of chatters tend to be active. And I understand that I have a little bit more of an active chat. But there's no fucking reason for 6,000 viewers to be 10 times as fast as my chat when I have like 30 people in it. Right? You shouldn't have an audience 200 times larger than mine and only a chat that's 10 times faster. Like it is so obvious that Twitch's bot problem has gotten out of control. And like I just don't believe people when they're like, oh, I have like 1,000 live viewers. I know because I had similar problems with bots in when I was on Twitch. We'd have like 80 live viewers and like nobody would be there. And then all of a sudden I got on Twitch's naughty list and they started pushing me off the algorithm. I lost all the bots, but then my channel grew and we would sit at like 20, 30, 40 viewers. And like have a really active chat that was faster than most of everybody else that was doing politics with like 100 or 200 viewers. Like it's the whole dead internet theory thing is true. And also, hold on, let me find something else before I go into this. I just want to say, for the record, I got to find one of the posts I was looking for. Here we go. Like I find shit like this, right? So here's X is exactly the same way. There's nothing worse. Are you sure? Guy who graped sister after watching porn to return to family. And this is just, oh, okay, interesting. These look like they might be normal people now. But yeah, anyways, it was full, just absolutely full of bot comments. And by the way, this is completely made up. It was completely made up and it went super viral. And then I just saw, like, when I checked in, it was nothing but Indian accounts. And it was just over and over, and it was like thousands of fucking Indian accounts just over and over and over again. But now I got to find it. Let me see if I can find a different one. I think I had another one saved for like the same reason. Yeah, I had another one saved. It was this. I wonder if it's deleted now. Yeah, the post is unavailable. Right, but it's like it was an exact word for word quote, and like the other account had like way more views. But I'm just seeing this over and over again now. Like the bots are getting really fucking bad on Twitter. And it's like it's making small fucking it's making small accounts even more difficult to succeed, because there's so many fucking Indian accounts where they have a Discord server where they promise to like repost and put their bot comments on the other bots' comments, and then they have bots in their Discord server automatically repost whatever gets posted in their Discord server, and their Discord server is just designed for bots to very easily and quickly repost and do all kinds of other repost, like quote tweet and add comments to other people's shit, so that like one bot per person can be in a Discord server with like 100 Indian accounts, and it automatically gets like 100 reposts, 100 likes, like 50 comments, 4 quote tweets or something within like seconds, and then it becomes big and blows up, and it pushes normal regular human beings down in the algorithm. The Grok image maker is kind of trash. I haven't used it yet. I tried to use it on my phone and the long press didn't work, and I was like, whatever, some other time. But let's see what Wubby has to say about it. I'm interested to see if it's all just memes or if there's a story here. But it popped up in the algorithm, and I don't really know much about Wubby. I know he does a lot of meme comp shit and stuff, but I don't know anything about his politics or his opinions, really. I will say he has fire fucking merch though.
80%.
Like his merch just looks like a step up. You know, like when you go to like and I don't know that this is really a thing anymore, but when I was a kid, I used to go to like a Celtic festival, or like you go to like these little outdoor kind of like cheap redneck events, and then there'd be someone selling clothes there, but they'd just be like shirts with wolves on them. You know, it was like, and you'd see little redneck babies all around wearing these fucking, XXL, big truck expo tournament shirt on the back, and on the front it would just be like 2 wolves howling at a moon. It's like his merch looks like that, but better.
Of the top 500.
You know what I mean? It'd be like inside of me are 2 wolves, and one would be like a white wolf and one would be a black wolf.
100 Twitch streamers are view-botted. Okay, see, I see stuff like this, chat. I see stuff like this. First off, I don't know if this is true, right? I have no idea. Whoa. I see stuff like this, and you might be wondering, where's my mind going when I read that? Can I be honest with you? Should I be doing this? How do you prove that? I should probably read. The live stream Twitch viewbot issue is way more prevalent and
why don't you just link what you were reading since you're reading something?
Destructive for platforms than most people realize. It's a difficult problem and no one knows how to fix it. I'm hearing
no one knows how to fix it is the biggest cope I've ever heard in my entire fucking life. Like, it is not that difficult for these companies to develop an artificial intelligence that is good at banning bots. And then finding people that are outliers and banning those people that have way too many bots because it's very obvious that they botted their stream. The only people that get banned on Twitch for viewbotting are people that accidentally show their viewbotting programs on stream. And it happens often enough to know that it's only the most dumb people that are getting caught for this.
right now, we should be running this right now. We should be doing.
Why don't I
right?
fucking make myself disappear on the green screen? I don't know. It's fucking weird. I don't like being a disembodied head.
Send clankers back to the factory. You know, it'd be crazy though. I get clankers to be anti-clanker in chat, and then you're gonna team up with them, not knowing. Let's keep reading. When my agency was running,
that's terrifying. Anti-clanker AI clankers.
Ads on Twitch, we noticed a weird problem. Our brands.
Also, can I just say, Drail already hit the $50 super chat goal, right? And thank you very much. I appreciate that. It got rid of it on YouTube's end, but it's still on my stream end because he did it before I started the stream. Nevertheless, so it's still there at $0 because only Drail has donated this stream. You guys can donate super chats or memberships. Memberships give you a cool little badge and some emotes, and super chats I will always answer. I appreciate you guys. Give me war bonds. But can I just be a little angry at the fact that this man has a sub goal in the corner of the screen? It's hard to see because the UI covers it, right? In the corner of his screen, he has a sub goal right here. And his sub goal for this fucking person, Pay Money Wubby, has a lot of viewers. And his sub goal is 200. That's his sub goal. He's currently sitting at 17,902. Can you just put a realistic sub goal up there? Like, why do you have a sub? Like, the sub goal feels like it's shaming me right now. Like, if you have that many subs, maybe just get rid of the sub goal at that point.
Conversions were worse the more viewers the stream had. The largest stream had the least sales. 500 or 1,000 viewers often seem to have the best sales, outperforming 30,000 plus viewer creators. Okay, but here's my question, right? I believe that, okay, maybe I have too much faith in like the top dogs at the very tip.
No, all of the top dogs are view botting for the most part. And the ones that aren't are getting a fuck ton of views botted, even though they're not view botting, because bots don't want to be caught by Twitch or YouTube. So, Scott, why don't you have a member goal? Because OBS and Streamlabs OBS don't have a way of tracking that because YouTube doesn't send that API out. So, like, I can make a super chat goal and I can make a donation goal that uses direct donations from Streamlabs, but I can't make a member goal because I'd have to manually update it on my end every time somebody does a membership because like the YouTube API doesn't send that out. Like if I was on Twitch, I could do sub goal or gifted subs and it works fine. And it works fine for super chats, but for whatever reason, they don't send out the memberships. I don't know why. That's a question for YouTube. Like that's not something I can fix. Unless of course I have a membership goal and then I manually update it during stream. But that's a pain in the ass.
I believe that, okay, maybe I have too much faith in like the top dogs at the very tippity top of Twitch. Do they know? Are they like you?
Oh yeah, but I was just saying, like people like Kai Cenat, for example, half his viewers are probably bots, and that doesn't mean he bots. But if I'm making a bot, you can't just follow randomly one streamer because it's very obvious on Twitch's end that it's a bot. So what the bot will do is it will pick a few other popular streamers and watch those streamers and then switch from that streamer's stream to your stream when you're view botting. And so the larger you are, the more bots you get because their bots are trying to look are trying to not look suspicious, so they bot other popular people. This happens on YouTube all the time. You look at somebody like Mr. Beast, he probably has millions of bots. Millions upon millions of his subscribers are fake. Millions upon millions of his views are fake. He's getting paid for it nevertheless, because that's just how the ad revenue system works. And so that money doesn't trickle down to smaller creators. And so the larger you are, the more you get botted, even if you're not botting, and the more money you get for giving ad revenue to bots. And like, that's like, if you have a lot of bots on your platform, that's just how that works. It's like, you don't necessarily have to buy bots to have a botting issue on your own stream.
You can be view botted and have no say or even knowledge that it's happening, right? What I'm saying is a criticism of the system to begin with, right? Because to be fair...
Also on Twitch, people would viewbot people randomly in the hopes of getting them banned. It's happened to me before when I was Twitch streaming. I don't know how often it happens anymore because I haven't been on Twitch in a while. So like, I don't have like the personal experience, but I can say that like when I was on Twitch, I would like more than once, I got like a random fucking like increase to like 400 viewers. And be like, yo, what the fuck is happening? And then they're just like spamming nonsense, or sometimes they're not spamming anything except reports. People immediately start report me for botting. And like, I think we caught like a ban for it, but like it was very quickly overturned. Like it was overturned within a couple hours. But we caught a ban for view botting when someone else randomly botted us and then reported us for view botting. And so basically they were using money to buy bots so that they could then report us because they wanted us off of Twitch, and they were hoping that we would get permanently banned.
If this is a real problem, it's like impossible to control, even from the content creator's perspective. What the like, if I'm sitting here and my viewership jumps up by 10,000 out of nowhere, am I gonna be like, stop the stream, hold on, there's no way 10,000 new people are in here. We need to figure out where this is coming from. We need to ban names that don't sound American. You know what I mean? Twitch announced they'll be cracking down at all in the coming months. Oh boy, that is gonna be rough. Imagine you know what's happening, and next thing you know, your viewership is half.
Dude, I thought something happened because Prime Guys sent out like the stream information like earlier than he normally does. I was like, oh shit, is it like, do I gotta go? And it's like, no, I still got like 20 minutes.
And you're like, oh shit. 500,000 viewer streams often outperform 30,000 viewer creators. We initially attributed this to diminishing viewer returns, aka not everyone in a large stream is invested, like a small community. This is untrue though, because the few large streams that do have authentic viewership overperform in ad campaigns, so it had to be something else. Can he tell me how
I want to know.
I performed? Do we even get ads on this stream? We did some digging and we're shocked at the number of top 500 broadcasters that are being view-botted or view-botting themselves. Okay, they do account for this. They account for my first thing of like, you can be view-botted and not, like, obviously there's some people who are probably
I want this
just
article.
Letting it rip, paying for the view bots, don't care. Apparently he's claiming to be able to tell the difference between someone doing it intentionally and it happening to someone. We estimate around 400 to 430. 400 to 430 of the top 500. Okay, hold on. That is fucking it. I'm in that number.
That obviously makes sense. I would assume most of these people at the top are botting. Every single time I would go onto Twitch and would look and be like, oh, who are the top 10 people? I'd click on them and they all would have dead chats and over like 1,000 viewers. It is so obvious that a large percentage of the top creators are just view botting. They're paying money to get a fuck ton of views, because the more views you have, the immediately you go to the top and you get recommended by Twitch. Twitch is so much worse than YouTube in this one domain, because it is extremely advantageous for you to purchase bots, because it then gets a whole bunch of real viewers into your stream because you're suggested to them or you're at the top of the list. Nobody has to scroll way down. And then they were like, oh, we'll fix this problem by having suggestions of small creators for you. And it's all people that are woke, because their algorithm is specifically designed to ensure that only the right opinions become popular.
Or am I in the top 500 Twitch streamers? I don't know. Chat, am I? I think I am. It is incredibly easy to do. Up until a couple of weeks ago in 2025, you could literally open multiple headless browser windows to count as +1 viewer. And why aren't you assholes doing that? And even now, you can still count 2 viewers on 2 separate incognito browsers. Go try it. Twitch finally fixed this. Oh. So the current strategy is to spin up thousands of proxies through a service like AWS. Ironically, well, I don't know what that means. So does AWS stop this?
Amazon Cloud Services is the program that is used to bot Twitch. I'm playing both sides. Where's that meme of I'm playing both sides so that no matter who wins, I'm on the right side?
Normally or something. I don't know what that means. And DigitalOcean. Bro, drop the names. I will say though, in regards to this, here's what's crazy about this, and it's directly affecting me right now. There is tangible, for the first time in a long time with my career, there is a tangible incentive for bigger number in terms of like monetary gain for me. Right? For the last few years, I make content that makes me laugh, and I make content that makes you laugh. The number is what it is. As long, you guys show up, we watch, but I'm not like, I gotta hit new metrics. I've just been doing my thing, right? Okay. But as of recently, there's been conversations about like, well, if you hit this number, this can happen, right? I want to be vague intentionally. Realizing though, that it's as easy as hiring the service or having you motherfuckers open up incognito tabs.
And that's the thing too, is like, you see this in politics where it's like, a lot of people have managers. Okay. A lot of people know that once you get a manager in the politics space, especially if you're like a typical liberal Democrat or like a MAGA or conservative that isn't too, negative to advertisers, right? The DNC, the RNC, activist organizations, Progressive Victory type shit like that, they will pay you, but they will only pay you when you give them deliverables. So what you can do is you can buy bots, bot your streams so that your streams have bigger numbers. And I know you guys have seen people that have a less active chat than me that have like 200 viewers in the politics. And you're like, who follows this guy? He's a dweeb. He's not funny. I don't get it. Like, I guess it's just not for me. And then you click off. But people do this all the time. And then they get a few more real viewers because they have a larger, because they have so many views, they get put more into the algorithm. Then they get those deliverables, and then they get approached or they approach somebody like a Progressive Victory or some activist organization or whatever, okay? And those organizations get outside money to pay them, and on top of that, get them on bigger streams because they spread the right political message. So for a lot of streamers out there, like at least I know this in the and I can tell you from experience, I've reached out to people for interviews and I get left on red, or they're like, oh yeah, I'll schedule something. I'm working with a bunch of managers right now. I'll get back to you. And then like they don't get back to you in a month. And it's because they all work in this incestuous relationship where getting onto most of these big shows is about having representation so that the people that do their booking work with other companies that do bookings. And so what ends up happening is you're a small streamer, somebody my size, right? And then you view bot your own shit, you get a bunch of numbers, you either then get approached or you approach one of these people that, gets a bunch of George Soros and government money. Your taxes pay for this, by the way, because it gets funneled to activist organizations that then do media campaigns that then, pay these people. Then they go to somebody, now they have a manager that represents them, that gets them on Tim Pool or gets them on Fox News or gets them on, the Daily Wire, or gets them on wherever it is that they go, because they have representation that has direct contacts to all of these people and has a working relationship, as opposed to some random DM that's like one of like 10,000 that person got, and you're not even talking to the right person because you don't even know who their booker is, because their booker isn't publicly known. So you're not even talking to somebody, you're just DMing into the void, and then eventually you find out who their booker is, and even then they're getting thousands of DMs, so they just forget about you. It's an honest mistake, right? Then they get on these big shows and they get their own giant audience, and it's all because they view botted and then stole your taxes. That's like most of these typical Democrats and Republicans that you see just view botted so that they could get your tax money paid to them and put in their bank account, and they could have a manager that then ensured that they blew up and became a large creator, and then they don't need to viewbot anymore. But then they're so big that the viewbots then follow them so that they look like normal users as opposed to viewbotters, bots, and then the cycle repeats itself. And so it becomes even the botting thing has so many layers to it, and it's such a problem for small content creators that don't viewbot.
I'm gonna be as transparent as possible. Why the fuck wouldn't you do that, bro? If someone's sitting there being like, If some big ass company is like, here's a check, make sure this number is this way. It's fraud. It's fraud. I don't do it. I don't do it, bro. And I would never. It's literal fraud. Well, okay, you're right. It is fraud. Here's what I think the grander point though. What's crazy? Out of the top 500 streamers, 400 to 430 of them appear to be doing some form of this, whether intentional or not. That is crazy. That is crazy. Twitch doesn't punish anyone for view botting. I'm still reading this. This isn't my statement. Unless a streamer shows it on screen, because according to them, we can't know if it's a streamer or if it's someone else. That's kind of what I was saying. You can't know. However,
yep. So they know that people are being view botted like crazy, and yet they're still putting them into the top of the algorithm. Right? So it's like, okay, if you know that someone is view botting, whether they're doing it intentionally or not, why are they still at the top? Why are they not pushed down in the algorithm? Oh, because that would still be punishing them. So at the end of the day, if you're on Twitch, you can just view bot as much as you want, and you can pay money, and then you'll be one of the top streamers, and you'll grow an audience of genuine people. It's insane. And Twitch loves the bots because it allows them to sell to advertisers more ads, because they can just lie and commit fraud and be like, oh yeah, this, oh, your ad will get 1 million views. They just fail to mention that 700,000 of those will be to bots.
even then, their enforcement is selective, with celebrities like Ray J, is that the Kim Kardashian? Openly admitting in July to viewbotting and getting no punishment. Because discovery is non-existent on Twitch and the platform is the kingmaker, there's no reason to not viewbot. This is what I literally just said what this guy said. It's like kind of like facing the harsh reality, right? Where it's like, everyone's like, it's wrong, Webby, da-da-da. He spells it out here. I don't even have to say it. Pretend I didn't say it. I'll read what he said. There's no reason to not viewbot unless you have a moral compass, a rare thing. What? A moral compass? I buy all my music. The conclusions I'm drawing, I should have just finished
I buy all my music is a hilarious response to that.
reading this post, because it's the same.
Fuck you, IP doesn't exist.
Same conclusions he's drawing. He's like, his point is, well, why wouldn't you? And I know there's going to be people in this chat online who are going to be like, no, that's wrong, right? Okay, sure. But this stat is damning. 80% of the top 500. Viewbots are not only set up by streamers themselves, but agencies and managers. Okay, that would be...
Told you guys. You get a manager representation, guess what that manager has to do? He has to have deliverables to fucking George Soros or, the National Endowment for Democracy Fund or whatever fucking weird NGO is paying their company. They have to be like, I grew this streamer from this amount of views to this amount of views. We're spreading the message. So then, well, how did they grow the streamer and spread the message and get them on big platforms? Well, their manager viewbotted them with the money that they're getting as part of like media campaigns to spread the message so that they can grow this person's stream from, 100 viewers to 1,000 viewers. Then they're able to get this person on to somebody like Tim Pool or something because they're reaching out to Tim Pool's booker, Lisa, and being like, hey, Lisa, I got this person, he's interested in coming on. He's got 1,000, he averages 1,000 viewers per stream. Like, he's got a lot of interest. And then she checks on, it's like, oh, this guy's got some good ideas or whatever, right? Doesn't mean he's bad. Or she, it doesn't mean like they're retarded. Like, I mean, yeah, there are a lot of retarded people that go on Tim Pool, but there's a lot of good people that go on Tim Pool too. And then they get brought on because, oh wow, this is a good get for us. And then they don't really gain much out of it because most of their views are fake. But the funny thing is fake it till you make it, because once you get enough view-botted views, then you eventually get to a point where, even if only 30% of your views are real, 30% of, like you started out at 40 viewers that were all real, and now you have 1,000 and only 30% of them are real. Well, guess what? That's still 300 real viewers. So you went from 40 to 300 real viewers because the entire algorithm, once you viewbotted, fed you to a whole bunch of new people, and you grew your genuine audience, and you make more money, and you get to go and be on big platforms and have managers represent you. It's really fucking dark. The only thing that I can hope is that it gets fixed at some point, because advertisers are like, dude, we're spending a lot of money and like your ads suck. And they're like, because your ads are going out to no one. So we're not paying you as much money as we used to pay because we don't get a return on our investment because the advertising doesn't go out to enough actual people. That's what I hope, right? Like, I hope that happens to a certain degree, and then a whole bunch of people that are viewbotting will be crushed. Their numbers will get crushed. They'll go way down. They'll lose some clout, et cetera, et cetera. That's my hope. I don't know that that'll ever happen, though.
Pretty betraying, I will say. If I found out someone was doing it on my behalf without telling me who works with or for.
Came out today on the political Twitch drama bunch that made claims Progressive Victory bunch was getting view botted during the election to make it seem like they were gaining a following. I mean, duh. Like Wick had like triple, quadruple the numbers he ever had when the election was coming up. And the thing is, though, is that like how much of that is just people being more excited about politics during the campaign season, right? Because I know you guys on my stream are like pretty dedicated political enjoyers, we'll say, right? It doesn't really matter what time of year it is, but there's a whole bunch of people that like the lead up to the election, they get interested in politics for a period of time and then they get sick of it, right? So if you do politics, you'll notice you're gonna get a big bump in like September and August, leading up to like the midterms and especially towards the presidential election. And that's just kind of like, it's always like that. But how much of that is botting and how much of that is just the natural process? You can't prove it. And Twitch does nothing and Kick does less than nothing. And YouTube to a certain extent does very little. YouTube is a little better about it, but it's still bad.
For me, that would be crazy. Like Mythic or something. Not that they are, but like, yeah, that does make perfect sense. That's the most common. That is crazy. No, if you guys are saying Ham and Alex, they wouldn't, that not only would they not, but that doesn't affect them. It would be the agency who's bringing sponsors, which would be Mythic, who I'm not accusing of doing it because I don't think they are, but, and I'll be honest, if they are, guys, listen, why are we not at like 30K? Like, what are we, guys, you know? This is to fool sponsors into paying 20,000+ for viewers that are not there. In 2025, most major brands have already run campaigns with horrible results, and so they and their agencies simply don't advertise on Twitch anymore. Oh, here's the reality. The untold story is millions gone from creators and the live streaming platforms themselves. Oh boy. Can I be honest with you? Love my audience that shows up to stream. The active chat is fun. You guys are more than generous. It's great. This combined with the adpocalypse I wrote about some months ago where I predicted a 40 to 50% ad revenue drop by Twitch platform.
If my resume was put Harry Sissy in the top 30 political streamers by viewbotting, I would cry. I mean, but if that's what you're paid to do, why would you care?
And controversial political content. Did this happen? I don't know if this,
it's not like you have morals.
This ended up being
engaging in that anyways.
Did this happen? I don't get paid by Twitch at all. So Twitch is like ad, all that shit. I don't get ads on Twitch. I don't make money. The money I get from ads on Twitch is laughable. I suspect the most prominent viewbotting streamers will be revealed in coming months one way or another. It's an open secret in the industry. Why am I so out of the fucking loop? Guys, Pina, why have we not been doing this for...
Wait. How is Pay Money Wubby out of the loop? This almost feels fake because I'm in the loop and I'm sitting at what, like 20 viewers or something stupid right now?
Like 6 months, bro. Everyone knows. Nobody will talk about it. No one will miss these offenders. They're usually synonymous with pushing scams. We got to do more of those too. I'm gonna keep it a bug. I was thinking about it like a shit coin. Thankfully, more attention is also recently coming to the matter via folks in the know, such as Trainwrecks and Asmongold, and I would trust their posts and clips on the subject entirely. That's a big wagon to hitch to there. I don't even have to look at chat to know right now. Those two names are going to cause reactions, but I don't know. They know a lot more than people give them credit for, and the fact that they're both on a very small list of people who have made it legitimately pisses them off enough to educate others about it. If you're concerned with this problem, Twitch, you need...
My Mondays are pretty low, aren't they? I mean, yeah, but fuck you. I got to get out of here anyways. Let me do this and do this and do this bad boy. Econo Boy is quitting? What are you talking about? Like, is Econo Boy quitting streaming because he just got like super duper exposed? Like, what's happening? That's crazy. So he just got exposed for being like just a full-blown communist. So he's just like, oh, well, I'll take a break. And then hopefully people will forget that I just came out as a crypto communist. I'm just trying to figure out why he's taking a break or quitting or whatever. It's just because he got a bunch of hate because he's a communist, and then everybody like finally saw it for like what it was. Best news. That's fucking funny. All right, boys. I'm going to take a piss and then oh, actually, let me share in the Discord that the panel's starting. Oh yeah, Econ Boy is leaving because he has family issues and he got a harassment from his last debate he was on. Dude, what is it about fucking streamers bitching about harassment? Shut up. Just like anytime a streamer, I don't care if it's a girl, a guy, I don't care if you get death threats sent to you in DMs, okay? Like, just shut the fuck up about the stress of the harassment. Just like, you made yourself a public figure. You went out there. There are crazy people that are passionate about politics, okay? Like, when you do that, you're going to have moments where people DM you and flood you with a bunch of fucking fucked up negative comments. That's what it means to be a streamer. That is just what it means to be a public figure that gives your opinion on politics. Anytime somebody uses the word harassment, I just immediately know that I'm dealing with a fucking like a victim mentality, cry bully baby bitch. I don't care what happened. Oh, I got a bunch of death threats. I've gotten a bunch of death threats, and like credible death threats, that's a problem. If you have to move or whatever, like, I get it. That's a problem. That's harassment. But when you just get a bunch of fucked up DMs, like, shut up. Cut your DMs. Like, why are you checking all of your fucking DMs on Twitter from like users that have like, you know, you can see a thing there and it's like, you piece of shit. I hope you, okay, whatever, delete. Oh, I hope you, oh yeah, fucking cool, delete. It's like, you're nothing but a commie retard, yeah, delete. Like, just like grow some fucking thick skin, you flag it. Notice I said flag it. This is a person that has a bunch of flags in their bio and not a slur at any demographic group that cannot, that has characteristics that they cannot change. This is purely behavior based. I'll be right back. I'm going to take a piss. Also, I know I said this before, but I actually did, and like, I'm not being paid, I promise. I did buy Kai Cenat's deodorant and cologne, and it's really good, and it's high quality, and it works well. If there's one thing I trust black people on, it's the quality of cologne and deodorant. I'm just saying. Let's see what YouTube subtitles flag it as. We'll see. Closed captioning might not be kind. I remember Econo Boy's last convo with me was how DEI was a gateway to communism. Econoboy left the chat then. Now this. Yeah. No, we trust you're definitely not getting paid. Hey, man. Stop insulting me. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can, loud and clear. Good evening.
Loud and clear? Oh, God. Such wonderful compliments from such a nice Canadian about the quality of my audio.
Well, congratulations on, I think, your spiritual victory, I think, yesterday or something like that.
Oh, did you watch that?
I caught bits and pieces.
I won. And then they had to convince fucking what's her like CuteBot had to convince what's her name? Enemy Charlie that I lost. And then right at the end on the closing off, she was like, "Congratulations on your spiritual and actual victory. Goodbye." I was like, well, then who the fuck won? Did Wick win or did I win? I don't know. We split the money, so there's that.
I think that's pretty much a win.
Yeah. I mean, it's fucking like at that point, like we all know I dominated fucking Wick. I don't know what Enemy Charlie just really didn't like the idea of giving it to a rightoid.
Well, I obviously think there's some understandable bias there.
I won their very first debate show on CuteBot, so I mean, I don't know how much fucking
I did specifically tell Enemy Charlie, you got to be careful, not giving me the win, or if you want to get on more panel shows.
Yeah, I mean, Wick did hint at that too, but I mean, that's funny that he's saying that. Like, I was laughing real hard when he did the cloud.
I was joking, and then he like backed me up, and I was like, "Hey, man, maybe not."
Well, I thought it was funny because like he said that, and I'm like, bro, the only reason why you're even here is because I fucking introduced you to these people. Like, if we're gonna start talking about clout chasing, motherfucker, then let's start talking about clout chasing, Wick.
So then, does that mean
why
you're?
Why is my chat? Hold on. Why is my chat bringing up the fact that Dylan Burns kept the belt from me when I was the third Hippy Dippy Rumble champion? Why are you bringing up old shit? Are you trying to make me mad before the panel starts? This is like in another. Don't forget this other time you got. Isn't
that like 2 or 3 years ago or something?
Yeah. I was like, damn, you bringing up old shit, trying to piss me off tonight. Like, what are y'all doing?
I gotta find a replacement for Tumble with this contenders thing. I got this trophy fucking. Like I just got, and I'm not even gonna debut it yet. That I'm gonna engrave the winners' names on, like for the regular like for the Grand Prix, and then we're gonna have a belt for the fucking like the regular season champion. I'm not gonna send it around. I might send it around. I don't know, but I feel like people don't have the money to ship belts. They're like too expensive to be like shipped without insurance.
Maybe.
Are you able to say how much money it is, or is that like secret?
Well, the belt's not made yet, so it's $0.
I mean, the prize for the debate, winning the debate.
Oh, it was a $300 show last night.
It's a nice chunk of change for.
Okay, what the fuck is this?
Hours?
Hold on. Who uses StreamYards often? I know you do, Prime, but you might be busy. How do I get this fucking taskbar to go away?
No, you just like move your mouse away from it, and it'll go away on its own.
There's a taskbar.
Oh, okay, cool. I was like, dude, this is gonna be fucking annoying. This is covering up names. Like, how do I get this thing to minimize?
Yeah, it'll go away if you just don't cover.
Yeah. I got it now. I see what happened. Did you get it squared away, non-fun?
Yeah, I did.
You get your parents' permission slip signed?
I did. Yeah. I had to, obviously.
That is hilarious that the AI has determined that you're a child.
I know. Bro, I just had a real bad experience about 5 minutes ago. I thought I was gonna have to fucking last minute cancel or something. I got all these peptides, and the fucking needle broke off in my stomach, and I was like, oh, that's not good. What do we do here? And I was like, well, and then I was like, oh wait, I'm not a bitch, and so I just took a honey knife and we cut that bitch out.
What needles are you buying?
Well, it's whatever the pharmacy sends me. It comes with the prescription.
Okay.
I mean, I've never had it happen before. I've done it like. I don't know.
Maybe like a batch like this. It's not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's the first time it's happened, and I looked it up online, and apparently it's a common thing. You might get like one like every once in a while. That's like I don't know.
Gibbs,
that needle thing.
Have you been working out? Did it break on your abs? Is that my
You're rock
Bro,
hard.
you know what my ex-wife would say all the time? She goes, "You're so weird." I go, "Why?" She goes, "You have a gut." I'm like, "Yeah." She goes, "But then you punch your gut and you can like feel the abs." I'm like, "Yeah, it's all the copious amounts of smoke that I do, all the coughing has made my abs rock solid."
Well, yeah, I mean, like it's just fat over the abs, but you know.
Yeah, she's like, I've never seen anybody like that in my life, where you poke them in the stomach and the fat, and then they're like, "Oh shit, that's
I
a lot."
should have done that when I met you, right? I should have like.
I've seen that. I've seen that a bunch of times.
Right?
Usually with alcoholics.
Yeah, it's also like a lot of people that like, you know, if you worked out a lot.
There's a term for it.
Like,
There's a term for it. It's called turpidity, right? It's something you check when you're looking for like internal bleeding when you're doing like a assessment, like a trauma assessment.
I'm gonna call it fat assness. Is what I'm gonna call it.
Technical term.
Yeah, but it was saying if you have like internal bleeding or you're an alcoholic or things like that, you tend to have a more rigid stomach despite being fat.
Well, I don't know about alcoholic, but for sure the internal bleeding is for sure happening. I only drink like
he's like the needle got my superior mesenteric, man.
Yeah, got my rock hard abs.
Are you under the weather, Prime, or at least it sounds
Oh.
like you're congested to me?
I am.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
So. Yeah, it is what it is. But I'm glad to be here with you guys. You know.
Have you tried drinking about it? That solves all my problems.
At least it sounds like you're.
I didn't even get sleep last night, so I'm kind of loopy here and dizzy. But
Jesus Christ, bro.
It's fine. And I've gone through worse than this. You were probably here when I had fucking COVID, and I did this. So,
The fake
but
illness.
anyways, it's not an excuse or anything like that. I'm just,
Bro, when I had COVID, my fucking water heater went out the same day I got COVID. And I had to take cold showers for like 2 weeks with COVID. And let me tell you, listen, I understand that Joe Rogan really wants us all taking cold showers, but the time to experiment with cold showers is not when you get COVID. That fucking blows. I don't take cold showers anymore, but I do start my shower as a cold shower every time. Like, I don't let the water warm up. I just cut it on, like, wake up in the shower, like, oh shit, get my head, get everything cold, and then the water just naturally warms up.
I feel like this is like a military thing, like in the barracks. Is that where you started that?
I did, but I had forgotten that I did that. That is a thing that started in like basic. You get a lot of cold showers in basic because you have so many people using all the water at the exact same time because you have like a 1 hour window where like 500 people need to take a shower.
Fun times.
Yeah, it's just a walk-in, so it's just you and a bunch of dudes being like, switch, so like you're under the water and then you switch and then you're soaping on up and everything.
Shame we haven't advanced to the point of Starship Troopers, but
you mean the intramural showering?
Yeah. Do you remember that, Scott?
It's been so long since I've seen that film.
It's a famous scene in the movie that like they had showers for their infantry, right? But it was co-ed, and that was like a thing that stood out.
Yeah, that was before Sharp really took off. Before people were like, oh, sexual harassment is like not something that's that funny, It's like,
what's crazy about that?
Movies that came out before woke hit us, you know what I mean? No. And I'm just saying,
it's post woke. No, it's post woke. It's saying that like we've advanced.
Oh no.
It's not a problem.
I agree with you, right? But there are certain things that like look, fuck wokeness in Hollywood. All right, it's way too much. But like, there are some times where you watch something and you're like, we could have used a little of that, maybe. You know what I mean? Just a little of woke, just a sprinkle of woke would have been all right here.
So that scene specifically, I don't remember if it's a big deal in the book, but that scene specifically, I remember was like real controversial. But then there were several, and I was like, interesting, because when you read several other books that are written like the Forever War, which is written in response to Starship Troopers, like there's several co-ed scenes, and then a big plot point of the Forever War is that everybody turns gay, and it's not like a testament for like, oh, gay, whatever, but like they turn gay because of like rationing. Right, they're trying to like ration, so a third of the population goes gay, and then they start getting into Yeah, no, rationing food because there's food riots on Earth, but this guy is gone because he's dealing with time dilation, right? So he keeps coming back from these missions.
So it's
and
like
Earth is different each time.
starvation prison gay, where it's like,
Right.
well, I
it's
can't
not
afford to
quite.
have a baby.
It's complicated. It's complicated, but this is not the part that's important. So later in the novel, he comes back from another mission, and the world has changed again, where like basically everybody's gay, and then you're doing cloning. Right, and that turns into the final plot point, like about cloning and why it's bad. But the whole thing is when he's on this final mission with this gay group of people.
Hold on,
they all
pause.
call him the whole-
Hold on, pause. Question, very serious question to conservatives for the rest of their lives. I have this question now. Do you think, how threatened would you feel if your clone was made and it was gay and it was your enemy and only one of you can survive?
I'll tell you right now, I'm winning that battle. But that regardless,
You win in the gay clone battle, or is the gay clone more terrifying because it's gay? Is he more motivated to get your ass?
I tell you what, it's not gonna be gay when I do them, but somebody's gonna be dominated. I'll tell you that. But let me finish. But anyway, moving on. There comes a scene towards the end of the book where they're calling him the old queer because he's straight and he's the only straight guy they've ever met, and he ends up like hooking up with one of these girls in the thing, and she basically is like, oh yeah, like we got drunk, I know we had fun, I don't remember, and she talks about how they all do the co-ed showers now, and he was like the only one abstaining. She's like, oh, I think you'd probably be able to hook up more with people if you had came to the co-ed showers all the time instead, but he was like an officer, so he had his own. And it was like, it's interesting that all these books all thought that general, like in the future we were all going to be doing co-ed shit. Even in like the super gay future, apparently they thought co-ed showers were going to be a big thing.
I think it can still happen. I mean, centuries from now, like they portrayed. But I think it's still on the table. And I think there are people do that in like certain areas any which way, right? Like in certain communities, they do exactly that. It's interesting. Well, I don't know how interesting it is, but in Japanese animes, a lot of times you see, and I don't know how true this is to real life. I just don't know. But like in Japanese anime, you see sometimes that like the father, or the parents will like bathe with the children, like completely naked and stuff. Like you saw, for instance, Goku doing that with Gohan.
I think it's a pretty common thing, actually.
Yeah.
And like not just Japanese culture.
I think it's actually more of like an American prudish thing than it is actually a Japanese thing. I think it's the inverse, which is Americans are you see it all the time where it's like some dad will like hug and kiss like his like kid that's like 4, and people will be like, it's a pedophile, and you're like, fucking what? Like it's like, oh, fucking Americans being weird again because like they can't imagine. I was like, I'm sorry you have such bad daddy issues that you can't figure out that like a father loves his son or daughter.
Yeah.
Hey guys, good news, my package from Switzerland just cleared customs, so pretty excited about that.
Is that a euphemism for a hot lady, like a model that came through?
No, it's a euphemism for a bunch of expensive ass watches that I'm watching like religiously. Yeah, if my fucking watches that I spent a whole bunch of thousands of dollars on disappear, I'm gonna be real mad.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe don't announce that.
Yeah, right.
My very valuable watches will be in my house quite soon.
Listen, I hope. Well, there's one thing I hope more than getting the watches is that I've catch somebody trying to get them.
Why do you need so many watches?
Fair enough.
Because it's listen. You know who Kevin O'Leary is?
Yeah.
Oh, I know he's Canadian. I think.
He's the best. He's the best.
He's an awful person. Yeah, no.
Yeah,
no.
The best.
He's a terrible person.
He swears by the one watch in every hand, thing. He's got like a Rolex on one and a Petite Philippe on the other. Now, I'm not douchebaggy enough to do that, but I do like accessorizing quite a bit. If you couldn't tell from my jewelry obsession.
I mean, that's fair. I don't know that I would use like Kevin O'Leary for either fashion advice or advice on anything in life.
What about Paul Heyman?
I don't know who that
got a similar philosophy. You don't know who Paul Heyman is?
I've heard of his name before, but I don't.
My name is Paul Heyman. You don't know that guy? No. Okay. Well, this is just gonna go on deaf ears then.
Okay. Sorry.
I'm saying Kevin O'Leary is like Heyman. Kevin O'Leary. Let me just put it to you this way: it takes a lot for a libertarian to hate a wealthy person in America, and Kevin O'Leary is
we know
hated.
Agrees with that.
You know, like and like Kevin O'Leary is like a special type of piece of shit. Like he has been behind like the fucking quiet quitting thing that he was. I have to tell everyone that you're a bad person because you show up to work for 40 hours a week and do the minimum. It's like, yeah, maybe that's because you pay your employees shit, so they do shit work. Even the capitalist is like, you know who doesn't have a problem with quiet quitting? Costco doesn't have a problem with quiet quitting. You know why? Because Costco pays their fucking employees what they're worth. That's why Costco has good employees. You ever been to Costco and met somebody that was just like a piece of shit to you that worked at Costco? No, they're fucking laughing. They're jovial. They're telling stories. They're busting ass. You know why? Because they don't want to be fired from fucking Costco because the only fucking experience they have is a job that normally pays like $11 an hour, but they get paid like $31. So of course they're fucking happy and they're respectful and they're good people. Quiet quitting is a fucking employer's fault, not an employee's fault. Now, yes, a person might do this behavior, but if this is something that is pervasive in your company, it's a you problem.
I think Fabian doesn't know about HEB, but yeah,
I do know about HEB. I've only ever been once, and it was insane because there was just like a lot there. But I haven't been to Texas in years. But again, I use Costco only because it's an example that everybody in every state would know, whereas like HEB is really more of just a Texas thing.
Fuck,
Even here in Canada, Costco seems to have that reputation.
Yeah. Oh, God damn it. Don't get weird. All right, we're good?
Yeah, we all hate Canada, Corey, don't you know?
Blame Canada.
I like that.
It's an old South Park episode movie.
Yeah. So what we usually do it is for non-fun who doesn't know our ways, our mysterious ways here. How we usually start this is like, well, we're waiting for people to trickle in because they trickle in here. As
Lactoid.
off. Yeah, clearly, right? He was confirmed with his African ancestors, and only once that's done will he make an appearance. Yeah, so we usually just wait for people to trickle in. The one person,
yeah, I mean, I've seen your content before. Like, obviously, I watched, I skimmed through part of your last episode, but that was mostly about Sydney Sweeney's fucking self.
Who she is, and just like nobody should find her attractive. Yes,
I think we should talk more about that. By the way,
hey, wife is making a trade with me. She watches one philosophical movie. I watch one wrestling day.
Yeah.
I'll be showing her history of philosophy on
overrated. Overrated.
See, honey, the whole playlist is actually only one piece of content.
But
I don't know why.
You're talking as your muted, friend.
My bad. I had a fucking super chat. All right, like I answer my super chats immediately. That's what I do.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Why does the left hate hot women? That's what I want to know. Why do they?
Yeah,
the left does not hate hot women.
They do.
No, they don't.
They do. They absolutely do, bro. They do. Unless you're like, I don't know, a minority or like some crazy exotic alt chick, they hate you. Like that straight up they do.
Most of Hollywood and celebrities are liberal and left leaning. Like, what are you talking about?
Not anymore.
What do you mean?
No, hold on.
You think most of Hollywood is conservative now?
You're close. You're close. What you are doing right now is you are shooting at the target, but you are missing the middle of the target. You're clipping them. Let me tell you what's going on.
They just
Hollywood. The left does not hate hot women. The left loves hot women. The left is more degenerate than the right in many, many ways. So of course they love hot women. But here's the difference, is that the left, specifically when you were talking about white people in America or white women in America, they have a sense of beauty that is subversive or anti-aesthetic, at least in one domain, not in all domains. When you look at who they champion people that are traditionally hot, but intentionally make themselves anti-hot in some degree. So they love people like Chappelle Rowan, or they love people like what's that other blonde chick?
No, they love people like Lizzo. They'll tell you Lizzo's a baddie, bro, and then Lizzo looks like
listen. Yes, because they haven't because they believe in this retarded myth of equality, right? They have difficulty differentiating between beautiful and not beautiful, and they can't just openly say Lizzo is an ugly fat fuck that's disgusting and there's nothing beautiful about her, right? But they can't because it's just a fact.
Whenever you ever think that Scott's reasonable, if you ever have that idea in your head, he will correct you very quickly.
Listen, every time a woman says Lizzo's
No.
beautiful,
I just. What happens is I say so many rational, reasonable things that you pick up on it, and you're like, "Wow, he's being reasonable." And then I hit something that goes against your programming, and then you shock yourself back to irrationality. Because you're literally saying right now that I'm being irrational and unreasonable by saying that Lizzo is ugly and we all know it. But I'm the brainwashed one.
Sure. Hey, what about Beyonce?
Beyonce is hot.
I want to know about
Beyonce's
Chapo
fucking.
Roan. I want to know why the Chapo Roan.
Oh no!
But she's a murderer. She killed all these people.
Yeah.
I really don't want to be mean, but like she does like look like she smells bad. If that makes sense.
She looks like she's into the Clive style and smells bad.
Looks like she smells great.
But if you gave her normal fucking makeup and put her in normal fucking clothes, she would be a traditionally attractive, not like super hot, but a traditionally attractive woman. The same thing is true of what's that feminist blonde lady pop star?
She's a queer.
Yeah, to be more specific than that.
Yeah.
It's like one of the most famous ones right now. And she just put out an album where she was like Sabrina Carpenter. Thank you. Right, like Sabrina Carpenter is hot, but she wears makeup that intentionally makes her less attractive. She wears like a drag style makeup that's over the top.
And more than the case, like Sabrina Carpenter is a horrible example because on the left, right, there's a lot of dumbass discourse saying how horrible she is for over-sexualizing herself, right?
No. You can't use the fact that the left is a philosophy of contradiction and constantly has infighting as always proof that the left doesn't believe in things.
No, but you're random shit out.
You're wrong about that.
I'm not making shit up. I'm not pulling random shit out. You are. You're the one trying to subvert the argument by being like, but aren't there tankies?
No, hold on. You're actually wrong about Sabrina Carpenter.
Aren't there rad films?
No, hold on. With Sabrina Carpenter, she's attractive, right? I don't think she's crazy hot. Now maybe that's preference, but Sabrina Carpenter is attractive. However, she's hot, like you would find at like a bar. Like, oh, this is like the hottest girl in your city kind of hot.
No, that's Sabrina Carpenter.
Like model.
Not
yeah, that's Sabrina Carpenter. That's who I'm talking about. Yeah, Sabrina Carpenter, right? And when you say she wears makeup that tones her down, I disagree. I think she wears the makeup and the outfits that complement her like quite a bit and make her look more attractive than she would be like naturally. Because when you see her in her natural stuff, hold on. You
predominantly date the women that have the craziest makeup, which is Latinas, all right? So from the white man's perspective, Sabrina Carpenter's makeup is too much.
Look at his
Go ahead. From my
look at my facts I'm dropping. Like they don't wear lip liner. Like fucking
broad generalizations. You're like, hey, I don't find this woman attractive. And then this.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is it fucking 2014 again? And you have to hashtag not all me right now.
Yeah, whatever.
To be clear, I'm an equal opportunist dater.
Hashtag not all. Ooh, generalizations.
Yeah, whatever.
The key quality is they have to be toxic for me to date them, not what the race is. That's the key quality. Hot and toxic. Okay. That's my thing.
Fair enough. I need. We like to see the.
So I'm an expert on the makeup.
Scott just makes broad generalizations, points to people that he doesn't like, and say, "Well, the left likes them," and so this must mean I've made a deep analysis, right, of how the left operates, of how beauty standards exist on the left. It's crazy. It's complete nonsense. It's bullshit.
This is the most Reddit energy midwit dumb shit I've ever heard.
Sure,
where you can't actually deal with an argument other than to just be like, actually hashtag not all. Actually there's outliers that exist. That's how every that is. Hey, prime guys, stop trying to stop. You made your argument, and now you're just trying to argue over my argument. So here it goes. Listen, this is how all of sociology works. If you are going to talk about trends in society and culture, you are talking about generalizations. Okay? It is not a look at every individual opinion. You're saying nonsense right now.
Okay. No, we're doing We're doing science now. Everyone, Corey, you missed it. See, we're doing science now. See, I didn't realize we're doing science. Okay, right? So he's going to do science. He's going to show me his data.
When did I argue
right?
that sociology was a science? At best, it's a soft
I think
science.
Tate McRae is pretty attractive.
Okay, all right.
You got nothing, buddy.
Paper, right?
You got nothing but being offended.
Sociology, yeah.
Cry baby bitch right now. That's all you're being right now, brother.
Okay, whatever, dude. I don't know what's going on with you, Scott. I need you to pull it back, calm down, right?
My diet is better. I'm healthier, and I have the fire. I'm cooking.
All he's doing is say, I don't like her. She doesn't align with my values as well, right? Which means she must be
literally not saying that at all.
And they must yeah, that's exactly what you said. I just
literally never even said those words. You're just straw manning because you're losing.
I didn't say you said those words. I said
you literally just said all you're saying is this, and it's things I never argued.
Yeah, boy, you like don't pretend like you don't understand. Right?
No, I do understand, and I'm showing that you're full of shit, and that it's a straw man, and that you can't deal with my argument. You're running like a coward.
I would literally nothing behind it. I say, oh, okay, well, if you've got something here, well, show me data. Of course I don't have any data. Why would I have any data, right? Why would you ask that of me, right? I'm just going to make these broad statements. You're going to have to accept them, right? And there's like nothing you can do to say otherwise because it's completely unfalsifiable. Oh, okay, great.
You could make a counter argument. It's not an unfalsifiable claim because you could also show data if you had data to the opposite. That's just another bullshit thing that you said.
I don't have to disprove your claim. You have to prove your claim.
That's not how arguments work. I gave evidence for my argument. I didn't give empirical evidence. I made an argument about what the philosophy of the left entails. Now you can make a counter argument that says actually I believe this and here's what's going on. But instead all you've done is said generalization and straw man. So make a fucking counter argument.
I can generalize just like you. I can say, well, I think you're projecting. This actually exists on the right. The women on Fox News all look the same, right? Have the exact same look, a hideous look, right? And this is something that they hide their femininity under pounds of makeup, right? And oil their legs to try to make up for it. But this is what the conservatives ingest, right? Not actual femininity, not actual expression of who these women are, right? But just like a really cookie cutter, narrow view of what a woman should be, right? In fact,
I actually completely agree with you, except for the thing where you're saying they're hiding their femininity. I don't. Where do you see like Fox News hosts and women that are blonde with specific makeup that is designed to accentuate their natural features and try and age not so gracefully? I do agree that they're carbon copies and that they have a limited view of aesthetics. That the left has a much more broad and open view of aesthetics, traditionally speaking as well. But I don't. But I think you're adding a little bit of bullshit here by saying that they're subverting beauty in it or that they're anti-aesthetics in the same way that I'm claiming on the left.
This might be a matter of taste, right? Well, so this part might be just a matter of taste, but like,
right? You're not going to see a conservative host wear a meat dress, right? Like there's a certain shock factor. There's a certain design to subvert traditional expectations of beauty that occurs on the left.
That's not what I meant. So
I would wear a meat dress.
For
the record, because beef is
you
what's
get out
for
the door, you eat the dress. Okay, great. So it just might be a matter of taste. I'm saying that like their natural femininity, for whatever that's worth, right? That like they have the same hairstyles, oftentimes dye their hair. They cover some pounds of makeup with a filler, right? There's a very pronounced aesthetic. Right, and there's like a bunch of think pieces on this.
No, I agree. I just don't think it's anti-aesthetic, right? Like you're making a claim that they have a specific aesthetic that is limited in range. That you think that there could be more expression of beauty on the right, but because they put themselves in such a small, limited box, and they have these carbon copies where they all look like the same blonde woman that had the exact same plastic surgery and does the exact same fucking makeup. I agree, but I don't think that is an anti-aesthetic. Right. What I am saying is that the left engages in anti-aesthetics. Like we could look at the recent, the girl that plays Wednesday, right? Like it's very obvious she had work done. A lot of people are claiming she didn't. It's very obvious she did. But she intentionally lightened her eyebrows. And even if she didn't get cheek implants, and didn't get buccal fat removal surgery, which she very obviously did, but we assume it's all just a trick with makeup. She has intentionally created an aesthetic that is masculine, that is domineering, that is creepy, and everyone on the left is celebrating that she's serving cunt, right? And what I'm saying is that some of the beauty standards on the left are an anti-aesthetic, that they find beauty in the rejection of traditional beauty because it rejects because it's rebellious in its nature, and they find some level of beauty in that rebellion. That doesn't exist on the right. And what I'm trying to explain to Gibbs, because he made the claim, why does the left hate hot women, is that they don't hate hot women, but that they have an aesthetic that is different than the traditional standard of beauty, but it is subversive in one domain or the other, where you have beautiful women that then adopt aesthetics that are antithetical to what might be the traditional beauty route, which you're kind of describing the Fox News doing, and it's subversion of it.
Yeah, but translation, everything you just said could have been summed up like this: the left hates hot women. That's really that simple. Like everything you just said, like that's all it comes down to.
Gibbs. Gibbs. Oh, it's like two ends of the IQ distribution meme with these fucking arguments. It's like,
I mean, listen, you can say a lot of words when it comes down to that's the bottom line.
but that's not really what I'm saying, right? I'm saying you're off. I said you're hitting the target, but you're off from the center.
Guys. Hey, audience members, am I still muted? Something's going on. I don't know. I thought
I checked your stream. Everything was. I heard you coming to the stream.
People said that I'm muted. Maybe on Twitch, maybe. But the people on Twitch are saying that I'm muted. Guys. Hey, audience members, am I?
No, I can hear you. I just unmuted your Twitch stream. You're fine.
Okay. All right. So I created another audio capture. So
no, you're not muted.
Mine was muted. The second quarter GDP under. Okay. So it sounds like I'm good now. Apparently I was muted for a long time here, but like my audio inputs say everything is fine. So I created a new audio input. Hopefully that solves it. My PC was having trouble before. It was getting really hot. I blew some compressed air into it and got some dust out. So like it's not hot anymore like it was before. I was hoping that would solve that problem completely, but it was another issue on top of it. So
what is happening?
When I went to watch your video, I did see almost half of it was muted. I had to give Lactoid a view. It was horrible.
Ooh, yikes!
Yeah. Oh.
Don't troll people's audio, man. That's the one thing. No, listen. If we can all come together as streamers on one thing, it's please don't troll streamers about the audio issues that they may or may not be having, because they can't hear it, and then it fucking. And it's like, it's the most anxiety-inducing thing ever when like one or two people in your audience are like, hey, your audio's fucked up. And then you're trying to figure it out and you can't figure it out because there's nothing wrong with it. And you're like, is it peaking? Like, what's happening? Please stop doing that, guys. Or if you really hate someone, I guess, do it. And I just gave you a weapon and I'm sorry for the evil that I've spread. But people in my chat are going, Mike muted. God damn it.
Yeah. I'll hopefully we'll check in. Yeah, but non-fine. Yeah, I was just saying that people were having trouble previously. I don't know what to do. So hopefully this solves it. I created a brand new audio input, but we'll find out.
Hold on, did I just find the perfect way to get Thor to crash out?
Oh, sure.
Because that dude is obsessed with his audio. Like, if you just go to Thor's stream with a new account and be like, "Oh, your audio's peaking." Your bass levels are off. Don't actually accuse him of intentionally lowering his voice because he didn't go through his second puberty at 33 years old and his voice magically changed. Don't say that. Just say that he's peaking or that his mic is muted and see what happens. I'm also not condoning a harassment campaign against Thor. Please understand that I'm only joking about it and that he has very active moderators and you'll be banned very quickly if you do this.
Is there audio of him without filters anywhere else out in the world?
Yeah, there's tons of him with a high-pitched like Reddit voice. But he says he went through a second puberty at 33 and now his voice is different.
Okay.
And now he talks like this.
Okay, all right. And he does it in a very specific cadence to be taken seriously when he's just making shit up.
Did you see that Meat Canyon video on him?
No.
Meat Canyon did a video of Thor being unable to take accountability for anything, and then in the end he turned into an Ouroboros of putting his foot in his mouth. Don't bring up Meat Canyon videos on stream, for the record. Just throwing that out there. He toes the line of T.O. His videos are disturbing, but it is a funny video. You should watch on your own.
Okay. All right. All right. Well. All right. All right. So, sorry everyone, and I really do apologize for the audio issues previously. I don't know what's going on, honestly, but I still don't know what's going on. But hopefully it's solved it. So yeah, like I said, there's only one other person who might be making it a little later on, but it'll be a little later on.
Did one person bail or something? Unless I miscounted something.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So,
yeah,
that's too bad.
If you guys, it's up to you guys. You guys want to jump straight into the topic, or okay. Sorry. Do you want to say something?
I'm just gonna ask a question, but it's gonna rehash actually last week, so probably not a good idea.
I wasn't here, so fuck it. Whatever. Like, we have time, dude.
Okay. Well, so Lactoid was trying to make the case for degeneracy last time. Okay.
Amen.
Pro degeneracy.
I'm curious.
To make the case against degeneracy.
I was about to say, I was like, that's it's in the definition. It's like so contradictory.
Yes. But he was taking Gibbs to task because Gibbs buys a certain type of soap. Okay.
He was trying.
The Sydney Sweeney porn soap is what he buys.
And it's fantastic.
I'm curious, if you had a child, let's say a son, and they wanted to buy soap, would you stop them? And that specific soap, or rather, how would you stop them? What would be your argument?
The Sydney Sweeney porn soap?
Yeah,
it's bathwater soap.
Yeah,
it's amazing to see them change against capitalism.
How is that porn?
How old? How old?
That's weird.
Shut up. How old is the child?
They're 17. They just got their first credit card.
17. Can you get us a credit card at 17? Okay, I don't know.
Your parents can give you a credit card.
Yeah.
All right. I'm not having a fucking credit. I'm not gonna fucking get a credit card. Are you kidding me? But here's what I'm gonna do. This is what I would do whenever I would have a child that would do a disciplining decision that would make a life choice fundamentally at odds with a beneficial future for them or my family name. I would sit them down and I would explain to them the error of their ways. I would explain to them, well, I mean, we can have that conversation if truly the soap is a sticking point, right? If there's no way around it, that might be a requirement, depending on how the conversation goes. But
this is the most not apparent fucking thing I've ever heard.
We're gonna have I'm coming at it very rationally and calm at first, okay? And I'm gonna at first, and then we're gonna depending on the response, and I'm gonna explain why they can't have the soap. And if I continue to get pushback or snarky vibes,
as in, let's role play. Like, Dad, why can't I buy the soap? How are you gonna answer that question?
Well, son, because we live in a country that has
we live in a society
level of we live in a country that has a certain level of decorum and an expectation of self-respect and dignity. And when you engage in behavior that fundamentally undermines that, you might have the right to do that, okay? But it doesn't, it doesn't reflect well on me as a parent, because other parents, other people, they're going to know that I raised a son that buys the porn soap, and I can't have that happening to me. It's just, and then look, if they want to say, well, fuck you, Dad, I'm leaving. Okay.
Okay, but then if they ask what's the harm, what would be your answer?
The dramatic and justified social stigma that I will incur if I have a child that buys the porn soap, and the lowered quality of life, the lower quality of life.
Are you serious right now?
And
I'm just curious.
And I'm actually I'm memeing what I'm talking about, like kicking them out and like forcing them to not have my last name. But I'm not actually memeing in the sense that I would sit them down and explain like why this is like a bad thing for them to do.
So what do you do when they ask?
Let me into this.
Can I give?
And I would say this about tobacco and alcohol as well,
Okay,
Can I give the answer? Can I give?
And then, if your son, okay, assuming circumstances are still the same, they say, "But Dad, you ride a motorcycle. I think that's dangerous, and there's actual harm in that." Why? How is that?
No, they're going to be involved in that culture.
Stop bringing up
so
the motorcycle. This is getting.
He really cares.
Actually,
we don't want you to die.
Do you think it's like? Do you think
This is like dick watching at this point. The amount of times you bring up the motorcycle. All right, here's the real answer from someone that's against degeneracy and the only father on this panel. All right, it's real fucking simple.
Well, good point.
I stopped buying Dr. Squatch soap because I don't want to support a company that supports degeneracy. Number one, I buy Farmers Market soap. I buy Duke Cannon. Right, I buy high quality soap because I don't want to put like a bunch of fucked up shit on my skin any more than I want to eat a bunch of fucked up shit. Number one, so I stop it. Number two, when I find out my son has bought Dr. Squatch Sydney Sweeney bathwater soap, the first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna be happy because at least he's buying real fucking soap instead of like fucking like Dove body wash shit. Like, yeah, cool. He's taking care of his skin. He's actually using good products.
I'd rather him buy Axe than that shit.
The second, that's stupid. I'd rather him.
What about Bod? Would you let him buy Bod?
Stop. I'll let him buy whatever he wants. But here's the next thing I'm going to do. The next time I'm cooking dinner, right? Because I'm probably the one cooking because I'm like, I don't imagine there's too many women out there that are better at cooking than I am. And that's not an insult to like women or anything. I'm just saying I'm a decent cook. And so the next time I'm cooking dinner, I'm going to grab a pot. I'm going to hand it to him. And he's going to like, what are you doing? And be like, oh, you said you wanted like some pasta. I just didn't know if you wanted to go in the bath water like the simp you are. So you want to go in the bathroom and go get some simp water for your pasta? Oh, you won't eat that? Then why don't you put that shit on your body, you fucking weirdo? And then I'm going to grab it and I'm going to make fun of him and then I'm going to let it go. You know why I'm going to let it go?
Wait,
because
do you
sitting
put
down and having
soap in your pasta?
What?
Like, this is the analogy you're making. Oh, you don't want the bath water?
You're being retarded right now. You're being retarded.
No.
You're being retarded.
This is the comment
You're being retarded.
You're not going to put any soap in your
you haven't.
pasta, bro.
No. What it is that someone else's bath water doesn't belong in your soap. Therefore, someone else's bath water doesn't belong in your food.
Soap doesn't belong in your pasta at all.
That's
baby
not
said he was a good cook. That might be the reason why. That's the special ingredient.
That's my special ingredient.
Okay, let's not
that's
fucking
not
kid ourselves.
That's not the point. Like you make a fucking joke. Listen, no.
They get off on the idea that it's her bathwater. That's why it's in there.
Why is it a bad motivation?
No, what I'm saying is
you shouldn't be like spending money on getting off on some woman's fucking bathwater. If you ordered her shit, that would also be fucked up.
Lactoid, it's not even worth a conversation to talk to someone that genuinely believes that there's nothing weird about your son buying some fucking Hollywood sluts bathwater to put on their body.
I think it's weird.
Like,
make no
that's
mistake.
weird.
I don't think it's weird.
That's fucking weird and degenerate. And if you don't,
hold on.
So anything else beyond that is pretending.
Never said in my position. Okay?
I didn't say that was your position. I'm saying that you're playing devil's advocate for the sake of conversation, and it's silly. What I'm saying, and the second silly thing is sitting your kid down and having a 20-minute conversation about this, because if you actually have kids, you know that berating them like I'm berating you people isn't an effective means of changing their opinion. The way you do it is you deride them, you make fun of them, and then you just move on. Because at the end of the day, he's going to buy whatever fucking soap he's going to fucking buy. And you rib him a little bit because it's fucking dumb. And then you let him go be embarrassed for a second. And then you just smile and appreciate the time with your kid and sit down and have dinner and have a good time and let it fucking go because it's not that big a deal.
How am I supposed to do that when I'm just thinking the whole time, this motherfucker has bathwater soap?
Well, why?
Then crack another couple jokes.
You just say they should not, but why should they not? There's no actual you can't point to any harm.
Corey, if you had a kid that ordered pee and drank it in front of you, would you be like, "Hey man, don't do that"?
That's not what they're doing. Hold on.
I know that's not what they're doing. It's an analogy.
No, let's just take your analogy to like the level above, right? Where maybe they're not buying.
Why do we need to make the analogy worse?
Hold on. But let's just take it. Is it weird if you wanted to go buy Troy Polamalu's specially branded hair product that he puts part of his hair grease in and is proven to make your hair better? Oh, is it weird? What if it's proven
If
that
he's
it
putting his
actually-
own hair grease in a fucking product,
What
yeah.
what if it's proven that it actually improves your hair quality?
If you could prove to me that the element of his hair grease improves hair quality to some like substantive
Well, we
degree
can't prove it
that you
doesn't, but we
can't
do
get
know
for a
it improves your hair
cost-effective
quality.
manner elsewhere, perhaps
okay,
I could
so-
be moved. And
okay,
also,
cool.
if you could show me that Sydney Sweeney's bathwater was like especially potent against bacteria, I would have questions first.
Okay,
but
sure.
I could then see a justification to
Well,
get
let's
Sydney
just play
Sweeney.
this.
Like, I would be
well,
okay
then-
with it because now there's
okay.
a non-porn motivation.
What if he's hold on, what if he's still
Hold
horny?
on. Let me finish this thing real quick, and then I'll turn it over.
We'll
I
get
just
you
want
next
to. So
round,
cool.
Paul.
Now we've got Lactoid figured out. Okay, he's fine if it gives you a direct benefit. All right, cool. So maybe we can talk about what socialist lactoids really are. Yeah. So let's just take a proof. If this guy, the guys that are probably buying Sydney Sweeney's bathwater, fucking soap, they're probably smelly incel pieces of shit, or like me, they love capitalism and they just want based things.
Hold on,
rewarded.
this is a good
I want
argument.
based-
This might get more people to use soap that wouldn't have used soap before.
I want
Hold
based,
on.
What,
It's the
first
only
of all,
good
I want,
argument.
I want hot women out there promoting products. I want more hot women in marketing. And if this gets more hot women in marketing, good. 2, these smelly incel fucks need to be using some soap. And if they're fucking using Sydney Sweeney's bathwater, thank you, Sydney Sweeney. I'm tired of smelling these people that smell like fucking, they sit and
I'll
piss
need a
all day.
meta-analysis. Okay.
Let's
I'm
go
just
to
saying.
non-fun. Well, I know it's a sociological statement, so maybe not. You won't give me data there. Non-fun.
We're getting some WAP with our fucking
So
soap, bro.
it's the position that like almost like anything bought with like a porn motivation is like degenerate. Like is Sydney Sweeney's bathwater significantly worse than just buying like another type of like personal, sex toy thing? Like,
I mean, both.
Yeah,
would
I
be
feel like if my
degenerate.
kid was,
What do you mean?
if my kid was ordering sex toys off the internet, I'd
Bonnie
be like,
Blues.
I don't have a problem with that. But I think the reason why this is like particularly problematic is because it's like it's putting sex, it's like mixing sex in with like parts of your life that really like shouldn't be involved
soap
with
is
sex.
clean, but she
Like,
is dirty,
it's the
and
same-
now it's mixing.
No. It's like the same people that get like the anime butt mouse pads. Like, are you telling me like,
you
if
don't
your
have one of
boss
those?
walks over? No, I don't, Gibbs. Okay, if your boss walks over and
He's just
sees it,
not
like
living.
it's not acceptable.
Oh yeah,
You can talk about the
he lives
workplace.
his life. He lives his life, right? Like assuming the boss is over his shoulder, right? You're a good little subordinate,
Yeah,
right?
it's called
That's like
being
the most
employed.
boollicker thing. Yeah. Oh, okay,
Oh,
okay,
fuck.
right?
Oh,
Like
fuck.
literally, even in your home, right? What if my dad? What if my dad's like employer, right?
Fucking
Same
home
thing
run
to you.
over there,
What if they
Lactoid.
came and they saw my soap? Oh my god!
No, because then someone's gonna smell me. Okay, someone's gonna smell me. And say, oh, what kind of soap do you use? I can't answer them because it's too fucking weird. And if you
Mr.
can't answer
Squatch.
somebody, about something like a simple question,
You
like what
can.
kind of cologne?
You say
what
Dr.
kind of cologne
Squatch
do you
soap.
use?
You just-
the cologne that I
Lactoid.
use,
Here's
I
the
got
problem.
it from this fucking model's
Lactoid.
feet.
Here's the problem
It's
with
like,
it, right?
it's alcohol rubbed in the
Lactoid.
model's
I
feet, and then I
might
rub it on my
accept
face
this.
because it gets me off.
I might accept this from
Yeah.
Scott, right? I might accept this exact same argument from Scott, but I have much trouble accepting it from you because you're fucking weird when it comes to sex. We've established this, right?
I
Scott's
am,
against
but I
it
don't.
and
But I
shit.
don't let it
But,
bleed into my
Lactoid,
regular life.
You're fucking weird, right? You got like a shit ton of hangups, right? And it's like this like fascination with this soap, right? It's just yet another example.
I'm not
how you
fascinated. I'm
freak-
anti-fascinated.
You freak the fuck out over anything that even touching, right? Like physical intimacy. Like I don't know, man.
Fine. If your kid ordered pee, a sterile pee, okay, it was tested. It's not going to give your kid like fucking whatever, but it's sterile pee, and he ordered it, and then like he would just drink it every night, and like that's got him off. Okay, would you have a problem with that?
Yes, but I wouldn't compare
Why?
that to.
Why?
Right.
Why? There's no harm. There's no harm.
That means you have a problem with
Riding
all
a
of China.
motorcycle is more harmful, isn't it, Prime?
Well, hold on.
No, no,
China
no, no, no.
sells pee. China sells pee. You can literally buy
Gibbs,
UP.
Gibbs knows where to get it. Of course, Gibbs would know that.
No, no.
Of course,
I
Gibbs
find
knows
UP
where
is
to
the
buy
way-
I'm fine with
urine.
the.
Hey, don't worry about it.
No,
Right?
no.
Listen,
But
China
no,
sells
no, let me-
UP is a company.
Gibbs has
Let
this
me answer
this
this
terrible
question.
problem that he has too many Latinas in his house right now that want to engage in piss play. So he's got to have a
Listen, don't
special
worry.
reserve
We
for
got
the fucking
to
water
murder,
guns to squirt.
Why do you think you're drinking all this all the time?
drugs.
Lactoid.
Why do you think you're
problem with-
drinking so
Isn't that like there'd be no harm done it might be that because
fuck. He doesn't go to the bathroom on stream, does he? Interesting. Saving up.
What I do is
this might be why. Hold on. This might, and to be clear, like, would you allow? The one thing I'll depart from Corey is that, like, well, you have more control of your child and what they control, right? Like, if they're 18, I think that it changes the.
I'm pretty sure even at 18, lactose is not an issue. You still have the conversation. I'm pretty sure.
I have an issue. Yeah, I have an issue.
Sure. So I'll use 18, right?
Son,
that would be a red flag that there might be something else wrong with this kid, right? Now, if there wasn't. But hold on, if there wasn't, I could somehow prove it, right? Do like a psychological scanner, right? And he's like, all normal. She's like, really into pee, right? Have at it, right? If this is not
he's in a
something else, then he's an adult, right? Sterile pee, yeah, the sterile pee. He's an adult, and then he should be allowed to get into whatever he wants, right? He might get into some weird shit, right? Like, hey, son, don't tell me about it. Like, please, we're not that close. But like, play safe, right? Because I care about you and I love you, right? And be careful. That's it. Like, I'm not
letting my kid drink pee.
This reminds me of that South Park episode. I know I've already referenced them once, but they've been making fun of
against it.
But no, I'm not, dude. I'm a libertarian. All right, those two have been.
I'm talking to Lacto. Talk to Lacto.
I'm pretty sure, Scott, you would also have a problem if your kid was drinking pee, right? You would agree? You would have a problem with that?
Absolutely. But what I'm saying here with the South Park episode is it reminds me of like when they made fun of the Pokemon game. And like the trading card game, because the Japanese were using Pokemon as a psyop to the children to eventually get them to commit a second Pearl Harbor. And the way that the parents were able to, it's South Park, okay? And the way that the parents were able to get their kids to stop being into Pokemon is they started being into Pokemon, and that killed the fad. And like, I understand where you're coming from. I don't want my kid using Sydney Sweeney fucking bath soap water. I don't want my kid fucking being a part of a degenerate culture and buying into it. And at a young age being taught that, you know, the money that you spend is a moral good, or at least morally ambiguous, to spend on the sexuality of women as products to be bought and sold. I don't want them to view women that way. I don't want them to view their relationships that way. And I don't want them to view sexuality that way. But the worst thing you can do to try and get a kid to stop doing something is have like a long sit down talk with them about it, and really like, well, we're going to be rational about it, because they're not thinking rationally. They're fucking teenagers in the examples that we're giving. And the way that you do it is that you show them that you care, you show them that you love them, that you're not ashamed of them, but you make fun of them a little bit, you rib on them a little bit, you bring it up once or twice, or you say some off comment like, dude, that's kind of gross. And then you let them make and understand their decisions and their failures and things over time. And if they choose to talk to you about stuff like that, or like, dude, why do you feel that way? You wait until that door is open and they want your opinion and they're receptive towards your opinion. But the best thing you can do is just be there for them. It reminds me as well of what is the best way to stop eating disorders. The best way to stop eating, the number one intervention you can do for eating disorders with children is to have meals at the family table. And you go, well, why is that? Is it because you're watching them eat food? That's what they thought initially. They were like, oh, it's because the parents will force them to eat. That is a very small part of it. What the research actually bore out was that the reason that's so effective is because eating disorders are actually just a symptom of underlying problems and trauma or stress and the inability to have control over their life. And one of the few things they can control is what they eat. That's where anorexia comes from. It's taking back control of your life, and then body dysmorphia as other things. And the way that the eating at the table works is that now there's a forced opportunity to have conversations about the problems that are occurring, to have conversations about certain things. So like, I know that your heart's in the right place. I'm mostly saying that your method of getting rid of degeneracy is one that is likely to just isolate your children and to push them away, as opposed to fostering the kind of relationship that would allow you to be able to impart your values and your wisdom on your kids.
Look, I'll bring it up at the dinner table, and we'll have dinner every day together, and I'll talk shit about this fucking degeneracy, and we'll be good.
I'm just curious if
that's what a simp would say to your kid every time he speaks. Just, oh, I know you don't know who PewDiePie is, but back in my day, he was hilarious.
If your child is embarrassed by a behavior of yours, or they feel it brings shame to them, would you stop that behavior?
No, they're subordinate to me. They're children.
Oh, okay.
What if you're old though, and you're doing shit that's shameful to the whole family? But like you're
Like,
old, and they're
and
older.
I created them. They owe me, motherfucker. Like, oh, what? Come on, like they're really gonna be pissed at me?
That seems wishy-washy. Like, I mean,
It's
so
not
like, say you're
wishy-washy.
Like,
They owe me their
Hold on.
existence.
Yeah, so what?
It depends.
So
like
what?
the right answer. The right answer is it depends.
If I
want to
shit my adult diaper,
right?
and
if what you're doing is incredibly important and you value it highly, then it's worth embarrassing other people. But you have to do that risk reward analysis and determine whether or not it is that valuable. Maybe it's a tradition you're hanging on to that needs to go, and everyone in your family is signaling that thing needs to go. Or maybe it's really
being afraid
important.
of Sydney Sweeney's bathwater. That's a tradition needs to go. You're sitting here holding on.
Is that a tradition now?
Yeah, because he's over here preaching.
How much bathwater did they stock up on so that years in the future this is still a thing and there is a tradition of hating on
remember
it?
the Great Depression? Remember the Great Depression when the supplies of Sydney Sweeney bathwater ran low?
I just want to know how you argue this.
Finally, we were able to clone Sydney Sweeney and resupply our stock of Sydney Sweeney bathwater.
Is that like Lactoid is sitting here claiming to be a libertarian, and then sits here and bitches about people being ultra capitalist. Like, this is what capitalism without rules looks like. It is, yeah.
Brother, that's not.
We gotta embrace the
hold
free
on,
market, bro.
Admiral Gibbs. I know that you're memeing. I hope
buying
you're memeing,
things is
because
capitalism.
you've had enough conversations with Lactoid and enough conversations with me to know that that's simply not
Lactoid
anti-libertarian.
started off as a tanky, so Lactoid started off as a tanky.
Yeah,
I'm
you're just
thinking he's
memeing.
Going back to his controlling roots.
I know you're memeing, but in all honesty, right? Like
that sounds like something a tanky would say.
Just because something is profitable doesn't make it moral, and that libertarianism is not saying that everything that is profitable is automatically moral.
Well, I talked to somebody that claimed to be a communist libertarian the other day. So I mean,
Okay, well that's a contradiction in terms. So you should call them back up and say they're retarded, and then you should hang up. Just call them. Just straight up Discord call them. They're like, "Oh, thanks for calling me." You'd be like, "You're retarded. Scott said so," and then hang up.
But Scott, that's what I'm doing right now. I'm saying that socialist libertarian Lactoid right now is being retarded. Like this is a retarded bad take. He should embrace Sydney Sweeney's bagunzas, making fucking money off of them. That's what I'm saying.
I want to ask a quick question. Non-fun. Would you be okay with tariffs on Sydney Sweeney's bathwater?
Probably not. I mean, to the extent that, like, if you were able to convince me that they were, like, actually a negative externality, that they actually had some type of societal harm.
Isn't that domestic manufacturing?
I guess you could tax them. Like,
yeah. He's not America first.
Wait, you don't think the expanded sexualization of the young male American mind and this dramatic increase in spending on pornography from young men, you don't think this is like a problem? That's money that they could be using to buy housing or...
Sure, I think that probably is a problem. I think that's probably mostly to do with the internet. I doubt Sydney, I think the Sydney Sweeney stuff was enabled by the internet, right? Like all the gooners on the internet.
Yeah, it's a fucking chicken egg scenario.
I don't know how I would.
Yeah, it's so weird to say that.
We could tariff OnlyFans as well.
It could be. They could be using that for housing, right? They could have used it that money to buy a house, right? It seems like you don't understand the housing market and why so many people are being deprived, right? If you think that, the difference between that is a few gooner habits, that's the thing that keeps people from not being able to reach home ownership. Right?
I'm loving. Hold on,
there would be more.
I'm loving how Prime Guys is accidentally stumbling into why pure consequentialism or utilitarianism is just retarded, because you can just run the analysis based off of your own subjective bias in any direction. I appreciate that you're coming to that conclusion, that yes, you can take any action or behavior and then draw 7 degrees of Kevin Bacon and then make that behavior either moral or immoral, and then it's just a nonsense philosophy in terms of judging morality.
Well, you should obviously,
morality doesn't exist.
I'm glad I've made you proud.
Get further, like second and third.
I guess I'm wrong. I thought you were noticing something, but you weren't. My bad.
Sure.
Later
Lactoid.
date.
Yeah. Lactoid.
Never forget Lactoid.
I mean, again, like, it's just like what are your attitudes towards sex, right? Like, what makes you squeamish? It's like there are. I think that most people can come to some reasonable consensus on these things, right? I think a lot of people, while they may not be interested in the product of the bathwater, I'm not interested in the product. Like that's like it's dumb.
Good.
I like.
Thank you.
My problem is
Thank
that
you.
it's a stupid thing. But not because it's disgusting, right? Like completely different. Just
Why
not
do you think it's
something for
stupid?
me. One, because I don't see the value in there, right? Like I don't. It doesn't have any like utility for me, and it doesn't have any psychic value for me. But it could have for someone else, right? And if they have it, then that's fine, right? It's a thing that doesn't hurt anyone else. It's a personal choice, right? I'm for personal freedom here. I stand alone, apparently. But yeah, like. Yeah, I'm sorry, Admiral Gibbs.
What about my personal freedom to shame you for drinking pee?
You can always.
You just sound like a bitch at that point.
Yeah. You always have that option, right? Like within our society, to shame others if you like, right? But I think the things that you are really concerned
That sounds
about
like hate
shaming,
speech.
right?
Prime
wasn't
guys.
really the P. Like, the thing that you focus on continuously, right, is when it gets to sex, right? When it comes to women, these are the things that bother you like a lot, right? And I'm saying, rather than
Well, this is all boy behavior that we're worried about. We're talking about millions of boys and one woman. This isn't him being bothered by women. This is him being bothered by the choices of men. That is discussing an objectification of women.
Scott, this is just an example.
This is a very feminist take by him. I don't
example.
understand why you're saying this.
One example in a long line of specifically relaxed.
I like to listen to the women.
A long line of sex-negative feminism? Is that what you're saying? Is that you're against sex-negative feminists?
No. He talked about stealing women's content last week, right? Like he was like, they created some they created a work product with the sweat of their own brow, right? And Lactoid saying, well, we should be stealing that.
That is not what I said. That is not what I said.
That's exactly what you said. You said
No.
steal their content.
No,
100%
no,
you said that.
no,
Yes, you did.
no,
Yes,
no,
you did.
no,
Yes, you did.
no.
Yes, you
I
did.
said
Yes,
there
you
were
did.
I don't believe in IP.
alternatives.
Let's steal content, but that doesn't make me or Lactoid not a sex-negative feminist, okay? And you need to respect us in our fight against the patriarchy.
Okay.
What you'll need to do is just get more sex bots.
What the fuck are you drinking out of? You fucking.
Oh,
what the fuck?
It's a bong bikini drinking thing.
Drinking a cup?
I think it looks like you're drinking bong water right
This
now.
is what porn does to the American mind, right? You can't even remember what
He's
it's
drinking
called.
bong water on stream.
I can literally smoke because it goes underneath it. So
It's got a separate chamber underneath.
Drink. Yeah, just like
So it's like it's like an ice bong or a percolator or something
but I can
similar.
have my drink in here and it melts the ice.
Okay. I'm not okay. Listen, retarded design in terms of aesthetics. Kind of a genius idea to put a cold drink.
It was also only $5
with
so,
a different chamber.
There's a lot of mugs out there that are mixes of bongs and cups. It's very common.
Yeah, I mean, I also thought it was pertinent since we love bikinis here, bro.
I haven't smoked weed in
there's
almost a decade.
There's some
at this
things that he
point.
accepts, other things he doesn't. But anyway, Lactoid. If you want to final word on this, then we can move on.
Yeah, in all seriousness, I know there's memes about this. In all seriousness, I think that there is perhaps a symptom that's kind of occurring here. Maybe not necessarily a cause, but I think that when you have a society in which men are clamoring to buy bathwater soap because of the kind of sexual nature of it, it's probably not a good. I want men to have more self-esteem in how they approach people. So,
you know how they get that self-esteem, Laxoid? By getting
buying
laid.
Sydney's
That's how.
bathwater.
Oh yeah. You think the people who buy that bath fucking soap, you think they disproportionately get laid? Okay,
Well, I'll tell you what.
right,
I bet the percentage of likelihood of getting laid goes up way more after they use the Sydney Sweeney bath soap. After they have it bathed in
Can we
fucking
just-
umpteen million months.
Hold on, real quick. Can we just?
Like y'all
can
haven't
we-
been to very many conventions.
can we
apparently,
just-
'cause these fuckers smell like refried ass. And
Can we just
I'm
admit-
so glad that she's out here fucking selling this shit.
I-
'Cause
fair
some of these
enough.
Guys need to know what the fuck for.
Some dudes need soap. I'm with you, and I don't really kind of care how the soap gets to them. If it's slightly tainted, it's an improvement. But that's not to say it's good. It's just better than what they had before. But can we just admit that the whole Sydney Sweeney bathwater soap thing was just rehashing Belle Delphine, right?
Belle
Like
Delphine.
there's this lie that it's like, oh, isn't it just like there's this lie that it's like, oh, it's just bathwater, it's kind of a joke, whatever. And it's like it's very clearly connected to deep sexuality of porn. Right, it's not like Hollywood actress. It's not isolated because it's a fucking wink and a nod to people buying Belle Delphine's bathwater.
Right, it's fine. I just want to move on.
I'm not saying it's porn in and of itself. I'm saying that it is a wink and a nod
Belle
to
Delphine
that
is also
degeneracy.
based as fuck for the record. Big fan of Belle Delphine. Big fan.
Yeah, another capitalist. Let's move on. Yeah,
She is a pioneer. I'll have to give her that. I'm not a fan, but I get it.
But plus, have you seen her raps lately?
Oh my God,
they are
please.
hilarious.
Let's move past this.
Belle Delphine is rapping now.
Oh yeah, they're
no
like
idea.
they're like shit talk rap. They're really funny.
We're moving
They're like
on. It's happening
they're
in a
comedy.
Oh my God. All right, so let's just get started. Hey everyone. I hope you enjoyed whatever this was at the start. Okay. We were just having a good time here, as we usually do when we get started here. So I hope you enjoyed the back and forth. Let's not talk about. Actually, I do want to talk about Sydney Sweeney again one day, but it doesn't have to happen immediately.
And
right?
how old she is? Sure.
Generally,
Sydney Sweeney and the 14 words.
Oh my God.
Did you see that shit? She was 14 words and 88 characters. That shit was on purpose.
That shit was crazy. That shit was crazy.
I thought it was hilarious.
I just want her in my mind, just generally. It's good for my mental health. But beyond that, I appreciate anyone who's here. Consider supporting the channel. Subs to the channel, give subs. If you have a super chat, consider using. If you want us to react to something, consider using a super chat. It'd be quite helpful to the show. If you sub on Twitch, you'll get added for your viewing. Or consider gifting a sub if you like the lighthearted banter. But we'll get started with the actual topic. Again, we have one other person, hopefully, will be here soon-ish. We'll just get started before then. Okay. And apologies, we had more, planned, but it fell through. But I think this will be a good group to have a conversation with. All right. Trump has been in office for over half a year, has thrown his political weight around to institute highly consequential economic legislation and executive orders. The three big pillars of his economic agenda so far are the Big Beautiful Bill, Doge, and Liberation Day, aka tariffs. Looking back on this past year, what are your thoughts on Trump's performance? Are we better off now than we were before? Does Trump's past performance fill you with confidence for the rest of his term, or has this all been a disaster? All right. So, we've talked about this plan before. So if you're not new to the audience, then I'm sure you know. But if you are new, Trump has. And other people might disagree at this point, right? I'm curious. Other people will say something different. But I thought the beating heart of his economic plan was really the Big Beautiful Bill, right? Massive changes to the economy, and how benefits work and all that. It's a very comprehensive package. Will be consequential, without a doubt, no matter what you may think of it. Doge, which took a hatchet to the federal government, and of course the tariffs, which instituted a on the world in classic Trump dramatic fashion, and has been back and forth, up and down, lowering it along the way. I thought that was the heart of his economic agenda. But again, other people might feel differently. So yeah, looking at whatever the accomplishments you think are consequential, are these things good, right? I say consequential, not necessarily good, but just like it will have an impact, of course, right? So whatever you think is impactful, what are your thoughts on that? Does looking at what he's done so far, does it tell you that we're in safe hands? That you expect that, reasonably, because you can't tell the future, but you expect that he is a good steward that will be able to navigate us through the next 3.5 years? or not. So we'll leave it at that. Lactoid, start us off.
Yeah, so I'm going to address the three things that you kind of put in the prompt, which is Big Beautiful Bill, Doge, and Liberation Day. Big Beautiful Bill, I generally like, with the exception of, I think, a few negatives. The big one being, I think, increased defense funding and the increased ICE funding, I think, which leads to the increase in the deficit, which is a problem. I think that was pretty inevitable given his hawkish immigration platform, but obviously I wasn't so big of a fan of that. However, some great aspects of the Big Beautiful Bill is that it reduces overall spending and it reduces overall taxes, which is good. We have deductions for tips, we have deductions for overtime. My understanding is that these deductions can be used in conjunction with the standard deduction, which is, I think, big for people in these industries, like who work overtime or in tip industries, which is pretty awesome. And taxes are a moral question as well as an economic question. So it's good to lower them. Also, apparently, a lot of economic data shows that a lot of the taxes, such as corporate taxes, personal income taxes, are particularly bad on growth. So I think it's good for the economy also to remove those taxes or to reduce them, which the Big Beautiful Bill does. Right? It codifies the Trump tax cuts from 2017. Doge, good. Obvious reasons, reducing government spending. It probably should have gone much further. That's the only real criticism I have, is that I think it was kind of under attack from the beginning, so I don't blame them too much for the limited amount they're able to get done. But it should keep going, and it should just be a thing. It's one of the few government agencies that I think should exist going forward. And then the final thing here is Liberation Day. As some of you know, I think tariffs are bad, so I'm not going to support this. If it leads to a consistent reduction of our debt, because I think in June, for example, we had we actually had a surplus because of increased tariffs. It's going to be more mixed than I originally thought, because although tariffs are bad, debt is also bad, right? And so if Trump turns out to be, and I'm not saying this is going to happen, but if it turns out to be a budget positive president, you should give him a lot of credit for that, I think. The Epstein stuff, because this is important, is really, really bad. I think that single-handedly lowers his grade significantly. It is a scandal. There is no excuse. He could have potentially gotten away with it a little bit unscathed if he fired Pam Bondi right away, but he hasn't done that. He's actually backed her, which is really sad. People should keep pushing him on this, and we should not forget about this. The Epstein stuff is a travesty. Overall, I would give him, based on as far as presidents go, I'd probably give him a C-. And then based on my expectations of him, I'd give him a D.
Okay, thanks so much, friend. Scott.
I share a lot of the critiques that Lactoid has. I would obviously give him an F. There is some argument that in certain aspects, in terms of growing the state, maybe he's slightly better than Biden in that domain. But the Big Beautiful Bill is anything but beautiful, but it is certainly a big bill that has a whole lot of pork and a whole lot of waste spending in it, and a whole lot of spending increases, which he's hoping to pay off from the celebration of having the largest tax increases of any modern American president. He is the most anti-capitalistic and most anti-liberty president we've had in quite a long time. The 702 FISA reauthorization, right? Most people don't talk about that because people are more worried about what the price of eggs are at the grocery store than they are about the fact that, Donald Trump is in love with warrantless wiretaps. Even though he claims that he's against it because it was used against him. The Epstein files and the complete betrayal to everything that is moral, not just his own promises, but just to morality in general. Continuing resolutions, funding the government at insane rates and, driving us towards the inevitable collapse of the US dollar if we don't, begin to get rid of these horrible programs like Social Security that have destroyed America. There's not a lot to say other than just Donald Trump, economically speaking, is probably the worst president since FDR. And in terms of social issues, he's middle of the pack. I just can't find myself happy with middle of the pack on social issues and one of the most socialist, authoritarian, and destructive presidents in modern American history. F is not low enough of a score. If it was a tier list, I'd have to make a new category, and in that category would just be like Lincoln, FDR, and Trump.
Don't you only like 2 presidents or something?
Yeah. But he'd be
Jackson
below the
Where
tier
would Andrew
list.
Jackson rank? Just out of curiosity, gauging your tier list. Rank Andrew Jackson.
Probably C, which would be high compared to most presidents. Horrible president, but I do like his dying words, which are, at least I defeated the banks. Trail of Tears is pretty fucked up, though.
Okay, well, I'm glad you acknowledged that part, at least. Thank you, Scott. Let's go to our friend Corey.
Well, I echoed the grading that Scott just gave, and I also echo many of the same sentiments, especially the big, beautiful bill. I do find it strange, where I understand Lactoid's perspective, which he seems to be largely focused on. Yes, it reduces overall spending, but then again, he seems to ignore, or not, I would say, undervalue the fact that, yes, I think it's projected to increase the deficit by 3 to 4 trillion, or rather increase the debt by 3 to 4 trillion over time, if you actually believe the estimates, obviously, they're trying to project. But either way, I think it's pretty clear that it's not good overall in terms of the deficit or the debt long term. And also when it comes to Doge, they found some cuts, but again, put it in context of the overall talking point was they're going to cut 1 trillion or 2 trillion, and they're off by an order of magnitude. I consider that a massive failure. And then with the Liberation Day tariffs, I guess we'll see how it plays out. But I think it's pretty overall generally understood that over the long term, tariffs will be bad. And it is also interesting, at least in my mind, to note, and also I think Rich noted this last time, of Trump is saying how great the economy is, never had a better economy, and yet he is pressuring whatever the Federal Reserve individual.
You guys really got into that. I mean, I'm cool with the chat engagement.
From my understanding, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, I'm definitely not an economist or an expert, but generally speaking, you want to lower interest rates to stimulate the economy. But then if your economy is so great, then why do you want to lower interest rates? There's sort of an inherent contradiction there, at least in my mind. But I'll let hopefully maybe an actual expert correct me. So I think that's at the very least interesting. But I think there's other things to point out in terms of overall long-term economy, where my speculation is just in terms of the overall sentiment in the U.S. And also combined with, I come from it from a science perspective, since I'm a scientist. The cuts to research, and I think maybe a potential brain drain in the United States, and also the fact that you're overall hostile to immigrants. I'm very interested to see how the overall technological advancement when it comes to science and research plays out over the long term. I think we're already seeing it now in terms of China already beats the United States when it comes to cancer research, and I think over time you're also going to find China overtake U.S. in many other types of research. And I think it's fair to say that science, technology, and development in that area generally is better for the economy. And I think on the long term, the United States will fall short with the current trajectory. And I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you, Corey. But as we all know, you're a fucking socialist. You're not a scientist. Stop cosplaying.
True.
Let's go to our new friend, who I'm.
The two are not mutually exclusive.
Who I'm a bit unfamiliar with, but our friend Gibbs was so kind as to connect us.
Heard of Lysenko?
Please be so kind as to introduce yourself to myself and the audience, and then your opening statement.
Yeah, I'm Nonfon, stream on YouTube at Nonfon, Twitch and Kick, Nonfon420, liberal streamer, talk about mostly economics. I think that's probably the biggest thing to talk about. I think the 3 things you mentioned are all pretty bad. So obviously, with regard to the BBB, we're increasing our deficit at a time where we should probably be trying to stabilize the debt to GDP ratio. I still think overall the economy is doing pretty well. I think any of the gains from the tax cuts will be eaten away by the increase in interest rates that the debt expansion causes. That's going to hurt both the private sector's ability to invest, and that's also going to make it cost more money for the government to service our debt, which offset most of the spending cuts that are also in the bill. And of course, I would argue this type of spending cuts that he's doing, like for food stamps and Medicaid, most of those are net bad. I don't like those. When it comes to Doge, I don't think Doge has saved anywhere near enough money to have like a perceptible impact on the economy, but I do think some of the like cuts they've done at the BLS, for instance, those have put like strain on institutions that play an overall positive role in the economy. Probably the same thing with the IRS, and I'm praying that Doge does not touch the Federal Reserve in any meaningful way. With tariffs, I feel like everyone probably knows my opinion on this by now. I feel like that they have very stupid and contradictory goals that are based on fundamental misunderstandings of trade deficits in manufacturing and comparative advantage and economies of scale. I don't think they're likely to achieve most of the goals that Trump at least initially laid out. I think we've already seen them have some negative consequences on manufacturing, and I think all the deals we've gotten, which are really just like non-binding phase one agreements, where like Japan and the UK are saying we're not even going to invest the money that we promised. They all still leave tariffs up on our side. There's probably net bad. And all of those policies, probably especially the tariffs, have caused a lot of uncertainty. And I think that uncertainty is going to drag on investment too. So overall, pretty bad. Probably a D or worse.
Okay, so once again, my audience is saying that I was muted again. So I don't know what's going on. So I created another audio input. Hopefully, people can hear that. Testing. Let me know.
I can hear it.
You can hear it now. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. It really sucked. But and anyone else, please let me know if you're hearing it. So I want to just quickly say that our friend Gibbs, if you know anything about our friend Gibbs, he has a vastly different opinion than anyone else here on this topic. So I wanted to have, like, he was supposed to have backup on this, but unfortunately that fell through. And
I'm assuming because it worked.
It's the worst kind of backup, the one that falls.
Well, to be fair, if it's who I think it is, then it's probably because she fucking couldn't get out of she's like a high level exec, so like she probably couldn't get that timing off.
Oh yeah, I'm not. To be clear, I'm not blaming her. I'm not blaming her at all.
Is that Anna?
We can have her in the future.
No, it was my friend Abers. But with that, that's actually a perfect segue into my intro.
Second, I just want to say quickly that like I'll as part of this, one, because my audio's fucked up and I don't know when it's gonna cut out again. I'm gonna try to stay out of this for the most part. Right? It seems like most of we have it. I might say one or two things, but for the most part, I'm gonna keep out of it. And yeah, so Gibbs, go ahead.
Yeah, so you're going to see, because I developed my readings and my numbers today based off the assumption I would have a generalist to talk about. But that's okay. I'm pretty confident that I'm going to whoop y'all's ass because y'all are... Nobody here is the economic guru, except for maybe Non-Fawn, who at one point could be here in the future, but isn't there yet. We have a lawyer. He's good at the law. He's a nerd. He's really good at reading. He doesn't know anything about economics. Fabian, he's libertarian. He's got good theory about economics, but I'm not going to let him write my policy. Corey's Canadian. That's the problem. So now we're going to sit here and talk about these issues, right? I'm a self-interested asshole, right? And I want you all to know that. And the way I look at things is how it benefits me. And when I'm sitting here and I've been getting fucked for the last 20 years, or actually even since before I was born, for damn near 50 years, since the 70s, I've been getting fucked. I've been getting fucked by the Dems. I've been getting fucked by the Uniparty and the right. I've been getting fucked, just like straight rammed up the ass. All right, did you know that beef numbers are down 6% since 1970? That's a crazy idea since the world population has gone up. In the last 2 years, we've exported and we've created 2 billion less tons, from 28 billion tons in 2022 to 26.1 billion tons of beef in the last this year, right? All right, cool. That's great. Fantastic. Here's the best part. For the first time in nearly history, as of 4 hours ago, beef is at an all-time record high. I'm taking money and I'm doing this. This is what we're doing. We're just taking it and I'm just going like this. I can light it on fire. I can take a shit with it. It's wonderful. And I would love for everybody else to benefit from this wonderful Trumpian economy, because it's clear that when we've had these unfair trade deals with these countries like the European Union, I know that's a union of many countries, but when we like they're a great example, these unfair trade deals where they're only taking a certain amount of beef, because they don't like our standards or something, and they put some bullshit standard, which is just about to put on there to exclude American beef. There's people like me getting fucked, and I'm tired of getting fucked. And none of y'all gave us one shit about none of us. And now it's our time to shine. Here's another thing. You know, when Colorado legalized marijuana, the amount of profit they have, they are literally in the red for the first time, or in the black for the first time in ages, because they're sitting here, hand over the fist, making money off the taxes of marijuana. You know, I don't like taxes. You know, and I'm not even a moral objectivist like some of these libertarian pussies over here, but I will tell you this. I don't mind a vice tax on something like marijuana if it's going to go towards good things that are going to pay for shit, right? That's okay. That's government. I'd rather a vice tax happen than me getting taxed on my income, because then at least I'm choosing to buy this product that might, quote, have a negative effect on me or a negative effect on other people. But guess what? It's funding all sorts of shit in Colorado. It's doing great. If we legalize marijuana tomorrow and vice tax it, as Trump has indicated he might want to do in the long term, that would be fantastic. Guess what? He just wanted to try decriminalizing it yesterday, and is talking about going into the process further and further on down. It's exciting times here. If you like the economy, everybody's excited. Oil price has been down. Gas was $2.25 outside my house last week. It was about $2.50 over the city. It used to be $3.50. Like, it's crazy. If you look at a year ago what the gas prices were, holy God, you might as well just buy stock in Exxon, because they were making money hand over fist. It's just crazy. It's great now that the American consumer can now afford to get gas, can afford to get eggs, and guess what? Beef is expensive. You know why? Because the demand is going up for beef, because all these people have more money in their pocket. It's fantastic. Texas getting rid of property tax. Texas now are getting rid of income tax. That's great. But you know, this is an example of what the Trump future looks like. We are getting rid of taxes, and these libertarians, if they say that Trump is the Trump economy is bad because it's expanding the government, you know, well, Doge was an answer to that. It's trying to limit government. I had fears as a small government guy, but guess what? Doge is in there cleaning shit out. USAID was clearly a fleece. It's gone now. Wonderful. Some of these other cuts, big fan. You know, you cut shit, and then you find out where you need to fix those holes later. What was efficient? It's how it works. It's simple. People say we don't need to run the government like a business. Well, it's about time we did run it like a business for a little while. Big fan. Huge fan. All these things are good. I'm sure we'll get into it more. Can't wait to tell these guys why they're a bunch of fucking idiots.
I just have one question, Gibbs. Based off what I know of your views of the federal government and just whatever government overall, I assume that you are against the indirect subsidies that beef producers get.
Yeah, I don't like the subsidies now. Yeah, I'm not a fan. Even if, like, so, okay, that's actually a case where it would, like, if I wouldn't applied and got one, it would benefit me to, like, in the short term. But, like, I don't think it's good overall for the beef industry to have that. So, like, it's like, yeah, I would maybe do it if, it's the only way I could compete. But, like, I would try, like, to do everything first to be, you know, able to make money and be productive without doing that before I ever applied, because I don't think that's going to be long-term effect, and I don't want to have to rely on them to make a profit. Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
I appreciate the consistency.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then we all agree.
Yeah.
Beef and weed. I mean, if you're gonna make an argument, it makes it actually kind of good sense. I'm kind of sold.
Yeah, come on.
You actually think he's going to decriminalize weed?
I think he's trying to. He was pretty light on weed. He was pretty light on weed in his first presidency, and he's like always been pretty whatever. And I think that so Texas, I'm gonna use Texas again. Dan Patrick just came out with this huge bill, and he pushed it, and he wanted it to be anti-weed, he wanted it to be anti-hemp, and Abbott vetoed it. And Abbott's like, listen, I'm okay with protections against minors and shit, but you're not going to kneecap an industry that's making billions of dollars in the state and creating and it's on land that can be used for other shit. Like, you can use hemp on the land, and it's like, then I can use it for farming in a different season, or I can build a greenhouse for the hemp and do those things. He's like, you're not going to handicap what's basically a harmless product for most the uses, because hemp is used for so many, and I think that that's really pushing it. And whenever you see a state like Texas doing it, which already has a pretty big weed legalization movement of its own, like Kinky Friedman, like I don't know, 10 years ago or whatever, got third place, and his whole platform for the governor with like a significant number as an outside party. His whole platform was legalize weed, basically. That's like
but I mean, based off of your sentiments, and you seem to like Texas in terms of freedom, but one would assume, or one would maybe think that Texas would be the first to legalize weed, and yet it seems to be
I think it's in the
controversial there.
process.
I also,
Well, but the
Biden.
my point is,
that view, by the way.
Well, I think
I
it's
don't know where
because
it ended up, but I know that Biden also tried to reschedule weed when he was in office. I don't know. Maybe I know he ordered like a report be made into it. I don't know. Maybe that report came back and said we shouldn't do it or whatever. But obviously, like how much revenue do we really think that decriminalizing?
Well, yeah. I mean, listen.
Biden.
It's like if you,
Right, like Biden wasn't capable of doing anything.
Well, not fun. Listen, it's just like when I go to the range and I use a
revenue do we-
machine gun to try to hit a target. If I spray 1,000 bullets at a target, I'm probably and I'm just spraying. One of them might get a bullseye, but just because I shot 6,000 times doesn't mean they get a good shot.
Are we really? Hold on. Are we really celebrating Biden using government money to write up a report that went nowhere? Like that's our claim to fame right now.
It's not like
maybe
like
don't.
Trumpian. It's not a uniquely special thing that Trump did or whatever. But more importantly, how much revenue do we really expect decriminalizing weed to raise gives? Like, there's no way it's gonna be. It's gonna be almost trivial, right? Like
I mean, really? You think so? Let's look at what Colorado has raised from weed taxes.
Colorado probably spends a lot less, both in absolute terms and as a percentage of Colorado's GDP, than like the U.S. federal government does, right? I can't imagine. Like, there's no way it's gonna offset the tax cuts or whatever that he's doing.
They made $2.3 billion so far in revenue. That is a massive chunk for a state.
Well, sorry, just to clarify, when you say so far, as it like since it was legalized in Colorado, that's an annual type of thing, just to clarify.
Yes, that's 2016, 2014, and they made in 2022 it ramped up to 313 million. 2023 it was 263, but it has other factors that say was why I guess they took a hit on something. But long story short, overall they're collecting massive amounts of money from marijuana.
200 million, right, for one state. Colorado is a fairly populous state,
but they're in a surplus. They're in a surplus, as well.
You're talking about a couple $2 billion. Like that's enough for research for a couple months on one plane. I mean, look, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I would appreciate less regulation and more legalization of drugs in this country. And while
37% of their education, K through 12, comes from the funding of marijuana. Think about this. So since 2014 now, 37% of their education is now paid for upfront by marijuana revenue, which is now allowing them to use their other money to pay for other shit. I know I'm against taxes in general. However, we're going to do a vice tax, and 37% of it's going to go to fucking schools and pay for this. Hey, that's a pretty good vice tax in my opinion. How do we get to 100%?
I'm not gonna fight super hard on legalization, but it comes with a vice tax because it's kind of like a quid pro quo situation for the libertarian. I mean, I think weed vice taxes have been destructive to people's lives and have harmed people. Obviously, I mean, you could look at Murder Mountain in California, places that used to have a thriving economy during the black market of selling marijuana, where taxation has been a means of funneling money over to large corporation and fucking over small farmers. And has been a cudgel to use against people that are trying to go legal, that don't have the right political connections. But I mean, but at the end of the day, taxation is harmful in a lot of domains, but bringing it to the market might be a good thing. But if we're talking about Trump's economic capacity, Trump's overall agenda in terms of whether or not it's good or bad for the country from an economic perspective, weed is a drop in the bucket. Talking about the beef industry doing well when it's not tariffs that are making the beef industry do well. It's the overregulation of. I'm sure it does have some level of effect. Whether or not it has a positive or negative effect on prices, I'm going to go and say 99% sure based on the fact that literally every school of economics agrees that tariffs increase price as opposed to decrease price. But I mean, there's a phrase in in
Do
Austrian
you think buying
economics.
luxury goods is it like an indication of a stronger economy, like the ability to buy more expensive like luxury goods, like say a steak, for example? Would you agree that the more people wanting to buy a luxury good,
I think
Sure,
I think
just hear me
calling
out, like,
steak a luxury
yes.
good is in and of itself a sign of a negative economy.
Well, okay, well that's interesting, but we can dive into that. But hear me out. Well, that's when people got to fix Biden's economy. But hear me
like
out.
how much does your standard cut of steak cost?
Well, that's. I mean,
Depends on the cut. I mean,
what the cut is.
Yeah,
I have an autoimmune disorder,
cheapest
right?
steak, what?
I have an autoimmune disorder, so my diet is basically steak because I don't eat pork for moral reasons. So it's basically just beef, chicken, a little bit of fish, and non-sweet and sweet fruit and dairy. That's all I can basically eat without getting sick.
Jordan Peterson diet.
And no, Jordan Peterson's like carnivore. I guess it's similar that we have autoimmune disorders, so I figured out what I can eat. And so I buy a lot of steak, and even skirt steak and flank steak bought in bulk is getting to like $14-15 a pound. Right, like it's cost you $30 to eat the cheapest steak if that's all you're eating.
Well,
that
that's
day.
how lobster used to be. Lobster used to be the same way, right? Like
Yeah,
lobster
except it
was like
didn't
what
used
you
to be
said.
that. It used to be fucking cheaper. It's been consistently more expensive.
Oh,
and,
my God.
And recently it hasn't got the prices haven't dropped at all.
Okay,
Not in the
hold on.
grocery
Two
store.
things.
Maybe
One,
it will in a little while.
lobster,
Maybe.
Lobster used to be a poor man's food. Like that was a thing, and then it got discovered and became like a delicacy, right? And now it's expensive as fuck, right? And
Yeah, I
so
mean,
when
same
we're
is
talking-
true with
that's
like
part of the
mahi, right? Like when it
So,
used to be called
same
dolphin
thing
fish.
Same thing is happening with skirt steak. People are going, holy shit, skirt steak for fajitas, skirt steak for this. The demand is going up, right? And beef is always
No, it's
generally
just
been
the other
more
steaks have gotten so fucking expensive that
Well,
more
no, I
people
mean,
are buying it. So it's a
there-
supply and demand equation.
I don't
People
know-
used
I
to
don't agree with that.
ignore
I
the
definitely-
skirt steak and the flank steak
Well-
because they could afford a fucking T-bone or a New York strip. They can't anymore.
That's one way of doing it, but you also have to admit the demand for these have gone up because like the predominant idea of like, bro, Chili's fajitas, you just go out and you smell like the idea of fajitas is in general.
I think people are eating more beef. I think beef was
But
demonized in this
hear me
country
out.
for a
Here's
long
what I'm
time.
saying.
So
Right.
part of the price
Well, why was it
increases
demonized?
more
Part of
like
that
carnivore
was
diet and
because-
things like that.
Part of that was because it was a more expensive cut than say chicken, right? That's why we had beef. It's what's for dinner commercial going on. Chicken's always been easier to mass produce. Chicken's a cheaper cut of meat. It's always been that way, right? So okay. Cool. Now, the
cheaper to
demand
raise.
for the more expensive meat is going up. It's going up in general, right? To the point now we're at such a high demand, it's going to take 2 or 3 years just to catch up to current demand as a beef producer. Okay, what that indicates to me when I see this and other luxury goods going up that are like expensive, like Rolex purchases, I see purchases like super yachts. I see purchases going up in general for certain things.
There are many people purchasing super
yeah.
yachts.
Yeah, it's apparently they're up. I just was watching Robert Crown's video on it this morning. But the point that I'm saying here, when I see
If
these kind of
YouTube
things-
says so, okay.
well, I mean, I trust Robert Crown. He's going to be some good financial advice that he's put out there and I've made so far money on. But hear me out. Whenever I see things like this at like the macro with beef going up and people spending more money on this, that means they have more money to spend. Thus, that means they have more money in their pocket, which is a good indicator that the economy is improving.
So this is why that's a bad metric. This is a very bad metric.
Weird,
like purchase of luxury goods is a very, very poor metric.
Let
of-
non-fund
of
in
economic
afterwards,
health.
please.
Yeah, well, sure. I mean, non-fund would probably say the same thing I'm going to say on this actually. Because
Right. I'm just saying, like, we don't have to do this like weird complex analysis because we have data about, first of all, just the like total amount of income in the economy, right? That's what GDP represents, and then we should also look at like, we should look at Trump's policies and say how is it affecting this? So, like, we have very good evidence that tariffs in general reduce the total amount of income in a country, reduce the total amount of employment in a country, reduce the growth rate of a country. We have evidence in general that like a ton of government deficit spending probably also reduces the growth rate of a country. And again, that's the growth rate of
GDP
total income in the
shrinking
economy.
ever good,
So-
or like is GDP shrinking or like staying the same, or like not
I don't wanna
growing as
say
fast,
it's-
ever like bad, like ever not bad in your opinion?
I don't want to say never, but all else equal, like essentially.
So, would you say there are periods in history where like a government has like decided we're gonna go from one economy style to we're gonna transition to like I don't know something else, and their GDP is stagnant or backwards while they transition, but it's like
So
oh
they
this
can- they
pain
could
now
be-
is good for the pain later for the good later.
Sure. So there can be transition costs when switching to like some better system or whatever. That may
What is that? Is that what Trump is saying? We're transitioning, or is he saying we're the hottest economy ever?
That's true.
I mean,
so
we are.
one, there is
Both
that.
is
But also,
true. Both
like,
is true.
Both is okay.
What's the end goal for this economy here? The end goal seems to be a bunch of fucking tariffs up, a bunch of fucking deficit spending, getting rid of the welfare state for a lot of people. Like this is not a good economy that we're building, and all evidence suggests that it's
GDP
negative.
is one of many metrics. It's not a perfect metric. One of the problems with GDP is that government spending is included in GDP, right? If like that's a problem because in California, for example, they'll be like GDP keeps going up even though their jobs haven't gone up because they're just spending more taxes, and more, stealing more wealth out of the economy.
Wonderful concept called crowding out, right? And I'm sure you've heard of this before, right? Obviously, if the government increases spending, it doesn't necessarily imply that GDP increases, because if the government increases spending when we're at full employment, they're necessarily going to be drawing resources away from other sectors, right? They're going to be employing people who otherwise would have been employed by the private sector. So it doesn't necessarily follow that, like, just because government production is included in GDP, the government can just spend money infinitely to make GDP go up. And I
didn't make that
that's
claim.
Number one, and obviously,
so you're literally just spitting out talking points instead of dealing with what I said.
I'm saying it's not.
No, you have practice. You have practice talking points.
Government spending.
You can be replaced by AI. You have no thought.
That's real. Government spending.
So why don't you actually make a real argument?
Real economic activity, real economic resources, and it doesn't follow that just because the government spends a bunch of money that GDP is necessarily going to increase. Because
you're saying it doesn't follow to a comment that I didn't make. So you don't have an argument.
You said it's a
like you're just an NPC talking
problem. That it's a problem that government spending is included in GDP. That is a flaw with GDP. I'm telling you, that's obviously not a flaw of GDP, because government spending is a real production, it's a real economic activity.
And it doesn't but like you said, it can't be a problem because why? Why can it not be a problem? Okay, so it could be a problem.
I want to say
so do you have an argument as to why I'm saying that, or are you have an argument based on a talking point because you like to argue against the people that say GDP number go up? Okay, well, I say it's a problem. The reason I say it's a problem is because that it is spending in the economy where the most valued resources are not going towards their most valued means, but instead it is every bit of GDP that is including government spending is a sector of the economy that is less productive than it ought to be.
But in that case, you understand GDP would be higher without the government spending. So that's not. So you're not going to be able to like manipulate GDP numbers. Like California is not manipulating.
I'm not manipulating
GDP number by spending a bunch of money. Then.
No, I'm saying the same thing that you're saying about the fact that there can be transitory costs that like can cause a slowdown of GDP. I'm also similarly saying that just because the GDP number is going up doesn't necessarily mean that is always good for the economy, because in the long term, if the GDP is going up because we're, priming the economy by spending government money and it's leading to short-term growth, that in the long term that comes at a cost, and that it's not a perfect measure for everything in the economy. And I'm not even saying that you're saying that it is. I was only a transition into a point that I was into giving the devil his due in terms of how I'm about to bring up GDP as a metric. And the reason I was bringing that up is that, listen, we can talk about GDP, we can talk about certain prices of certain goods and hyper things. The issue that I have is that, yes, and that's why I put that meme up, right, where you see the economy increasing and everyone's like, MAGA economics, it's so great. And it's like, but it's not measured against what the economy would be like without the fucking tariffs. It's like, yeah, you're going to see improvements in certain areas and stabilization, but we're currently running an experiment. And so far as you believe in empirics, right, we have another country that has decided to actually adopt libertarianism as opposed to socialism, and that's Argentina, and that's the #1 growing country in the world right now. It's beating out China in terms of economic growth. Well, we have economic policies.
But I just want to be clear. Gib's referring to income, right?
What are you talking about? Going from 250% year-over-year inflation down to under 30%, moving 7.7 million people into the middle class in the last quarter, moving 2.4, according to UNICEF, 2.4 million children out of poverty since he became president. I think we have an example of what happens when you elect an ANCAP, and that means that the fucking economy booms.
I agree. It's working now. I'm not going to dispute that. Like the empirics clearly demonstrate that. Like there's significant improvement. Now, whether it actually bears out over time, like that, we'll find out. But also factor in like
hopefully
the baseline is
Argentina
the baseline
keeps
is
electing
so low
ANCAPs.
that, like,
Agreed.
The baseline is so low that like the room for improvement is like sky high. As in like when someone is when someone is like 500 pounds overweight, it's like pretty much any 10-pound weight loss is a significant improvement, and like your ability to walk is just better. It's like the baseline is so low that just like any
I'd say our baseline's pretty fucking low when we're $37 trillion in debt and counting. Okay, I'm saying we got a lot of room for improvement, and an ANCAP would be able to be the one to fix that, not a fucking socialist like Trump.
I asked you last time, correct me if I'm wrong, you think the big beautiful bill is an overall net good?
Who, me?
I said I don't know.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm pretty sure.
I think
pretty
the
sure.
tax, I think
I said
the
it's a
tax
net
decline
negative.
is. I think the tax decline is really good. I think that the spending decline is really good, and I think that the deficit is bad. I think probably overall, you're asking me now. I think it probably overall is good, but that's not to say that the deficit part of it's bad or that I don't or not bad or that I don't care about it. I mean, like, I'm. This is going to sound like a whataboutism, but let me explain. Like, look at the deficit increases under Biden. It's like dramatically high, and like everybody looked at that like, oh, the deficit, this, whatever, right? The American Rescue Plan, infrastructure bill, all this stuff. Like, it's gonna be good. It's gonna lead to like these kind of offsets going forward, right? It's gonna lead to good things. So of course we got to spend all this money and rack up the deficit. And yeah, all the arguments that you're using when it comes to the deficit now with Trump applied then, and they do apply now, which is that it's going to lead to increased amounts of interest payment, and then in the long term that sucks, right? So that's not good, and so every president does it. And when the current bill that's going forward, which is increasing the deficit, just like every president has been doing, basically going back to Bill Clinton. And by the way, that surplus was actually unexpected by the Bill Clinton administration. They didn't expect to have a surplus when they had it. And a huge part of that surplus wasn't actually driven by government policy. A huge part of that was just driven by the economic boom of the 90s. Brought in way more revenue than they otherwise thought would occur. But when the deficit increase that is inevitably going to happen has these caveats of, oh, it decreases taxes and decreases spending dramatically, I don't know. Like, it's better than the potential alternatives, right? It's better than we're going to increase the deficit and increase spending, right? And either keep taxes the same or
can
raise
I push
them, right?
back slightly on this? And I'm not like really attacking you per se. My problem with bills that increase the budget, increase the ceiling, the debt ceiling, right? But purport to have all of these tax cuts is like, I like the concept of the tax cuts, I do. But at the end of the day, a tax cut is meaningless if the government continues to spend for two reasons. One is you can cut all the taxes you want. If the government keeps spending and spending more, then that money is being taxed in some way. Either that's like an increase in the money supply from some monetary policy of the reserve or some other area, or it's increased taxation from tariffs. Like, if the government spends money, that is a tax. Now, when we cut or move taxes around, that might affect where and who we tax. But at the end of the day, the entire economy is being taxed if we spend more money. And so I could kind of give a rat's ass about supposed tax cuts, unless those supposed tax cuts aren't also like when those supposed tax cuts are coming with, oh, and by the way, we've increased the amount that we're going to spend. Because at the end of the day, we're still taxing somewhere. I like the concept of tax cuts, but it's like, well, then why did we raise why was it necessary to raise the debt ceiling unless there's an expectation that we're going to keep spending more, which is taxes?
So I'm gonna like, I guess, partially agree and partially disagree. And the caveat here, I mean, even if we roll with this these assumptions, the Big Beautiful Bill does lower overall spending, right? And so like that is like in of itself a good, right? It lowers overall spending by a significant degree, and that's, you would agree that, hey, lowering the overall spending there, that at least, the only reason why we even have a deficit is because the tax cuts cut down the overall revenues more than what the spending decrease is. I mean the spending decrease is very substantive.
We don't know that it really like lowers spending. Like we have estimates, right? Because you never know how much tax revenue you're going to get in. You don't know what in the future, like what continuing resolutions or what like
well, of course, but this is for all policies, right?
Right. Well, not ones that don't increase the fucking debt ceiling, right? Like that is the crux, right? That is the important thing, is that he signed in permission for the government to spend more. And like that is far more important than the presumption that we're going to spend less based off of the spending cuts in this specific bill, is that he signed permission for the government to spend more money as we're already in debt and as 13% of the entire federal budget is going off to pay debt.
Look, we're talking about raising the debt ceiling. Like, I mean, it's pretty radical. I don't know if you'd agree with this. I think it's pretty radical to say that we shouldn't, in the sense of good fucking luck getting the kind of bill passed that would allow you to not raise the debt ceiling, just in the current political climate that we're in. Unfortunately,
isn't that just giving up on the U.S. at that point?
No, it's not. It's not giving up. Look, I'm not giving up. I'm just looking at this in a very kind of like take the good with the bad kind of analysis, where I understand that I would be doing the big beautiful bill very differently than Trump did.
Yeah,
right.
But it's like one step forward, 10 steps back. Like we are.
But that's the disagreement. That's the disagreement.
Hold on. I'll be very clear.
Like 10 steps forward, 9 steps back.
Okay, here's my problem. Is there any signs whatsoever that the deficit spending and the debt is decreasing under Trump?
No.
Okay.
Well, hold on. Wait. That I spoke too quickly because I was just thinking about the big beautiful bill, and I wasn't thinking about the income from tariffs. It's possible, and we don't know how much we're going to raise in tariffs, but it's possible that that's going to offset a lot of the deficit increase coming from the big beautiful bill.
I have some stats.
A couple. Yeah, it's great.
I mean, that's a fair argument. Terrifying, but fair.
Well, I can elaborate. Okay, so number one, if you're lactoid, I don't know where you're getting like the big spending reductions from. We're cutting about $1 trillion in spending, right? But then
1.2 trillion.
The cost of servicing the debt undoes a lot of that. Probably increases the cost of servicing debt for 10 years over to like 700 billion, right? So you're getting probably like $500 million in spending decrease or whatever. And interest costs also reduce any of the growth effects that we're going to see from cutting taxes. Now, to some extent, I agree with you, and I would move to a much more efficient tax code that I don't think has the same negative effects on growth that our current tax code does, but I don't think this bill actually moves us very, very close in that direction. And I think a lot of the random deductions we're adding are both like semi-anti-growth and also just add a bunch of complexity to the tax code, which is already like too complex or whatever. And at the end of the day, like all you're getting is like an estimated like 0.4% increase in long-run GDP for a bunch of deficit spending and a regressive tax cut. Like this is not. I don't think that's. I quite frankly, I don't think that's a net benefit. And with regards to the tariffs, obviously, if we want to raise revenue, we should want to raise it in the most efficient way possible. And there are
what do you mean
a
by
lot
regressive
of reasons
tax cut? Are you saying illegal immigrant? Like, what do you mean by regressive?
No, I'm saying
that's something to do.
The CBO and the Wharton Penn Institute both have their distributional analysis. The net payment of lower income people goes down because they receive Medicaid cuts and don't receive a ton of tax cuts, whereas the net payment for
right, but we're only. Is there Medicaid and Medicare tax cuts to citizens in the big beautiful bill specifically? To American citizens?
So number one, there are work.
There's increased work requirements.
Sure, which we know is going to kick off a lot of people, even people who are not people.
So hold on. So it's a regressive tax. Listen. I don't necessarily. I'm not. I just think you've really snuck in this negative, like a term of like, oh, it's a regressive. It's actually harming the poor. When specifically what you're talking about is not giving states the ability to fund illegal immigrants and a very, very small work requirement for people who are capable of working to receive benefits.
I don't think it's I don't think it's necessarily a small work requirement. I think I think estimates I've seen say that at least 8 million people are going to be kicked off.
Isn't it 80? Isn't it 80? Isn't it 80 hours a month? 20 hours a week?
Yeah, but obviously,
and it's only for people who are physically capable of working?
Yeah, that's great. So number one, there's just not a epidemic of these people on Medicaid, right? Only 3 to 5% of people on Medicaid are people who aren't working long term. Most of them
right, but you're calling it a regressive tax because it harms the poor. When really what we're talking about is lazy fucking leeches and illegal immigrants.
No, I'm not. I'm about to elaborate that a bunch of evidence we have from work requirements in Arkansas, from work requirements from eligibility changes to Medicaid under COVID, suggests that most people who are kicked off of Medicaid because of things like this are just people who can't keep up with the administrative burden, right? Both on behalf of the people filing the new requirements and on the state that's in charge of processing them, right? I don't think that's an efficient system to distribute welfare for, and I think the evidence shows that most people kicked off Medicaid because of the work requirements aren't people who don't meet the work requirements. It's people who meet the work requirements or have an
it's
exemption.
people that can't get on their phone and fill out a form that sends in their timesheet.
That's great. That's why I'm saying that estimates.
You're saying that's great, but you snuck in a bunch of bullshit.
But I didn't sneak in any bullshit. I just elaborated, and also just again.
No, you absolutely did. You're calling it a regressive tax when it's not. It's like a regressive tax cut when it's not.
Regressive tax cut because it increases the net payment for a lot of poor people, or decreases their net income and does the opposite of a rich people, right? That's regressive in my mind. But it's also, if we want to raise a certain amount of revenue or whatever, we should want to do it in the most efficient way.
But it's not
possible.
regressive.
Again,
You're doing it. It's not. That's just not true.
Okay, great. So
May I
want it?
Yeah, you just say okay, great, and spew talking points and lies and bullshit. Why are you here for a debate if you're not going to be honest about anything?
I just want to say I have responded to your point, but just real quick, if we want to raise a certain amount of revenue, we should do it in the most efficient way possible. And I think tariffs. There's a lot of reason why tariffs are almost the least efficient way to raise revenue, right? A 5% VAT, which is way more efficient than tariffs, way less distortionary, way less potential for rent seeking, would probably raise about the same amount as
I'd like to
20% universal tariff.
Can I respond? Because a couple points made to me.
We're going to Lactoid.
Well, actually, this is to your question, Lactoid. You or somebody asked, how do we know that we're actually seeing progress towards the overall deficits, the overall cuts? Yeah, I mean, it's twofold. One, I'm going to come back to this in the second half. What I want to say is with Doge, right? Doge is doing stuff, and they're finding fraud, and some of these fraud things being eliminated or stopped are a big thing, right? Well, actually, we'll just come to it now. I have an article here, 300. Says more than 300 charged on a 14.6 billion healthcare fraud scheme, right? And they were led to it by Doge. Okay, that doesn't sound like that. It's a drop in the bucket. But then it's all these drops start adding up. We have another thing we talked about. Y'all just talked about illegal aliens. Here's an article from the Chicago Tribune, pretty left-leaning organization. Here, I'll post it in the group chat. They're talking about how these Democrat-led states are cutting funding for people without lacking permanent legal status. All right, so now they're cutting funding. That's government spending lower, right? Here's another fraud thing. It lives at TikTok sale, this one, but it's from Fox News. They're starting to 1.2 million to 228
Fox
bills.
News is barely better than fucking libs at TikTok,
barely,
to be honest.
Hey, just hear me out, but it's an autism center fraud scam. That's 228 million bill in 2024, right? So over time, I think it's going to be less than $1 billion, but still several million. All right, these things are getting cut out, right? Now, we're going to get to the meat of the matter, right? So in June, they had a surplus of 27 billion, right? And that's a big up from May, where there was a deficit because a lot of this new thing was going to affect new president sit in their office. They're going to have some spending. They're going to have a lot of shit go down. It was a 316 billion deficit. Now, they benefited from a calendar change, right? And on that calendar change, if they had included this on this month, it would have been a 70 billion deficit, which is still a substantial difference from whatever overall government spending from 316 to 70 billion. But now since calendar thing, that was included with the last one, and they're up 27 billion for June. All right, cool. We see that. Now when we look at tariffs are providing most of this income. When you're saying it's bad, you have to remember Trump argued at the beginning of his presidency, and I don't know if this is still his plan, but he was arguing that we won't need the IRS anymore because tariffs are going to bring in enough money. If I don't have to worry about the IRS, and that organization goes bye-bye because we're tariffing other countries, you know, listen, I like free trade as much as the next guy, but fuck those other countries. I guess you could say it's a tax on the consumers, but I'll take a like indirect tax via tariffs over directly them taxing my income any day, because then I can at least choose the products I'm buying. I'm sitting here seeing this. We can look at the debt over time.
Choose
Yes,
between two products that have an increased price.
Well,
of
listen,
like
I
100
live in the real
times.
world, and I know in America, unfortunately, we
Not
have to,
when you're talking about tariffs.
Listen, I like our military, and I like having the biggest dick in the yard, and I guess that makes me socialist in that regard. But I know that we're gonna need to spend money on that shit, and that makes up a lot of our funding. And so I don't live in Libertaria like Argentina. Argentina doesn't have 11 fucking super carriers, right? Like I live in the real world, and so when I have to sit here and make
Argentina isn't in the real world.
Sure, but they're also not fucking having to be the world police or the be big or maintain Pax Americana.
What the fuck does that have to do? What the fuck does that have to do
but
with the superiority of tariffs for the American
consumer? I'm about to
consumer?
say that. Let me just finish here. I'm saying if I have to choose between a tariff and no income tax, I can at least choose my products, maybe buy American instead, and then they're like. The domestic economy. I've seen this as like a transitionary period. You'll ask me if that was something I've seen earlier, and I absolutely see the indication, especially with the big beautiful bill. Looks like it might add a certain amount to the debt over time, which everyone does, but it's going to lead to overall less government spending of like I don't know some percentage. I lost the percentage, but it's an overall net lower spending cost in general, especially when Doge is actively cutting spending. That's what we want, right? Like I mean,
yeah, I'm all for Doge. I'm all for Doge cuts. I wish Doge actually cut as much as Elon Musk wanted it to cut, as opposed to having his hands tied by Trump, because Trump's a fucking socialist that doesn't do anything other than just appeal to what the masses want instead of actually doing what he says he's going to do. But setting that aside, listen, every tax changes behavior. Every time when you talk about what it is that you're taxing, it's going to have a change on the behavior of whatever that thing is, right? If we tax cigarettes, it's going to change the supply and demand equation for cigarettes because the fucking price has been artificially increased, and people are going to say that the price is no longer worth it. So there's going to be less demand for cigarettes. Things do balance out, right? Because behavior changes, when you have a tax to a certain degree, sure. But the problem is when you were talking about tariffs, what you were talking about behavioral change is that you were talking about everything being produced in America. And that sounds based. That sounds awesome, right? Like, fuck yeah, it's got my made in America little flag, made in the USA little flag, even though those things are very rarely made in the USA. They're usually just like put together in the USA, or like they stamp a sticker on the product at the USA, even though it's made globally. The problem with that is that not only is that a tax that people pay on imports and then they don't pay on the American products, it's that we have, since the Industrial Revolution, lived in a global economy. Okay, when we buy a product, products have become astronomically cheaper than they used to be. Like, people in pre-industrialization would work for months and months as yeoman farmers so that they could afford enough money to get glass windows instead of wax paper windows. And one of the major reasons why things are so astronomically cheaper than they used to be is because we have discovered in global supply chains. And that means that something is made, the rubber comes from one country and the fucking metal comes from another country. And, labor is cheaper but not as highly skilled in another country. And then there's skilled labor in another country. And then you put all of these global supply chains and you get the cheapest price for every portion of the production on a product. And if you tariff like crazy, what you are going to get is not just the tariffs being a tax that people pay, but you're also going to get a massive increase in price. We're talking 10, 15 times more expensive for basic products. What's that?
No,
that just means luxury goods now, the price increases.
No, that's not what I'm saying. This is what I think you're missing here, though. Like, right? Like, that works all well and great if everybody's playing the same, but everybody's not playing the same, right? Other countries do have tariffs. Other countries do have trade deals. Other countries have things like laws, like Europe used to have, where they'd only import a certain amount of beef, no matter what standards we met, because they were like, oh, we want to make sure we maintain a certain industry level here, and they'll say, oh, well, it's not up to our standards. They'll put unfair bullshit in there, so they have an unfair advantage.
But you can't have your cake and eat it too. Either A, tariffs are good, good because they're good,
hear me
or
out.
B,
Listen,
they're a
I'm not
negotiation tactic to get people to play fair,
Well,
so we can have free
what
trade.
I've been saying, sure.
You can't
but
have
they can
both
be
of those
both.
simultaneously.
They can be both. They can't.
that's
Well,
a
I don't know
literal
about free trade overall,
it's
but
those
hold
are
on. It's
contrary.
also, I'm more worried about. No. Listen. Well, cool. Then maybe I'm slightly against free trade in some respects, and this is where I am. Is because here's what I'm looking at. Cool. Yeah, it's a negotiation tool. I'm not even going to argue that one. That one's just clearly obvious, and that's the stance I would usually take. But when I sit here and see an industry like beef, right? Which we have a large American beef industry, and yes, it's one of the most familiar with. This is why I keep coming back to it.
And the rest of the world has had bullshit laws since mad cow disease. We get it.
Sure, fair, yeah, cool, okay, got it.
And they never appealed
So when I
them.
see this, and this is hold on, well, they are working on shit now. It's crazy how it works. And now when I see shit going down, I go, oh, okay, what have we done in America to compete? Well, instead of having as many cows, we have heavier cows. You're absolutely right. Behaviors change based off these taxes and shit. Well, here's a behavior. If prices go up because, demand is going up for beef, and these other countries now are having to play at the same playing field as we are, guess what that means? That means we can now we already are the more efficient system of growing beef here. Now we can do expansion, and we can compete at like a more commercial level as well. It's like you're saying these things, and yes, they work in like perfect world, but the supply chains aren't fair. And like
I'm not saying the supply chain is fair. Let me make it clear. Let me make it very clear.
To like
I want you
push
to pick
that
one.
industry more.
I want you to
I'm not
pick
even in
one
the
right
Trump,
now.
Trump thing.
No, I want you to pick one right now.
I'm not even on the Trump train where I'm not. Hold on, just let me figure. I'm not even on the Trump train where I'm saying it's a full transition into like all these other things where we have this great economy and I want to bring manufacturing back. I'm not even there. I'm more like, let's stop the bleeding and let's embolden the industries we have. And right now, I see that with interests like agriculture overall. Like this is what I'm seeing.
I agree. I agree with what you're saying to a certain degree. So I want you to pick one. You need to pick one now, or I'm going to call you a coward every time we talk. All right? All right? So
sure.
I know you got balls. You're going to pick one. Okay? Either A, tariffs are harmful. They increase tariffs and unnecessary regulations that act in the same way of stifling free trade, right, are awful. And other countries have been doing this to us, and it has harmed our economic growth and production and our ability to export. That's option A. Tariffs are bad, and therefore it is good to use them as a negotiation tactic to get rid of those things. And then there's option B, which is tariffs are good for the economy in and of themselves because they bring in revenue and they protect American labor. All right, these are two opinions you've had that are contrary. You need to pick one and stick with one, and then we're going to go into the future and hold you to that
American
opinion.
labor can absolutely be on the Hold on. It's definitely the first one, but hold on. Under the caveat that protect American labor can also be included, because I would say making things on the same playing field is protecting American labor, even if there's a short-term.
Okay, so we're picking A. We're picking A. We're picking A, which is other countries have been
under that
hold on.
caveat.
So I'm going to hold you to this.
Yeah, absolutely.
In
That's more than the
perpetuity,
camp I live in.
we are unless you change your opinion.
Well, sure, but
hold on, no. I'm gonna. So you're picking
A,
and what you're picking is that we recognize that tariffs are bad. Tariffs are bad for the U.S. economy. They're bad for other countries' economy. We are playing in an unfair game, so we're using them as a tool and a negotiating tactic to get rid of tariffs from them and us.
Yeah, but the thing I disagree. I don't know if this is even a disagreement with the phrasing you hear. Yeah, I would say in and of themselves, I'm not pro-tariff just by itself, right? Like, because it's not good for the economy. I won't even argue that. What I will argue though, is if the one it's a negative, if it's a sure, I'm almost done right here. If it's a negative tool, it can still have a net positive benefit. If one country's being unfair and I hit them with a negative, we're both going to suffer. Well, guess what? They're going to suffer more. Now they give me what I want, which is XYZ, and now we're benefit more. Yeah, I think it's absolutely wonderful.
All right, fine.
You think Canada's treating the United States unfairly?
Yeah, I think they've been treating us like dog shit for a long time.
So the agreement, the USMCA that Trump negotiated, that was a dumb deal then.
I mean, listen, he learned from it. He's adapted. We move forward.
So you agree it was a dumb deal? Like you said, Canada, you were getting screwed.
I don't know enough about it right off the top of my head.
Well, you just said Canada was screwing us. Did he not negotiate the USMCA? So is it the result of Trump?
Is every deal a good one? Like, I don't know, like, about the MCAA argument.
So try to square the circle for me, unless I'm not understanding. Following, you think Canada has been taking advantage of the United States? Was Trump not president during 2016, and did not renegotiate or negotiate the USMCA and got rid of NAFTA.
Someone in my pocket said, Corey,
yes,
you're
he
not
did
allowed
that.
to walk in the woods alone because of your government. Your opinion doesn't matter.
That's not true.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean,
first of all,
I don't know,
I'm in
there's
the
not-
city.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
first
I mean,
of
I
all,
don't know
depending on where that comment is from, he can't smoke cannabis depending on what state he's in. But you can smoke cannabis anywhere in Canada. So
okay,
It's a
all
fair rebuttal.
Yeah. So, Gibbs, USMCA. Was that?
I mean,
was a
I don't
bad
have enough
thing?
information about it. I mean, I don't know if it was a bad thing. I mean, it's also
But
situational. Like,
you are positive
agree.
he was taken advantage of, right? Yeah.
I'm positive that at some point previous in the last 50 to 100 years, Canada has been taking advantage of. So, like,
50 to
is that, like, yeah, they've been taking advantage of it for a while. I mean, this is so. Also, what you're trying, I see what you're trying to do, and it's a really pathetic trick, guys. Like, I've said I don't have the ins and outs.
It could
of
still
the
be an improvement, and
USMCA.
they could
Hold
still
on.
be fucking us over. That's a silly argument.
Hold on. If I'm asking a question, I'm gonna fucking answer it real quick. It's real simple. I don't have the answer to like go to the specifics of the USMCA. However, what Trump could go in there, make a deal, try and improve things, and still be a bad deal, just like David was trying to say. And like, secondly, on top of that, and more importantly, yeah, I would hope he's trying to do something to remedy this, even if, he got out bamboozled in his first time as president. He's back now, and things are changing, and it's wonderful. Big fan.
Okay, let's let enough elect to it.
Okay, so there's a couple things. We're doing a little bit of looking. Medicaid, the Medicaid changes. I depending on how you measure this, just because overall the percentage of people on Medicaid who are able-bodied without kids is going to be comparatively small. But among that group, less than half are working 80 hours a week, or sorry, 80 hours a month. I think that if you are able-bodied without kids, I think a work requirement or some kind of job training requirement or some kind of, any kind of requirement, whether,
just doing something
service,
as opposed to just getting free
doing
money.
something. Absolutely. I think that is like able-bodied without kids, like this group, needs to be doing something as opposed to not working more than 80 hours a month. I think that's a slap in the face to people who are actually working.
People that can't afford a home because of the burden of taxation, they got to make sure they pay for the people that aren't working.
And we can talk about, there's some similar numbers, obviously a little bit different, but there's some similar numbers when it comes to SNAP as well. Able-bodied without kids, people on SNAP. And, disability, there's a whole can of worms in terms of how the U.S. gauges disability and how the fact that disability skyrocketed when Reagan redefined some of the categories. And, I think there's some kind of soft fraud occurring with U.S. disability. But, even without getting into that, which I think is a problem that we're going to have to address at some point, looking at people who the government is not considering disabled, they don't work 80 hours a month on average. The majority of them don't. In terms of the actual effects of the deficit, you're right that obviously the Big Beautiful Bill does have a positive effect on the deficit, like a positive in terms of bad effect on the deficit, which I agree is bad. But of course, I mean, this is on sort of the max prediction, about $3 trillion when you factor in interest, $3 trillion in overall deficit during over the 10-year period, factoring in interest. And that does not also factor in the increased revenue from the tariffs. While Biden approved $4.7 trillion in new debt with his spending increases, that was not a reduction in taxes. And so when you present to me Trump as a U.S. president, obviously I'm having to some degree, compare them to the actions of prior presidents. And when you have overall, if you don't factor in COVID, he was on track to doing pretty good in terms of increased taxes.
You don't factor in a pandemic
and increased spending. Yeah, you're right. The pandemic, the pandemic led to crazy amounts of spending. Now, that's a whole fucking can of worms about how responsible Trump is for that in terms of what kind of spending that he's done. Obviously, on one hand, he's fully responsible, and on the other hand is, would any president in that position, given the effect of the worldwide pandemic, have spent the money in that way? Probably. I can't say that for sure, but probably. And so, again, one of the questions here is, is Trump as comparably as a president? That's why I rated him a little bit higher as comparably as a president compared to my expectations of him, which I gave him a lower grade because I like to have high expectations of my leaders. But anyway, Biden increased more of the deficit, and I think it's interesting now that we're having maybe having Republican in office is the best way to get Democrats to talk about
he didn't,
the deficit
he didn't
and all the negative effects of the deficit.
Well, hold on. To be clear, I'm somewhat.
Wait. Hold on. Hold on. The deficit increased, like the overall debt. More debt was approved, right, under Biden in terms of his spending bills. And this deficit over the 10-year period that we're talking about with the Big Beautiful Bill specifically, not factoring in tariffs, which are already increasing revenues like from tariffs like over 250%, something like that. It's not even factoring that in. That led to a surplus in June. We're not even factoring that in. That is $3 trillion factoring in interest. So that is less than what Biden's been approving. And the almost all of that deficit is coming from tax cuts as opposed to the deficit from Biden, which is coming from spending increases. I think tax cuts are better generally than spending increases. Again, compared to what Biden did. The tariffs are likely going to affect GDP negatively at about 1.2%. The tax cuts will likely increase GDP growth by about 1.2%. Based on what I've been able to find. So it actually appears in terms of overall effect on a GDP be relatively a wash when you compare the tariffs to the tax cuts. But at least he's not factoring in new spending.
Just fucking
Okay,
magic
so for
numbers.
one, $3 trillion from all the estimates I have is the estimates for without including the cost of servicing the debt, right? And the reason I keep bringing up like the cost of servicing the debt and things like that is because again, a lot of the estimated growth from the tax cuts are undone when you account for the fact that long-term rates are probably going to increase, and that's going to crowd out, investments by private companies. With regard to the Medicaid stuff, first, actually, I'll say with regards to Biden increasing the debt or whatever, it could be the case that Biden over his whole term increased the debt more than Trump did in this one bill. I'm definitely open to that, but I think deficit spending was probably more justified under Biden, right? Because he did have a pandemic to deal with. There were arguably
that funding came from before.
What
no,
funding?
hold on. Because we already spent out our fucking ass. Yeah, we already spent out our fucking ass. And then by the time that Biden got in, like it was not required. Like it was a literally taking advantage of a situation to spend even more money. We can argue about whether or not that money was actually necessary when there had just been so much money handed out, just probably because of the pandemic while Trump was in office.
No, I think that's obviously a more complicated question, right? So how, whether we would have seen the level of growth that we did see after the pandemic if the American Rescue Plan had not passed, I think it's very much it's a complicated question. I don't necessarily have a strong opinion on it, but I do think like there are reasons to believe directionally it helped the economy at least somewhat recover faster from COVID. Even if we were, like as you said, I agree, we were probably mostly recovered from COVID by that point, but we saw like really high like prime age employment under Biden, right? We saw a lot of good economic metrics under him despite the inflation, right? So again, it's possible that Biden approved more debt over his whole term than Trump's, one budget bill. Now, I will also add, it doesn't seem entirely unlikely to me that, Trump ends up passing more bills that increase the deficit, but, we'll see. With regards to the Medicaid stuff, I think you're citing the numbers that the AEI used from like SIP surveys or whatever. I think they make a number of errors. Like Matt Brunegg has 2 articles about this. Essentially, whatever
Matt Brunegg.
And I have a reputation. I have a reputation for his criticism of the AEA. But go ahead.
Sure. I mean, the way he does it, which maybe some disagreements with some of the people he excludes, still, that has like 3 to 5% of people who are on Medicaid are, people who like aren't working long term or whatever. And again, I don't think that the goal that you have here is totally horrible of like increasing employment for Medicaid recipients or whatever. But I don't think this fucking works. Increase the goal for that goal. I think the evidence shows that it's not going to have a meaningful employment increase, and it's going to kick off a lot of people who just don't keep up with the administrative burden. Again, there's 2 studies about this from Arkansas. I believe there's another one from it's either Mississippi or Alabama, I think. And there's evidence from this again from when eligibility requirements were changed under COVID. That's like 70% of the people who were cut off Medicaid didn't meet the new requirements. They just didn't like fill out the paperwork on time, or someone in the government messed up. And there's just no reason to add that increased administrative burden when there's no evidence that it actually does anything to increase employment.
Okay. So specifically addressing the AEI data. So the AEI calculated the non-disability portion of Medicaid recipients based on who the government considers to be disabled. What Matt Brunig did is he said, well, you can't take that. We also have to factor in people's self-reported disabilities. So if people who are not considered disabled by the government self-report on the census, yeah, I am disabled, he takes that number and then he considers that included with the non-disabled portion of people, able-bodied people, right? He takes that as a portion. Now, whether or not somebody self-reports as being disabled, I think is wholly different than the government, than them passing the government standards on what it means to be disabled. There are plenty of people who may feel they are disabled, but by what we as a government and a society have determined is not disabled, which is, by the way, our standards for what is disabled in terms of unable to work, I think are pretty lax to start with. But the fact that there are people who the government does not consider disabled, but then they simply self-report disabled, I think that's kind of facially problematic for Matt Brunig to include that in any of his numbers. And then in terms of the, give me 1 second. And then in terms of the overall deficit increase, once again, like, sure, if going forward, Trump passes multiple new big beautiful bills that increase the deficit even like more, and it gets expanding, then we could get to a point, sure, where I'd be like, okay, this is like dramatically worse than what Biden did. But I think that the comparison here to Biden is, I'm going to compare it to Biden, and then I'm also going to compare it to Trump's first term briefly. Compared to Biden, this is and I just looked it up, I'm seeing 3% top, including the interest, or 3 trillion overall. This is still less than the spending increases of 4.7 trillion, the unfunded spending increases. By the way, his spending increases was even more than that. There was also funding that accounted for some of that. So he also increased revenues, which is generally bad, but he increased revenues. So actually his spending was even higher than that. His unfunded spending was 4.7 trillion. So I think 4.7 trillion of increased debt in the form of spending is worse than $3 trillion of increased deficit in the form of tax cuts, not factoring in the tariffs. And then if we want to go back to, again, Trump's first term, yes, spending at the end increased dramatically. Prior to the pandemic, in the 2016 election, they did economic evaluations of each of the presidents, and Trump's economic plan had which he was mostly sticking to until the pandemic, did have overall lower spending than any of the Democrats that he was running against. And when the pandemic happened, spending increased dramatically. They put shit tons of money into it. But let's remember what happened, right? Despite all this ridiculous amounts of money, when Biden took over, they took advantage of the situation. They extended the absurdly high extra unemployment payments that they were paying people to not work, right? So people that were working were making a lot less than people that were not working. The federal government was sending an additional $400 a week, and the Republicans had to fight the Democrats tooth and nail to get that lower and lower and lower, because the Democrats just saw it as a handout, and that's what they were using the American Rescue Plan as. And coincidentally, that's also, along with the spending cuts and the supply chain disruptions, that's going to increase inflation down the line. I don't know. In terms of factoring in all of these moving parts, this is what I mean, at least, when I'm saying, hey, I still care about the deficit, but factoring in the norms of how presidents operate, factoring in what kind of deficit this is increasing, it's not as bad. It's simply not as bad. And there are positives about this. When Biden's increasing spending by trillions, and now Trump is decreasing spending by trillions, that's a move in the right way. Don't you do you think it'd be, and maybe you're the wrong person to ask, not fun, do you think it'd be good if Trump passed a bill expanding spending?
It depends where. I think overall I don't have an issue with like spending more, I think we have to do it in a more efficient way. Like I think in my ideal society, government spending would probably be like 30% of GDP or something, or federal government spending would probably be 30% of GDP. I think we're at like 18% right now. So
just double the government spending, bro. It'll be okay.
And I'm guessing you would increase taxes, right?
I'd also raise taxes, but I would raise taxes in a much more like efficient way or whatever. So,
bro,
like,
he'll just tax the rich. Everything will be okay, brother.
I'm not in favor of taxing the rich. I love my consumption taxes on the middle class, hella based. Okay, anyway, so for one, like on the, I believe the question asked in like that survey is like, do you have trouble
finding buy a house?
because of your
Go
disability?
fuck yourself.
Like,
the government needs to give these non-working people on Medicaid as much money as we can, bro. Don't you see that they're suffering?
True.
According to Matt Brunegg, they have a self-reported. Like, what are we even doing here, man?
Well, look, I mean, maybe I'd say maybe you have some like disagreement with that, and like I can see that. Like, I think I think it also probably is the case for like the veteran, like the VA includes like too many people as disabled or whatever. But I think
they
I don't
do.
know. I think it seems a little. I think it seems a little silly to say that like people who have like a self-reported disability are like, they're actually like really able-bodied and therefore it's fine if we pass a cut that's likely to like kick them off Medicaid. I think that's a little, I don't know. My moral intuitions run against that. I understand yours probably don't. I think a lot of people's moral intuitions would.
Yeah, you like leeches and
like,
enforce
overall,
equality
like,
at the cost of the American dream. You like to see everyone suffer equally.
Leeches is the exact word.
Okay, but so again, like to say like Biden took advantage of the COVID stuff seems a little weird to me. Like I do understand, and like I think there are arguments that you can make against the American Rescue Plan, but
we needed more stimmy checks. Really?
I mean, I think you can definitely make that argument. I think if you look at I'm not familiar with what the
if only we had more inflation in the economy, Lactoid. Wouldn't that have been better if we had a lot more inflation?
I don't know how much government spending was responsible for inflation. There's obviously conflicting evidence in that. I think it was probably mostly monetary stimulus that caused the inflation during COVID. But
even Jerome Powell agrees,
clearly.
Right? You're correct because there wasn't.
That quantitative easing substantially increased.
Yeah, it was mostly monetary stimulus, which is not the government deficit spending or whatever. But we did see pretty strong growth after COVID or whatever. We continued to see strong growth, growth under Biden after we passed like those stimulus bills or whatever.
Yo, let's go, Dre. I appreciate it. I'm just like I'm starting to get sick and tired of this shit.
If it was
Non-Fon is a socialist, but he's of the econo boy variety.
Now, I'm sure
tax cuts are going to lead to growth.
Either way on this, I don't believe the tax cuts are going to lead to that much growth, and I believe that, like I said earlier, most of the growth from the tax cuts is going to be offset by the fact that we're going to see an increase in long-term rates, and that's going to hurt companies' ability to invest. So if you look at like the estimates from people who try to take into account the interest rate cost when it comes to the real GDP growth, it's like 0.4%.
We're gonna cut taxes and we're gonna have growth, and then businesses are gonna be scared to invest because all this growth is just gonna make them. Make them super scared, bro.
Because the government is borrowing. Do you disagree that long-term rates tend to go up if the government borrows more?
I just don't want the government borrowing anything.
I understand.
Well, just get rid of the spending. You don't have to borrow anything if you don't spend anything.
You can have all I'm saying is that like long-term rates probably are going to go up because of the bill, and if you account for that, that's like
it's like the other socialism that you like causes a problem, and therefore it's capitalism's fault. I'm saying fuck you and fuck your socialism.
How am I saying it's capitalism? I'm just saying that this bill is probably going to increase long-term rates,
super carriers, baby. Super carriers.
I want private PMC super carriers that'll be more efficient.
I do too. And listen, in my perfect world, we're having the Taco Bell McDonald's wars. All right,
BlackRock versus Wagner. Let's go. Like fucking.
Bro, that's what I'm talking about, bro. Like, I mean, listen, I until that day, we need to pay for those super carriers somehow.
Dude, super carriers are such a drop in the fucking bucket. When we were talking about the U.S. federal budget, we were talking about welfare. That's it. 61% of all the fucking taxes that you're spending is welfare. And non-fund wants more and more and more and more of it, right? When we're talking about the military budget, when we're talking about infrastructure, we're talking about literally everything that they vote on in Congress because they don't touch entitlements. Like 90% of the time, I mean, sometimes they do vote on it. Obviously, the big beautiful bill is an example of it. But overwhelmingly, when we're talking about tax cuts to this sector and that, we're talking about a quarter of the fucking spending because 13% is the debt. 61% is some form of welfare or socialism, whether that be corporate socialism is included in that as well, right? I'm talking about subsidies to large corporations as well. But you're talking about welfare. You're just talking about welfare. When you look at your taxes, you're talking about welfare.
I understand. We're an insurance company with an army. I understand. You may have disagreements with the level of government spending that we have.
So first thing you've said that I agree with tonight, non-fun, is that America is an insurance company with an army, and that's a fucking problem. Yeah. But I can't. You almost made it sound based. I wish it was an insurance company because that's a voluntary transaction, unlike the piece of shit that we have to deal with.
Guess who's cashing in, boys?
Those brackets would have, the same negative growth effects, negative uncertainty effects that we're seeing right now from the tariffs. But overall, I think a consumption tax system would be much better than our current system, and I think we should transition to that. I don't think that's politically feasible.
Okay.
Yeah.
So your claim is that if we that not lowering or raising taxes on the wealthy would be better than tariffs because tariffs are a consumption tax, but consumption taxes would be better.
I don't think tariffs are a consumption tax.
Okay.
No,
all right, so you're talking about the entire supply chain,
intermediate goods and investment.
Okay, so why do you think consumption taxes are better for the economy?
It'd probably be
in this regard than another form of taxation.
Because they don't have the as big negative effects on like its savings and investment, and I think savings and investments usually just has like much more positive.
Where are you getting? Why do you get
consumption taxes are less?
How are you saying that it has less of an effect on savings? Like the money is being taken out of your account one way or the other, right?
Sure, but only when you consume, right? So you can choose to save. Like you're not directly taxing savings.
Okay, but if you have to spend money to make money, right? You have to purchase things. You have to consume in order for your business to grow, right? So your consumption tax would.
Well, you wouldn't.
You're saying like, well, it's fine so long as you just keep it in the bank. But somebody somewhere, right? Even if you're saving it in the stock market, you're saving it in a bank, or you're saving it on anything other than a government bond, somebody has to consume at some point in order to make that money, right? In order to produce anything. So like I don't understand why like shifting it over to this domain is preferable. You're not really explaining why. I mean, I'm willing to take that argument.
So number one, like when I say consumption, I mean consumption of final goods. So like businesses would be exempt, right? They're not paying consumption taxes because what they do when they consume, that's really investment, right? They're buying intermediate goods or they're buying like capital assets.
But if middle class people are all of a sudden paying a bunch more money because they're being taxed on everything that they consume, well, in order for them to be able to work, they're going to need higher wages, which means the businesses are going to have to take more of their money and invest it in wages. Like you're just moving puzzle pieces around and acting like that's like superior in some way, or that's changing behavior, but it's not.
No. So for one, you could, if you wanted to, you could do a progressive consumption tax. So you could do like a personal expenditures tax. You could have essentially close to our income tax system we have now, but just be able to deduct all your savings from it. So you actually only pay taxes on the amount of money that you consume, right? And you're not directly harming savings that way, and you're keeping it a progressive system. Now, like obviously, like it would raise other types of consumption taxes may raise the burden, tax burden on like middle class people or whatever. No, I think like I would have a welfare state that offset a lot of that, because again, what matters is the net payment, how much you get in benefits versus how much you pay in taxes. And under my system, people would probably, lower income people would probably
I'd like
have
to
roughly.
Well, you're talking about this being not a progressive tax, but what you're talking about is taxing the poor and taxing the middle class.
No, I
can hear you. You're muted.
Okay. Great. Yeah. I like to refocus on Trump's actual record. Like what do you think is coming in the future? Does this current record give you hope?
Yeah, fair enough. It was just like he was simping for the most regressive tax system ever, and then pretending it's not.
No, so I explain you can either have the tax side or the benefit side be progressive to make the net payment end up being progressive, right? So if you have a non-progressive consumption tax,
we'll
tax
in a fucked up way, and then we'll do more welfare, and then we'll tax for the welfare, and then we'll do more welfare, and then we'll tax for the welfare. We'll just have a symbiotic relationship eventually.
That's how everything works right now. We have taxes and benefits, and sometimes you pay taxes on the transfers the government gives you, right? Like this is how shit works right now. Believe it or not. Okay, so
no, I believe it. It's retarded, and I'm against it, and it's evil, and you're fucking evil.
Benefit side. You could have a progressive tax, a progressive consumption tax, or you could have a flat consumption tax but have progressive benefits, right? And either one of these will get you to the net payment being the same, and it would still end up being progressive, which I believe is good.
You were the one bitching about complicated taxes before, but now you're talking about fucking itemized consumption taxes.
No, I think this would massively. No.
Hey,
so I think either way.
Speaking of tax cuts, Texas get rid of capital gains tax. Big ups there. Big fan. What's going to happen?
But I think either way, you'd be simplifying the tax code, right? But you know, like I said, certainly you would not be increasing complexity any more than we already have now. Under my system, you'd be able to the same way you can deduct your 401k now from your income tax or whatever. You could just deduct all your savings, right? And there'd be a lot less random itemized deductions for all these random things. You just be able to.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
I think that's
please let's.
But hold on, I do want to before we talk about Trump's future or whatever. I just want to ask Lactoid, do you think that tariffs are a particularly inefficient tax, or do you think they are roughly equal to other taxes?
I've seen some, and this is a very long conversation that I'm willing to be disproven on. Okay. But I've seen a lot of conclusions that indicate that consumption taxes are not the most inefficient taxes when it comes to growth, but that things like in corporate income taxes are especially bad for growth, and personal income taxes as well are bad for growth. And so while I am open to again being disproven, I'm not convinced right now that tariffs are uniquely bad. I think what tariffs do is they're going to increase the cost of any kind of good imported into the U.S. obviously, right? Because the company's going to raise the price of the product in order to account for the tariff. That's just how it works. So it functions essentially like a sales tax, right? Like a consumption tax. And the evidence I've seen in consumption taxes is that it does not actually have as much of a growth stifling effect as, again, things like corporate income tax or personal income tax. The domestic industry effect that, people who really like tariffs constantly tout, I'm a little bit unsure as to how much of an effect that it would actually have. You mentioned earlier that Japan and the UK are pulling back their aid. I wasn't able to find anything about that. From my understanding is they are still planning on investing a whole shit ton of money in the US, and they're not the only ones. And I think there was some question as to the EU, but there is still some planned investments coming in from the EU. And I mean, if it just again, this could be super ignorant of me, and so this is the part I'm going to say that it's going to sound the most ignorant, and I'm perfectly willing to be totally disproven on it. They're I'm not saying that it's good, but there might be something to the idea of we would be able to have more domestic industry if it was more cost effective to do so domestically as opposed to having it be imported from a different country. And while normally I wouldn't care about that, it could matter. It could matter if the country that we're importing from happens to be a geopolitical rival, such as China. And maybe it's not a good idea to rely on our greatest geopolitical rival for our domestic industry.
Some deep thoughts you got here, bro. Deep thoughts. I mean, it's kind of that's what
I think that
we've been saying the whole time. Yeah, China's a fucking problem. We've been importing all this bullshit. We need some domestic industries. What does China have? 98% of the shipbuilding or some crazy amount. It's some crazy amount of. We can't even build ships no more. And then you're oh, beef. And I keep coming back to beef again. Listen, if we're getting all our food from somewhere else, what's the first thing you do? You cut off the food. And then we all starve. I'm just sitting here going, yeah, sometimes you have to have the industries, and you have to have specific industries here, and you need them flourishing. And, the idea that we're going to accomplish this without having some kind of negative, rod to hit these people with at an economic level is just ludicrous to me. I'm not a fan of just tariffs by themselves, but it's all situational. We got to use them somehow. And also, another thing Lactoid kind of mentioned was, if we're sitting here not having taxes, and that's going to stimulate growth. Well, what it also does with the tariffs is it encourages us to spend our money on domestic products, which is, like you said, increases the supply chains. And at the same time, it's like Fabian said, it does change people's patterns. If I'm gonna go, oh, cigarettes are too expensive now because all our tobacco comes from Timbuktu or where the fuck tobacco comes from, they're gonna go, okay,
Mostly America.
I'm not gonna go buy the
most
tobacco.
tobacco's
Yeah, but neither here nor there. I'm just using it as we can pick a different resource, whatever.
It's like might have been the one. It's like one of the few things.
Whatever. But you know what I'm trying to say.
I know
right?
what you mean.
Like,
yeah.
If they're gonna sit here and go like, oh, okay, we're gonna not do this anymore, and we're gonna switch to fucking, I don't know, weed or something else, and that's an American-grown product. Like, you're gonna go, hey. Oh, why wouldn't we do this? Why wouldn't you want to stimulate these, like, what I would call, like, necessary industries and, like, get money, and it shifts the money that is going to be spent by the taxpayers from us being taxed to these other governments paying. Like I said, one of the things that Trump kind of, didn't promise, but he said it would be maybe an end goal, is to eventually get the tariffs to replace the IRS. If we're able to, choose, hey, listen, I see you cringy, but just hear me out. If I know it's never going to happen. It's a pipe dream, but incremental change. If I'm not getting
But it's in contradiction to what I made you state earlier, which is that, tariffs are terrible.
But hold on,
why would we choose tariffs?
If I don't have to buy that product, I at least have the option to spend my money that I would have got taxed on to go get my money and spend it on. Oh, I could buy, I don't know, Israel special bagels, or I could buy America special bagels, and I'm gonna go buy American, even though it might taste a little less.
Right, okay,
I'm choosing not to get the fucking imported one because it's taxed more. I'm not having to pay for that directly. Now
I understand what you're saying. Listen, I understand what you're saying, and when we're talking about beef, when we're talking about bagels, when we're talking about things that are kind of
shipbuilding.
No, shipbuilding would be different. When we're talking about, hold on, hear me out. A tariff isn't going to have this huge impact on something like bagels. The reason the tariff isn't going to have a huge impact on something like bagels is because we grow wheat here, and then we can turn wheat into flour here, right? We grow eggs here. We can make all of those things here at relatively cheap cost. And so the increase, the only reason we would be importing bagels is because either the product is superior in quality or the product is superior in price. Okay? The problem is when you start talking about computers, you start talking about cars, you start talking about things that are incredibly complex and are made in literally thousands of different factories. And when you start putting tariffs on things that require a global supply chain, you can't create the United States of America cannot, without extreme cost, create something similar to the entire global supply chain. And so it's not like,
you know what we can do though? We can just go take it over with our fantastic military, and now we own it. That's really the next second part of this.
Sure, yeah. If you take over the fucking world, if you take over the world, that is a really expensive. Hold on, that is a really expensive and complicated way to get rid of tariffs, because tariffs are the problem. Like you just described the most convoluted way to get rid of tariffs, which is to make the rest of the world fucking us, and then we don't have to pay tariffs anymore, right? Like, the problem is I agree with you that there are countries that are
efficient supply lines, bro. That's what we're doing for national security.
I'm saying, listen, I agree with you that countries have been fucking us over throughout the whole world, and the left has been ignoring it and downplaying it, and the right has been ignoring it as well. I mean, I don't know to what degree they aren't in cahoots. That's not as important right now. But what I agree with you, right, is that there are hidden tariffs that are paid throughout the whole world where they play funny games with VAT taxes to basically create a tariff when they say that they don't have a tariff. There are real tariffs that occur. There are massive regulations. There are protective regulations on how much things can be imported. And we have, for the most part, been less destructive in that than other countries. We've had tariffs, right? We especially on specific items. We've been tariffing China for like fucking 20 years. And we're acting like this is the first time we've ever done it. But it's usually on specific items and things of that nature because they're negotiations. And I agree with you that we've had a bunch of pussy presidents, Trump included, in terms of using legislation, regulation, and tariffs and things like that as a negotiation tactic. But that's not what we're fucking seeing right now. What we're seeing is somebody that is destructive towards our ability to invest because he can't make his fucking mind up on what tariffs are. Okay, like I guarantee you, if like we had a JD Vance in charge and not a fucking Trump in charge, and JD Vance, for whatever reason, came in and said, yes, tariffs are a tool. We're doing reciprocal tariffs. We're engaging in trade negotiations. We're sick of our country being fucked over. I would be way more inclined to support the administration's tax policy because I know that this is a temporary metric that is targeted towards countries that are fucking us over and fucking over free trade and fucking over the ability of everyone in the world to have cheaper, more efficient products. And like that would be one story. But instead what we have is a fucking madman that taxes islands that don't even have people on them and fucking taxes people like Singapore because just fuck them, I guess, and fucking can't come to any resolutions, that constantly says in a couple days these massive tariffs are going to kick in, and then a couple days later is like, oh, we're in a pause phase. And what this is doing is there's a whole bunch of fucking people that are like, I guess I'll buy government bonds and I guess I'll invest in businesses that have really fucking slow growth because at least I know that my fucking money is safe. And so this is fucking over the investment class. This is fucking over businessmen. And then we use small incremental gains in the economy as how some evidence that the tariffs are working. They're fucking not. They're destructive and they're stupid. And Donald Trump is handling them in the worst way possible.
Okay, so just real quick, I want to be clear. The reason I'm like against tariffs is because they're not really a consumption tax, right? So they don't treat all consumption equally, right? Because they're not taxing necessarily consumption in the US, but are taxing consumption when you buy stuff from abroad. So that's a distortion right there. And second of all, they don't tax only consumption. They also tax intermediate goods and capital goods that companies buy to invest in their business, right? So if I'm importing steel to make a car, I have to pay a tariff on that. If I'm importing a machine that I need to make semiconductors or something, I have to pay a tariff on that. That's not a consumption tax. That's a tax on imports, right? That's what tariffs are. Also, tariffs are regressive, which again,
sure, by that definition, if you're using that definition of consumption, which is not consumption, but you're talking about consumption as,
I'm talking about if
you were talking about consumption as the finished product, then yeah, sure. I agree with you. Like buying imported steel is not the end product unless you're, buying steel, but you're still consuming in some regard. You're still purchasing things for production. It's a distinction without a difference, right? Like if you're taxing a sector of the economy that is used to produce goods, then it becomes a tax on those goods, regardless of whether or not it's a direct tax on the good itself.
Again, I think I like probably agree. When I say consumption, I mean
like it's not a magical thing where like you tax one section and it doesn't impact the entire supply chain. It doesn't impact the business. It's like you can't just move chess pieces around. Like the tax is a tax. The tax is always destructive towards the economy. There's no such thing as a tax that produces growth. There's no such thing as a tax that produces wealth. There's no such thing as a tax that has ever helped anyone ever. Every tax has always been harmful and it has always been destructive. So it doesn't fucking matter at what point you're fucking doing it or whether or not you put it in a different box and pretend like it's good in this way or that way. Like, yes, it is true that different taxes affect behavior differently in the economy, and therefore in short term we might see different behavior because of that. But that
okay, so whether any tax is good is a way more fundamental conversation. All I'm trying to say right now is the tariffs are like kind of particularly bad type of tax.
They're bad because they're a fucking tax and they're a tax increase. That's the conversation.
Hold on, what's the marginal excess burden on a tariff compared to it?
I don't know if I have data for that exactly, Lactoid. I see what you sent here, but I think I probably agree with this, but they're comparing it to a personal consumption tax, right? I think
they're comparing it to like a consumption tax, but I'm not convinced that a tariff doesn't operate exactly like a consumption tax because the tax is paid for by the consumer. Because when you go and purchase the product, the cost is raised in order to buy the product.
Every tax is paid by the consumer.
it also applies to capital goods and intermediate goods, right?
Which
Like,
is then passed
again,
on to the consumer.
Sure, but that's not you're taxing stuff that's not consumption. I understand the incidence might fall on the consumer, but you're not actually, you're fundamentally distorting investment decisions a way a consumption tax doesn't necessarily do so.
I don't think
consumption tax would do the same fucking thing.
Yeah, and I'm not necessarily convinced that it would be.
If a product becomes twice as expensive, if a product that used to cost $100 now costs $200 because of a new tax, then what do you think the company does? Does it not have pressure on their fucking investment?
Lactoid.
Because look, when I'm like looking in, just like right here, specifically looking for the marginal, because I had looked into some of the stuff before this debate, and I knew beforehand that like corporate income taxes are like the worst for growth. Income taxes are really bad for growth. Believe it or not, property taxes are like the best taxes if you don't want to affect growth. So there could be an argument to shift more taxation from corporate and income over to property. But when it comes to consumption taxes, that's pretty close to property taxes in terms of overall effective growth. And like as I'm looking for right here, basically all the analyses of tariffs seem to like put it in the same category as the consumption tax.
No. So a lot of people, would like define it as a consumption tax, but they're talking about different things. So when I say consumption tax, I mean, there's 4 components of GDP, right? And I'm talking about the C component of GDP, consumption. The type of tax I want to do only taxes that consumption of final goods, right? I understand companies will pass on the cost of taxes on investment to consumers. So the incidence to some extent may be on consumers, but you are taxing investment. You are taxing other things when you do. Taxes aren't a consumption tax, right? So like you're taxing business to business transactions. Like
if I find, and I'm looking through an IMF paper right now, if I find any source
do people work jobs?
The marginal,
where do people get their money from, dude?
Well,
they get their money from a job.
Any kind of
if everything becomes more expensive, they need more money. So then how are they getting paid? They're getting paid by a company, which means the company now has to increase wages, which means the company's investments are being taxed by the consumption tax. You cannot fucking isolate parts of the economy and then say that the tax isn't affecting those parts of the economy. The tax is affecting the economy as a whole.
I don't say it doesn't affect it at all. Like you can find papers saying that consumption taxes still have some negative effect on investment. It's just not as negative effect on investment or in growth as like things like income tax and like capital gains tax and things like that.
Complete utter nonsense.
I understand you deduced from human action what I just said was nonsense, but okay. So
a principled position instead of just shifting numbers around until the data tells us what we want it to tell us. It's fucking nonsense to think that we're going to tax 30% of GDP and it's like actually going to be better and more efficient because we found a more efficient way to tax it. Taxes are taxes. They're always destructive. And everybody pays for them in some way or another.
That's obviously a much more fundamental conversation, right?
Yeah.
No.
Well, to somewhat agree. Like, I don't agree with this idea that like, well, taxes are just taxes. Like, all taxes are theft. So in that case, I guess they're all sort of the same thing. But like, if there is a more efficient way of doing the theft, that overall means that the theft has like a less of an impact on your economy.
The only way that it is more efficient is that if it costs less money to deduce the truth.
Well,
that is the only way the tax is more efficient. Is that if it costs less money to figure out. And
Lactoid figured it out. He's right. Right. This is exactly what I just said, Lactoid. So what's happening is, we're not getting directly taxed. The burden shifted, and Fabian admitted this earlier when we were talking about this. It's bad, but we could use it to negotiate with these other countries, right? And there's a possible net positive. So we're going to increase domestic industry. Well, individuals are not going to be getting taxed as much, and the revenue, it might be taxing us.
No,
in an
individuals are taxed.
But it's a less bad tax. Nah, because I can choose to buy American.
I admitted that the tariff can be used as a tool to stop other countries' taxes and to negotiate away taxes. That's the only way that it's beneficial in the long term is if it destroys taxes.
Yeah,
that's the only benefit.
Helps us.
It doesn't help us. It hurts us and hurts them.
No, I don't get taxed directly. I get to get more money in my pocket. I can choose how that money's spent.
Yes, you get to get more money in your pocket, and then the fucking economy inflates, and the prices inflate in some other way. So the more money in your pocket is only a relative. It's no relative difference because prices go up somewhere because the tariffs increase the prices.
Fake news. That's what he's saying.
That's
we know that
tariffs do. Hold on, tariffs do increase prices. So what I'm talking about? What I'm talking about
specific goods mainly though.
On all of the things they tariff.
Well, there's the whole point. Like, if it's on specific goods, then you can choose to buy the American version. That increases efficiency at the American market, which grows that market. So hold on. And so instead of being taxed, if I got rid of all the taxes here, and the American market's growing, which means more jobs domestically, which means, hey, they're spending, and people are choosing to buy that, then guess what? It follows. Guess what? American industry increases, American profitability.
Yes,
there's more money
because
at home.
America is producing. It's very simple. America's producing a widget at $100, and China is selling us a widget at $80, and then we institute a 20%. Then we institute a 20% tariff, right? And now all of a sudden, China's product is $96 and the American product is $100. You're right. It is true that some people will then be like, well, it's only a 4-cent difference. So you know what? I'm going to buy the American product, and it strengthens the American company. But the only reason that occurred is because the price of the product was raised up to what America was producing at.
No,
that's why it affects the price.
You would make it more. You would make theirs slightly more. So the China one, if you choose to buy the China one, it's now equal to or more than the American one. Then you would buy the American one.
You're correct. If you were to then institute a 30% tariff, right? Then the Chinese product would be $102. The American product would be $100. Now you used to be able to buy it for $80 fucking dollars, but now you're forced to pay a fucking American company $100 because the price is increased to that degree.
So now what happens over time, Fabian? So as domestic product increases and catches up to demand, what happens? Does the American product then become cheaper than $100 now that we built up the industry to build that product?
You could argue that prices may go down to some degree on the American products, but it's never going to go down to what it was previously, all other things being equal.
You're also you have to consider the opportunity cost, right? That's the main thing. Is that there's always the opportunity.
You lost money in between, right? These supposed
sometimes
price
the pain now or the pain later, right? Like if we keep
it's the
them
fucking meme where there's the chart going.
Pain later.
Oh, it's like you lost money and you lost the money to invest in companies that would have created. Yes, and during that transition, there's no fucking investment happening, and so we're just fucking plateauing instead of progressing into the future.
Sometimes, but what I'm saying is sometimes you have to plateau to build the industry in your local area. Like, whenever you don't do that, you will have things come up like agriculture, and this is why I keep coming back. If we suddenly can't produce our own food for whatever reason, we're fucked as a country, and that can always be a tool these countries use against us, right? So you might have a plateau period where you invest in American agriculture while you sit here and you stop fucking, have these tariffs where, we're going to get Chinese beef or whatever at fucking, a nickel and dime. Like, that's not exactly where it's coming from. But, like, that's just for the sake of this argument.
So for the sake of destroying progress, you will invest in American businesses so that you can protect the American businesses from the potentiality that Trump goes and bombs everybody. Fucking yay, wonderful world we're working in. Like maybe, maybe, we could stop fucking bombing everybody and just fucking work with all of our partners in South America that grow a fuck ton of food and stop trying to overthrow countries every 10 fucking years down there. And we can have 20 more Malays in South America and we can move into prosperity instead of this taxing war-based nightmare fuel that you're fucking drinking over here. Like, it's stupid to try to just stop bombing people and just fucking trade with people. It's not that fucking complicated. There's a fuck ton of people that can grow. There's like 280 fucking countries in the world. We don't need to be at war with all of them. Some of them can import us some goddamn food.
But Gibbs does want to go to war with them.
I'm saying
that'll get rid of the tariffs.
And Wednesday we're going to talk about.
There'll be no more tariffs once they're all fucking America.
That's right.
And so,
your global supply chain.
and just to clarify, Gibbs, you want, understandably from your perspective, you want American agriculture to expand, but then you also want to get rid of all migrant workers at the same time. So you want you're gonna have, like, let's say half of America, picking fruit and growing agriculture. Like what's gonna be army then? How are you gonna build all the ships and the super carriers? Who's gonna be on those?
Guess what? This is where we can get this. I've already advocated for this. We make the legal immigration process easier.
We need it for the
and
constant
we can import
uprising.
people with the legal way. I've advocated for this many times. We needed a better system for legal immigration, and that's a good thing. But we got to get people out first. And
All right, but you want this domestic manufacturing again, going back with even Scott's example of the Chinese widget to the American widget of, like, even if it's just like a toy. Okay, you want like more Americans making cheap plastic toys as opposed to somewhere
right now, and I could go teach you 10 meth heads to go work on the line in the factory, and they'll be excited to do it. Like I guess argument that people won't be working.
True, but you think that extends to every? You want more Americans making shoes? You want more Americans making tables and chairs?
If you put a job out there and there's a demand, somebody will do it.
How do you get to this world of super carriers when everyone is just making cheap Chinese plastic, cheap toys and shoes and textiles? Like that's you want to pretty much go backwards, but at the same time have this huge technological advancement of super carriers and your massive army to take over the world.
There's room for both. There's room for both.
Okay, all right.
It's like you're like walking through
I think you're fuck.
Hey,
I think you're just like, not really.
Can people hear me out there?
I can hear you.
Like not you guys. I mean, like, you test my stream.
I'll test.
Testing.
Yeah, I can hear you.
People,
I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fairy Queen, thank you for the $5 super chat. Does non-fawn think child labor is instrumentally good? And Sean, thank you for the membership that you gifted. But yeah, I'll let our friend non-fawn answer that.
Yes,
I think it can be. So I like when it comes to the real world, I don't know exactly where, like, how many cases there are there, right? I've talked to some people who have moved me a little bit, but the evidence I've seen suggests that most of the time the alternatives to child labor are worse for the children, and child labor doesn't even seem to have like these as negative effects as you would imagine on a lot of the children that are toiling away in the sweatshops making our laboo-boos. Okay, so I think it can be, and I think the evidence I've seen suggests that it usually is, but there's evidence that says otherwise as well. So
child labor laws are evil.
True, but so Gibbs, I think you're missing like the fundamental point here, which is that like there just broadly are like gains from trade. Like you can say like, oh, we're gonna do these tariffs and we're gonna increase domestic production, and like I to some extent I think tariffs can do that. I think it's unlikely these tariffs will do that because they're universal tariffs that tax a lot of intermediate goods that harm all these companies trying to produce the stuff you want them to produce. But like that just limits the gains from trade. So there just are broadly gains from being able to produce what you make best and specializing in something and trading it for stuff that another country is especially good at, right? Or there are gains from economies of scale where if you specialize in something, your average total cost can go down, and countries can trade based on that, and that is broad-based gains too.
Yeah, I mean, I disagree. I feel like I kind of went into why I disagreed. I don't know. Like
you already agreed. You already agreed the tariffs were really bad earlier, and I said I would hold.
But yeah, I mean, I think that I agree that like if I had my perfect world, I wouldn't have fucking tariffs. But like it's the same thing. It's like I also think that shooting somebody, if you get to the point where you shoot somebody, that's a negative. They're dead now, right? Like, hey, cool. It's the same kind of thing. It's like having a gun. It's an economic gun, right? And so I think sometimes having the fist is a situational good. And
I agree.
In this case,
you should shoot someone that's breaking into your house. You shouldn't shoot random Singaporean people.
Listen, random Singaporeans have been breaking into our ass. That's what they've been doing.
Except they haven't.
Gang fucked by Singapore and all these other countries, bro. Like,
I mean, like they're moving back that way, but their governmental structure is changing. But as it stands right now, up to this day, Singapore hasn't initiated any fucking tariffs on us, and we tariffed them. So we just shot randomly. We fired into a crowd because a few people in the crowd were bad. That's what Trump did.
Hold on. Have they been benefiting from being like financial center of Asia? Would you say that's yes?
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand what you were saying.
Would you agree that they've been like a financial hub for most of Asia? Like one of the financial hubs?
Yeah, I mean they're an intermediary with China in a lot of ways.
Yeah, they're an intermediary. Great, so cool. So what they have benefited from is American economic benefits, right? They have sat here and they've made themselves amenable, right?
Yeah, that's
and
how
just
trade
gotten
works.
Cool, right? And they've just lived off the teat of our fat. That's what they've lived off of, like a parasite. We could have been doing this directly, but instead they're taking our jobs away as financial centers. So yeah, you know what? They can get tariffed too.
So just anyone that trades with us is fucking us now?
Yeah, basically, yeah. If we're not getting a cut of the pie.
That's gigatarded.
What do you mean cut of the pie? I mean, like
Yeah,
obviously
like-
there are positive some
They
gains.
didn't start paying us
He's like the mafia. He just wants taste, basically.
You gotta get paid for their benefiting, bro. Well, why
He's
do
like,
we have this?
he's like a mafia boss just
bro?
being like, your business is doing real well over here. I'm going to have to break some kneecaps. I deserve
They're
a cut of this
benefiting from
money
our
because you're,
bro.
whatever.
Listen, y'all talk about American stability, us being a stabilizing force and all this shit, like with shipping lanes and whatnot. They're benefiting from that. It's time to pay the piper. That's what it's time. Y'all act like this is just some foreign concept. You can paint it as the mob, but
No,
you know
they
what?
buy
Fuck it,
shit
they
from
time
us.
to pay up.
When they
Oh,
buy shit
wow,
from
big
us, that
world.
is
It's time to
them
buy shit
paying
from us
for it.
and give us a taste. It's time to give us a taste, dude.
No, because if we spend money on taxation, okay, to have this big ass Navy, okay, those are costs passed on to American economy, which means our prices are higher because of the money we're wasting on our Navy, which means when they buy our products, they're paying a premium for the fact that we have a big ass Navy. They've already paid for it. That's how trade works.
Would you say they would exist like as they are as a financial like major hub if it wasn't for being an intercessionary person for the U.S. and the rest of the Asian countries?
Probably not.
Oh well, in that case, it's time to give.
That's not a fucking gotcha. That's just you
It is.
trying
It
to make
absolutely is.
excuses to bomb and tax people.
I mean, they're just factual statements. Like, listen, everybody's been benefiting from all of.
Would you say the sky is blue? Oh, well, there it fucking is. The sky's blue, so I'm right. What the fuck are you
Listen,
talking
sometimes
about?
it's just not that complicated. Yeah, I mean, it's that simple. If they're benefiting from us and living off our fat like a parasite, then it's time for them.
They're
to
not a
give us
parasite.
benefit.
They're paying for it. And we're benefiting. That's how trade works.
Right.
Is that I have something that you want, you have something that I want, and I want the thing
we
that
allow
you
them to
I
exist.
want the thing that you have more than you want it. Or I should say,
Well,
you
I
want
mean,
the
I
thing
guess
that
they
I
just
have
don't want to
more
continue
than
existing
you
as
want
a
the thing
country.
that
I
you
mean,
have.
we
and
allow
and you
them
want the thing that
to
I
continue
have
existing as a
more
country.
than
That's
you
what
want the
we're
thing
doing.
that you have, and then we trade. And then we both benefit. That's not a parasitic relationship.
Nah, it sounds parasitic. Listen, we're allowing them the thing that
You can't
not
just
realizing is we're allowing-
vibe that it's
we're
parasitic
allowing-
because you think
we are
America
allowing
is a
them-
big penis.
Yeah, I mean, we are a big penis, and it's time for us to start using it. We're start ramming it down their throats, bro. Listen, we allow them to exist as a country. They exist at our good graces. It's time to pay us a cut for that.
They have been. Every time they buy
Round it up.
something from us.
Well, now it's time to pay us more.
Okay, I
Are you
want
in a
to.
parasitic
So
relationship
we're
with
going
your
to
grocery
tariff
store,
them,
Gibbs?
our own people. They're not.
Corey, oh, sorry. Are you, Corey, did you have something you really want to say?
Not really. Like, no, it's okay.
All right, Lactoid, please.
Hail
So,
Satan. No.
I haven't done in the brief moment here that I've been looking more into this. I haven't obviously done enough research to be like super convinced one way or the other. But from what I can find, tariffs and consumption taxes appear to be pretty similar in terms of marginal excess burden. Some economist who knows more than me could, feel welcome to come say that I'm wrong if I'm wrong. But I'm as we stand here today, I'm not convinced that tariffs are like a especially bad tax if you compare them to like corporate income taxes or personal income taxes, because and maybe I don't know if this is a disagreement that I have with you, Scott, but it's sort of sounded like it is a little bit, which is that on the moral level, I agree that taxes are theft and they're wrong. Like you are like extracting people's property from them. But if maybe this might be difficult for an ANCAP to understand because you just don't want to have any of it. But for those of us who say you're going to have some of it, we obviously want to prioritize the sum of it that is as least harmful to the economy as possible. And I don't mean no harm.
Difficult for me to grasp. I just think that's a false claim. I think that it's false to claim that one tax is that has less like marginal excess burden than another. I think that is just a nonsense socialistic take. Period. I think because what you are doing is you're trying to isolate things from their actual, like, you cannot measure a tax's full impact on the economy, because in order to do so, you would have to know every single subjective value. You'd have to know the future. You'd have to know every subjective value that someone had in the past. You can't know what decisions a person may or may not have made in an alternate timeline where a tax didn't occur. And so you can say, like, oh, a consumption tax appears better, or, you know, a property tax appears better, or this tax appears better. But the fact of the matter is that when you take money out of the economy, that the tendrils of and the economic interactions they multiply every single transaction to a point of absurdity. That is why the price mechanism is always superior to economic calculation, because central planners are not capable of putting the trillions and trillions of data points that exists within the price equation. It's impossible for any government official to ever be as efficient as the market, and it's impossible to know the actual impact of any one tax over the other. There is just empirical evidence of we have a before and we have an after, but it's like, you can know what the price of potatoes are in Atlantis, and you can know, what the impact was. You can't know what the impact is. You can only know after a policy occurred later in the date what the new price of the potatoes was. And so I just reject the entire socialist nonsense that we can actually track and understand what level of burden on the entire economy one tax has over another tax. The only thing we can know is economic pressure, and we can deduce that from praxeology and human action, as Non-Fon made fun of me because Austrian economics is superior to the nonsense that all of these different forms of socialism have made up over time. It's based off of shaky foundation, of guesswork.
So I understand there's like some level of prediction required, right? And prediction is not always going to be accurate, as with all kinds of predictions. But the question is, if we have to do it, like based on the best available evidence that we have, which I agree is not perfect because the world is a very complex place. So whenever you put in like one policy that, let's say like we work through is like, obviously this is going to have, XYZ pressure, it might not actually become realized because there's some other kind of intervening force that's causing hey, we're going to decrease inflation by doing this, and then inflation increases. That doesn't necessarily mean that the thing that you did, like for example, if we implement tariffs and we see prices go down, tariffs therefore must mean that it causes prices to go down. No, of course not. I'm not saying
right.
that.
Yeah, no. We just know that it has upward pressure on the price.
We know that it has an upward pressure. It obviously does, right? But we can also look at taxation.
How some economists define it.
Sure, but I think it's also fair. Right, but I think in the same way that we do that, where we say like, okay, if we make a product more expensive for a producer to provide to consumers, they're going to have to raise their price. Like we can predict that they will have an incentive to raise their price.
Right.
I think it's like, I think it's also like pretty fair to like make similar assumptions about what sort of incentives you're creating through different forms of taxation. So if I am increasing taxes on your labor, there is like kind of a insinuation there that I'm now disincentivizing your labor, as opposed to if I'm like, let's say, have an increased amount on property taxes. Perhaps this leads people, theoretically to buy less property. But we can, take a look at these two and say, well, of these two actions, which one of these is overall more productive for the U.S. economy?
Right. So let's look at these two things: taxation of labor versus property taxes. Right. So the argument that you're making, and I'm going to try and steal man, so do interrupt me if I'm wrong. The argument that you're making is that we can look at recognizing that individual sorry, I can't think of the term right now. But like taxing labor, right? Like we can look at it and say, the more we tax labor, we disincentivize labor. Therefore, our economy might be less productive because people are disincentivized from working because of their labor, right? And then we can look at property tax. My issue with this is that the property tax also disincentivizes labor in the same way, and it's just not
the same way.
Well, it does, and I'll explain. Let's say you increase property. Let's say you get rid of taxes on like earned income, right? Just get rid of all income taxes. Now everybody makes more money, okay? Now some people might work more because they get more money, but then some people are going to work less, right? Because the tax has been removed, because now they don't need as much money, right? Because they were making take-home pay of like, let's say $1,000 a week. Now they're making take-home pay with the same amount of hours at $1,400 a week. So they're just going to only work so that they get take-home pay of $1,000 at some point. And then on the inverse side, we look at property taxes. Okay, once we institute really, really high property taxes, well, what happens? Well, now buying a home becomes more expensive, and this puts an upward pressure on the price of homes, and this starts reducing, but now there's less people that can afford a home, and so because less people can afford a home, there's less of a demand for homes, so there's less construction companies building homes, and now that there's less of a supply of homes, and there's less profit and less investment in this area because it's highly taxed, that means that rent prices go up. So everyday workers all of a sudden they might have more take-home pay if they work the same amount of hours, but more of their take-home pay goes towards rent or goes towards their property taxes,
okay,
or goes towards their house.
Right. Let me stop you. If you just look at the math straight like that, like you could come to that conclusion, but what you're not factoring in is that they're going to work more. Because again,
why do you necessarily know that they're going to work more?
Because we can predict.
Let's look at it praxeologically.
So human beings are creatures of incentive, and if you make it harder to buy a home, I would agree that it's going to be more difficult, and people are going to not be so willing to buy a home. Maybe they're going to stay with their parents longer. Maybe they're going to like roommate more. Maybe they're going to do this stuff. But when you make it cheaper for them to work, they're going to work more. And working more not only benefits them in the sense of the money that they're getting now from the additional labor, but by providing goods and services to the economy, this has a whole bunch of add-on effects that go throughout the entire economy. This is what the economists are trying to like calculate here when it comes to marginal excess burden. I agree. It's not perfect,
right? But it's looking at first order. No, it's looking at first order consequences.
Second order and third order. It's
not. It's really not.
It's trying to predict. So
it's not.
So just to be clear,
what I'm saying is you have simultaneously argued that there are pressures I've simultaneously argued that there are pressures both to work more and to work less with both of these tax structures. And what I'm saying is that if you shift taxes from one area to the other, then what you get is similar behavior. And the reason you get similar behavior is, let's say you just get rid of the income tax, but don't have any other taxes, and you get rid of spending proportional to the income tax, right? Then some people are going to work more because they can make more money now, and some people are going to work less because they don't need as much money. But if you shift it over to property taxes, and the downstream effects of that are increased costs of owning a home and increased costs of rent, then what you end up with is a balancing out effect, and that the real effect is the taxation itself.
Yeah, but these economists don't agree. Like almost all of these
I am agreeing. I'm saying I'm an Austrian that I think that they are completely wrong, and I think that they are engaged in fantasy arguments
for human action.
But
yes, that is the superior way to engage in economic understanding.
Gibbs, one last thing before you go, Gibbs. Do you think that can you, I guess, theorize for me the downstream negative effects that would be comparable to an income tax of a inheritance tax or of an estate tax?
Yeah, I mean, you say like getting rid of one or the other,
with an agricultural exception.
with an agricultural exception is a fucking big one because that's
I knew you were going to go there. Because I knew you were going to fucking go there.
So now I have to not talk about the greatest negative impact of the tax.
Correct.
All right. So ignoring the greatest negative impact of the inheritance tax, right? Let's assume we have multi-millionaires that are passing on their wealth to their children, because obviously they have to pass on more than 15 million, right? And let's assume for whatever reason that they haven't gamed the tax code system to set up, philanthropies and charities in their children's name that give them that, and then they avoid those taxes. Let's assume they actually pass on all of their wealth to their children, and that they don't just game the system because that's what rich people do, and that's how the Cantillon effect is affected by the fraud and all of the fucked up things that rich people do. So ignoring all of the evils of corporations and socialism and the way they game the system, and ignoring farmers, what I would say is, in this perfect utopia that also has taxation, is that when you are taking money out of millionaires' hands, there's one, and when they die to give it to their children, there's one of two effects. Either A, the trust fund baby kid is going to take on the father's business and he's going to follow in his father's footsteps, but now he has this massive amount of money taken away from him, which means he needs to reduce labor costs, which means he needs to make cuts in the company, which means he needs to fire people, which means salaries of everyone is going to go down. How much money they make is going to go down because there's less jobs available in the economy, because this one guy had to fire a bunch of people because he had to give the government a bunch of money. And so now labor is less competitive, and so companies can pay people less money, and so therefore wages go down, and production goes down. Or the second thing is that this kid was always going to use daddy's money and blow it like a fucking idiot, but now he has less of this money to blow, which means he can't buy as many yachts. Yeah, you got it. He can't buy yachts, and he can't buy cool watches.
Who's gonna buy the cocaine?
Right, you can't buy cocaine. He can't buy all the cool shit that he was gonna buy because he's got $10 million less to buy, which means there's less shit that's consumed, which means these companies make less profit, which means that they cannot raise wages, or they have to fire people, or they have to find some other way to increase the price of these goods. And there you go. It has this. At the end of the day, it affects people's wages. It affects how much money they make, and how much money things cost. Like, it always balances out.
Hold on. All right. So this is the problem I keep having, and you gotta have given the answer to this, right? As the alternative markets, right? Let's use spam as an example, right? War comes along. Boom. Supply line disrupted. We agree war interrupts global supply chain, okay? The United States, Hormel specifically, introduces spam. In 1937, becomes a wartime staple. You go into Japan, not Japan, you go to the Japan now, but if you go into Guam, Hawaii, a lot of Pacific Island countries, spam is a staple of their diet to this day. Spam right now skyrocketing in production.
It's a Salisbury steak, but just easier. Because of Dr. Salisbury.
Skyrocket. People are eating spam at record numbers now, right? Because it's cool again or something. Or basically, it's also a fucking bad economy-proof food, or a good economy-proof food. It's good in general. It's a great thing. Now, what happened?
Okay, we all love spam now, apparently. All right, what's up?
Okay. Now, all right. Now, look, okay. Why was spam initially introduced and do well? Well, because we had a cutoff from the supply chains. It's a food they could produce, and it grew. Massive increase in growth. Okay, cool. Now, spam doesn't need any outside influence. It's an American industry that's growing. That increases job growth. That increases all these things.
It requires some outside influence, because some of the chemicals are probably produced in other countries in the global supply chain.
Sure.
And so are the tin cans that it's in, and so are the plastic that it's in, and so are the components of the factory that makes it.
Doesn't matter.
So that's just not true.
Pertinent to the point. It is.
It kind of is pertinent.
The major reason is because it's basically an industrial native grown industry, right? Cool. Now,
for the most part,
this is a great example of supply line disrupted. You just mentioned tariffs that disrupt the supply line. It's going to create alternate needs, right? No beef, no chicken. We're going to make spam. Whatever we're doing spam out of. That's
what happened to beef and chicken.
It's introduced. Okay, listen, you get the point I'm making. It's an alternate to basically the supply line. It creates this. Now, same thing with these products. If I have a widget, it's not American company makes widget A and China makes widget A. You're going to have, American company makes widget C and it does all these things, but it's been doing whatever. Or oh, we have this
But it's been
product
doing
like
whatever?
hemp.
What the fuck
Hold
is
on,
your question?
hold
Just
on,
ask the question.
Hold on. Or hemp, for example, where they're going, oh, we can use hemp instead of, I don't know, petrochemicals because we cut them off from here or these other things.
Yes.
We find alternative natural resources.
I agree.
Make alternative products.
Monopolies is a
and that
nonsense
stimulates-
socialist
hold
term
on,
because
that's-
products
that
are in
stimulates-
competition
hold
with
on,
other
that
products.
stimulates the American economy. Now, if that's stimulating the American economy because we're growing alternative industries, if we're not taxing them, great. That's growth. That's good growth. We've increased it. That's much better than an income
what
tax
cost?
being the same as a tariff.
At what
Well,
cost?
guess what? Well, the American consumer and the American taxpayer is happy because now they don't have to pay the income tax and they're
No,
avoiding
this
the
is
tariff
the
cost
problem.
altogether.
This is the problem. This is the problem with socialists, right? Is they'll steal $1 billion and then they'll build a bridge and then they'll be like, look, the stealing of the $1 billion worked great because look at this great bridge. And then they'll look at and then they'll measure how much productivity increased in this small town because a bridge was built and all these other things. But they just completely ignore the $1 billion that they stole. Okay, it's the same fucking problem with tariffs. It's like, yes, I agree that if you tariff the fuck out of something or there's a supply chain disruption, that there is growth in an American business, but it comes at a cost, which is the
Fabian,
other
I'm
products we
choosing
would
the
have
tax.
purchased if not for the tax.
No.
You're not
because what I'm
choosing
saying
the
is we
fucking
have-
tax. That's not what a
listen,
tax
if
is.
American-
You don't get to
hold on,
choose.
it
If
absolutely
I get to
is.
choose
That's what
taxes,
you're
I
doing
choose
here.
to pay no taxes right now.
Well, obviously that's.
We'll
the
see how
wrong
the
thing.
IRS
If I'm
fucking
choosing-
agrees with me.
Hold on, but if I'm sitting here going, hey, I could buy an alternative American product that does X, Y, Z, and it's made from different resources, and it's cheaper, or or we replace this.
Why
product
is
with
it
this American
cheaper?
one.
It's
Hold
cheaper
on,
'cause we
hold
tax
on,
the other
hold on,
product.
Hold on, and I'm not getting taxed natively, right? If I go and buy that, and I go and buy this product after an initial transition period, and I'm buying this shit, guess what? Oh, that's more
Sneaking in
money
a lot
my
with initial
pocket.
transition
Hold on,
period.
Hold on. That's more money in my pocket long term as a consumer and a taxpayer if I don't have to pay capital gains, if I don't have to pay property.
You do
if I
not
don't pay
get more
income.
money in your pocket from fucking
Oh, you
taxes. What is
absolutely
wrong
do.
with you?
It's not for taxes. I'm getting I'm not getting taxed because I'm choosing the American product. How do you not get this idea? If there's one product that's tariffed, and I choose the
How do
American
you
versus
not get this idea?
I mean, it's pretty simple.
Let's
Look,
let's
Gibbs,
let
the
him
fundamental-
on. He has some. Go ahead.
Right. So look, it's a fundamental issue again. Is that you just like ignoring the sort of gains from trade that exist, right? Like I understand, like you don't like think they're real or whatever. You think all these countries are ripping us off if they're ever engaged in trade with us, but you're not thinking about the opportunity cost of not trading with these countries, right? Like obviously, sometimes maybe we can build out domestic production.
You got
or
a raid,
whatever,
by the way.
but that comes at a cost of a bunch of other sectors, right?
Okay,
That comes at
thank
a
you.
cost of productivity from just not engaging in specialization and not engaging in the general gains from trade. And then look, like that fundamental reason, by the way, is like why part of the reason why tariffs are not like what I would consider a consumption tax, right? They are not a neutral consumption tax because they're only taxing consumption and also capital expenditures and intermediate goods from other countries, right? Like we're favoring one type of consumption over the other. That's not something that you would ideally want in a consumption tax. And again, ideally, you wouldn't want taxing intermediate goods and capital goods as well, because those have a lot of negative effects on productivity, for example. We have a lot of really good evidence that trade just increases productivity. Yeah.
You can respond, our friend Gibbs, but then we'll wrap things up. You're muted.
I think you're muted.
Oh yeah, I feel like we can wrap it up. Like, no, I feel like we kind of already hashed this one out a few times now, though, throughout this period. Non-fun a little bit. I don't know what I'm gonna add that's new to to that response. But yeah, we can just go into closing if you want.
I don't know if anyone can hear me. Corey,
We can hear. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
sound sick.
That's new to to that
yeah,
response.
you missed that.
Yeah, we
you missed that part at the start. I'm quite sick. Yeah.
Yeah, they can hear you on
it's
stream.
not gonna- Thank you so much. Yeah, this just hasn't been a great day, unfortunately. But I really do appreciate this
Because of the
conversation.
tariffs, I understand.
Well,
They're
no,
harming us
actually,
all.
yeah, because of the tariffs. I agree with you on so much.
Couldn't
on the
afford his
tariffs.
cold medicine, man.
The thing I wanted to talk about, and I wanted to discuss with, I guess Gibbs and Lactoid maybe are the trade deals. I didn't hear your opinion on trade.
Oh yeah, we
Trade
didn't
deals
get
in
into that.
quotes.
In quotes.
Deals.
Because oh my god, I have so much to say on
Deals.
that. but we'll have to discuss that some other time. I appreciate everyone who came through, and non-fawn. Thank you for coming through and giving your opinion. You were quite educated. You were given points that I know I couldn't have. You're much more knowledgeable on this particular subject than I am. And so are many of the others on the panel actually. Shout out to you. I hope you enjoyed yourself here.
Yeah, of course. Fun time.
Okay. Well, we hope to have you back in the future. Thank you, Admiral Gibbs, for coming and being such a good sport. Again, I wanted you to have backup, but I just didn't work out this time.
Yeah, it happens. Whatever.
Yeah. Hopefully, we can have your friend in the future.
Yeah, she'd be a good addition. She has like a nice perspective on the econ, especially since she's like a higher kind of exec. She got like the macro picture. She would have been good, but it happens when people don't fail. Also, I just want to say, listen, I don't usually call out chatters, but Green's aplenty. A lot of smack talk, and then when I called you out, a lot of this. Real pressed. Listen, you're gonna run the mouth. Be ready to back it up. Don't be a bitch. But anyway, you can find me everywhere as Admiral Gibbs.
Yeah. And guys, before people start heading out, audience members, if you are new, we had a really great conversation on Trump's economy. If you didn't see it, check out the VOD on Twitch or YouTube, and hit the follow button on Twitch and YouTube. So just want to make sure that I get that in before you guys, anyone heads out. I'll give out an outro to the other people. Corey, thanks for coming through and giving Gibbs and Lactoid some grief.
Always a pleasure to give anybody some grief. Well, except for you, Prime, of course. A quick question to Gibbs: Is spam a luxury product now?
I hope not. You know what? If spam becomes a luxury product, I'll tell you, then you'll have me convinced we're the bad if I want to be.
Okay.
All right, that's the level, water level we have to follow.
Right. I don't know if that's the level that'll make me indicate that, but that would be a pretty good indicator, I think.
But Admiral Gibbs, at least, nothing you and I have a friend. I love spam. Been eating it my whole life.
I love spam too. Spam's great.
Really? I've never tasted it, but it looks disgusting.
I mean, listen, not everything that's good tastes good.
I need to track this. And if I remember correctly, you hate chocolate, but spam, number one.
Oh, spam's fire, bro.
You're talking to me, Corey, right?
Yes.
Yes, indeed. I do hate chocolate.
Y'all motherfuckers are all gonna have
indeed,
gout.
I do love
Those fucking spam.
And yes, indeed, I do eat ass. So I mean, that's some of my taste buds like.
You like what you like.
I like what I like. Love what I like. But thank you, Corey, for being here and being such a good, great member of the community. Thank you, Scott, for coming through, friend. Really enjoyed your takes. We had some disagreements. I would have loved to have been able to jump in a bit there, but I thought, obviously very well presented. Did a great job, fighting your fight like you usually do. So thank you.
Yeah, I'm Scott. Find me on Fabian Liberty. YouTube. Stop fucking following my Twitch. Every time I fucking follow me, I get 4 or 5 people that subscribe me on Twitch.
Just come back, bro. It's growing. We're growing.
Dude, I do not want to go on Twitch, man. I love Twitch. I love the platform's uses, right? Obviously, Twitch has an extremely bad botting problem, and and things like that. But mainly, I just don't. I like saying spicy shit. I don't want to get banned off of Twitch because then I'm fucked from ever going on to anybody else's Twitch stream.
Yeah. Scott needs to be able to
I have to protect myself.
Things that you usually do.
Right, you know what I mean?
We heard him at the start of the stream. I mean,
yeah, you know what I mean? Like on YouTube, I get to call whores, but if you call them out by name on Twitch, they frown upon that because that's their profit model is whores. That's the majority of their money.
Like whores.
Right about that.
Whores the best.
And
they make a lot of money. I'll give them that.
They're real capitalists.
Good people doing good capitalism. I appreciate them. Speaking of whores, no. Sorry.
Wow.
No, of course not. My friend, or a person who doesn't like them, who's squeamish about them. But my friend Lactoid. Really happy to have you here. It was a great conversation. Again, I enjoyed hearing. What
Some
you had to say.
motherfucker just followed me on Twitch. Fuck you.
You touched on some things, even terms. I was learning some terms from you, and so it was just fantastic. I love hearing knowledge when people discuss something, and I think you did a great job of putting yourself, as always.
Yeah, Prime. I mean, shout out to you for muscling through whatever you're sick with. I hope you get better. One of the things we didn't talk about when it comes to Trump's grade. I mean, we talked a lot about the economy, which I think was really the focus of the topic. So that's fine. And on that front, I'm not convinced that all taxation. I think it's all bad, but I don't think it's all the same level of bad. And I'm also not convinced that tariffs are uniquely bad. And I'm not convinced that the Big Beautiful Bill is uniquely bad either. I'm optimistic, and I hope that things get better. But one of the things we didn't talk about was geopolitics, which I know some people just find to be absolutely horrifically boring. But I think it's relevant to bring up that this coming Friday, there is a slated meeting between Trump and Vladimir Putin to hopefully resolve the war in Ukraine. Some of you know I've been following this extensively. I think it'd be a good thing for the death to stop. It's a lot of people focus on Israel Palestine, and I'm not shitting.
Hot take,
yeah, I know,
no
hot
more
take.
death.
A lot of people focus
fucking-
on Israel Palestine, but when you look at the number of casualties, it's not as much compared
Well, just
to
it fits
the
the
East
leftist
European
narrative.
Can I
Republic
ask you a question, Lactoid?
Well,
If-
also a much smaller country.
Lactoid, after this meeting, if Russian nationalists start calling for the re-annexation of Alaska, and suddenly ethnic Russians appear in Alaska and they try to reclaim it, will you stand with me and call for the full-scale invasion of the new USSR?
No.
You will let them annex Alaska?
Stop.
Will you let
I'm not
them do
gonna.
that?
I'm not gonna let anybody annex Alaska, and I'm not gonna do a full-on invasion on Russia.
If they try with the ethnic Russians,
they're not
will
gonna.
you be ready?
It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen.
Ancestral land.
Trump just recently mediated a peace deal between Armenia and Azerbaijan, so that's pretty.
Well, what
cool.
about worst case scenario? Would you condition it then? What if this happens? Like,
it wasn't necessarily a peace deal.
If it happens, what will you do?
It's a
Right
peace
here
deal.
now.
No.
We would defend Alaska. We would defend Alaska. We're not invading Russia.
Why wouldn't we take over their fucking peninsula over there on the other side if they try to invade ours? You gotta learn a lesson. You're not okay with us taking over. What is it, Kamachakana?
No, I'm not okay with us invading a nuclear power.
Yeah,
I wanted to end. I wanted to end.
Pussy
I know, crazy. I wanted to end.
He wants to let him have Alaska, is what he's saying.
Yeah. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. And rest in peace, Econoplay.
Oh, he died?
No.
He retired.
No, he retired. Basically, he got exposed for being the communist piece of shit that he is. So then he decided he couldn't deal with people being mean to him on the internet.
Okay.
He's a socialist, just like Lactoid.
Too much harassment. No, he's not a socialist, just like Lactoid. Lactoid is a well-meaning socialist. Econo Boy isn't.
Well, I am a malicious socialist. That's true. But okay, so we'll leave that alone. I hope I wish well to Econo Boy. But also
I do too. Which means he would drop the socialism and become a good man.
You know who I care about on the panel? Well, all of you, really, I do. I mean, I'm just getting to know you non-fun, but you're cool. But I really, of course, appreciate and love my friend Scott, right? So, having Scott in mind, we're gonna raid the channel.
His Twitch channel.
It's a woman dressed in a bunny outfit, right? The name of her, the title of her stream is Live, Wallet Draining, Pay Pig. I think that this is the content.
I was on CuteBot stream last night, and my cup runneth over of thottery.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
I appreciate it, Admiral Gibbs. I appreciate it. You know,
you're welcome.
Andrew Wilson was.
I am bringing civility by calling out these whores to the degenerates. All right, one at a time.
Andrew Wilson had it all wrong. His biggest problem wasn't the lefties; it was Gibbs bringing the degeneracy. Twitch poll. That's what's gonna happen.
They're already gone.
What?
Thanks so much, guys.
Jesus Christ.
America will be hedonist again, bro. I'm telling you.
I didn't have the site muted. I only had the stream muted, and then when you raided, it just was blasting whatever music she was having.
All right, I'm gonna bounce.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thanks so
same.
much, guys. Have a great one.
Nice to be on a panel with you, Notfon. Although I support your shrimp welfare.
Hell yeah,
Dude, you didn't bring
yeah,
up
let's
shrimp
fucking
welfare.
go.
That was the biggest L.
That was the yeah.
No, take a W.
Yeah.
I see.
Damn.
I like
assume
my
you're-
I like
are
my
you vegan?
shrimp to suffer.
I am I'm philosophically vegan. I'm still working on being dietarily vegan. I only like relatively recently committed to dietarily being vegan. So like I've had a lot of like sort of like 3-day streaks before like breaking it. But I'm working on it, yeah.
So what you're saying
Cool.
is you want me
That's
to
what's
send you a giant stack of steaks? Is what he wants. He needs the steak.
Exactly. Obviously.
He needs in his life. We gotta convert you back, bro.
Take care, everyone.
I support
Alright.
veganism insofar as it lowers the demand for meat and makes my meat so much cheaper.
Well, you're seeing the
No,
backlash.
I
You're seeing the backlash on conservatives and lab-grown meat.
Oh,
And
yes, yeah,
that's
that'll
a
be
fight that's in the pipeline of conservatives.
I'm not. I don't want to fight lab grown meat. I also don't want to eat lab grown meat. Like, can I have that position? Can you not begrudge me that? Like, I don't want the government involved. Like, like, look, if I didn't have as many health problems as I have, I might be more willing to try lab grown meat. But like, I've had so many things fuck me up and make me sick so many times, and I don't know, man. Like, I eat pretty close to as natural as I can. And I'm not saying natural is always better. I get sometimes that isn't necessarily the case, but reducing the variables to the best of my abilities seems to be what works for me. Like, I don't want the government stopping lab grown meat. I think that's
Sure,
fucking
whatever.
stupid.
But I'm sure you can get behind if however, when it's on the market and after 5-10 years and it's like proven everything is tested and it's actually proven to be better than actual meat because you can actually control and tweak anything that you want, the flavor, whatever,
my
salt
burden of
content,
proof-
etc., etc.
Like I don't disagree. Like, I'm not saying somebody said A5 lab grown. If they can make lab grown meat that tastes like Wagyu and I don't have to spend fucking $200 to check it out, I might have to try that out. But no, it's like my issue is I find the science that comes out of nutrition, one way or the other, to be the least scientific studies of like anything.
Sure.
It's like and part of that is ethics reasons, right? Like you can't be like, you will eat what we choose for you to eat for the next 20 years. You know what I mean? Like, I get that, right? But there's so many companies and so many activists that are putting economic and funding pressures, and like you see contradictory things constantly, right? And so it's like, my burden of proof is like, show me the mechanism at this point. It's like, okay, you say this is unhealthy. Show me the study that shows, even if it's a fucking petri dish study, you know what I mean? Which has problems, obviously. But show me how this thing causes cancer, or show me how this thing causes this problem. And if you can't show me that, I don't give a fuck about your study that did some correlational analysis with meat eaters, or did some correlational analysis with people. Like, I saw a study recently that came out like right as like that Harvard put out, like right as Trump was talking about cutting funding. And it was like a seed oil study. Right now, look, I'm 50-50 on the seed oil thing, specifically talking about like hydrogenated oils that have a chemical process, right? Right. And so they did a study to prove that seed oils were actually good for you. And they grouped avocado oil and olive oil with the seed oils. And it's like, dude, you grouped people that are rich on the Mediterranean diet with like fucking highly processed food, and then you were like, see, this proves seed oils are actually good for you. And it's like, I don't care that rich people on a Mediterranean diet are healthier than fat Americans that constantly eat cheeseburgers and fries. Like I don't, like, fuck off. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, so like, I'm going to be highly skeptical, extremely skeptical of any study that comes out in the field of nutrition saying one way or the other how lab grown meat is. When people start telling me it's going to be bad, I'm going to be like, my intuition is probably that it's not as good for you as regular meat, but I want to know why. Prove it to me. And I'm not going to get that evidence for fucking 15, 20 years on most things. I just like, that's just kind of how
you don't really
shit
need them.
Just fucking eye cowards just showing up. What the fuck? I didn't even see you because I didn't have my Discord open.
I showed up like in the last 20 minutes because I had just a crazy day at work. I just barely got home. But the thing to do, and this would help with more than one study, is you just take like a very large number of people and you don't tell them what to eat. You just say, hey, do a food diary. And then the ones that eat whatever it is you're going to study, you pull those out of but then you let multiple studies use that same, database. And so you can afford to have a lot more people in the group.
Kind of like how Facebook gives out so much data to researchers. It's like the same data set for like 20 different pieces of research.
The ability to use large data sets now in ways that we never could do before.
Like I don't
so you just have
that.
one
it's just
centralized thing that says do a food diary or whatever.
So my background is in psychology, right? That's where I got most of my education. And one of the things that I learned very quickly in grad school especially, right, was just how many confounding variables there are in psychology. Yep. Just how unknown most of our research that purports something is. And I would say that the same thing is true in nutrition, where it's like there's many factors.
I think psychology is probably worse than nutrition.
I'd say they're very similar.
Well, the problem is verisimilitude, right? Like, because mental states, it's very difficult to do. Like, for instance, my professor in college, and I still stay in touch with him sometimes, his specialty was pain.
How the fuck is your professor still alive?
Oh, well, first of all, I went to college at 30. I didn't go to college at 18.
Okay, all right, fair enough. I was just like, dude, what?
he and I are actually similar. He is older than me, but he's not that much older than me.
Okay. I'm sorry. That was rude, and my bad. But it had to be said. It popped in my head. I was fucking, is he Moses? Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, exactly. No, he's probably 70 by now. But so he was a little older than me. He was like 10, 15 years older. But I would say but anyway, he did pain, right? And he was a phenomenologist, which makes him, it's even more difficult to measure things when you're doing qualitative psychology as opposed to quantitative.
Yeah, I mean, because you're going off.
He
Likert
argues it was
scales.
more honest, right? Yeah, he would just say, "Look, we don't even claim to measure things like, and he just says quantitative psychology is mostly lies, and you can't trust the data." So, but at any rate, he pain was his specialty. But then I kind of had an argument with him over this because there is a method of measuring pain now that's more objective, and it has to do with measuring stress indicators in the bloodstream.
Yeah,
you can do a blood test now.
I mean, I don't know how long ago this was, but this was probably before functional magnetic resonance imaging was like widely used, if even available.
Right. I'd say it was about 5 years ago, maybe 7 years ago when they came out with this blood test. And apparently the blood test correlates with pain levels extremely accurately. Because I've never trusted the 1 to 10 scale. How much
here's the problem with the studies that you're doing. And this is why I said, no, I need the mechanism, right? To the best of the ability before I really want to formulate opinion.
Yeah.
Number one, people lie on surveys all the time. For two reasons, especially for two reasons. One, because people lie, and that's just a fact. The second one is especially important with nutrition, though, and that is because people we've done research on nutritionists in a lab where we tell them to do a food diary, and they're wildly inaccurate because they mismeasure like what a tablespoon is or how much oil they use or how much of this they use, right? So there's that. Number two, there's a lot of things that are unknown variables, right? What's in your water? What's in the air you're breathing? You know what I mean? Like what what genetic conditions of like packed in RDNA do you have that like isn't even expressed, right? And there's epigenetic concerns with whether or not those health issues come up. Like there's just so many unknown variables, and the data set is going to be inaccurate. And almost all of the research that looks at things like that is going to be correlational off of inaccurate data with a whole bunch of confounding variables we don't know. And so like at this point when it comes to nutrition, I need the mechanism that shows this thing does this thing to cells. And it repeatedly does that to cells, and then we measured it happening in humans or in autopsies, etc. Then I can be like, okay, this is for sure bad.
Yeah, there was one study that I saw that was a nutritional study that what they did is they gave meals to people, like those meal companies do.
Yeah, they deliver it to
yeah, like ready-made meals.
Yeah, they just said the benefit is you'll get these meals for a couple of years, however long it was, and like you don't have to pay for the meals, or the meals are like heavily discounted or something in exchange for you just eating those meals. And then people would drop off over time, but they planned for that.
Yeah,
and they just tried to manage.
That's actually. I mean, that is a better. That would be a better. That would be wildly expensive to get a large p-value, but that would. They're not p-value in value. Sorry, it's late. My fucking.
Yeah, but it might be more efficient if multiple studies could dig into that same data. Like if this just becomes.
I don't disagree.
I
don't disagree. I find and here's another problem I have with nutritional data. Is that there, from multiple perspectives, it is a highly emotionally charged area of science, because you have anti-vaxxers, you have conservatives that are worried about certain products in food, you have vegans that have moral concerns, right? Like you have a lot of different people that feel very strongly, and then on top of that, it's a huge industry. So then you have a lot of corporations that get involved that have extreme biases, right? Like the dairy industry wants shit that makes the dairy industry look good. The meat industry wants shit that makes the meat industry look good. The big four that sell all the food to schools want highly processed food to look good, right? Like there's all of these, and so it's just like, there's just so many variables, so many biases, and so many things that I am very, very skeptical of anything purported in nutrition unless it shows a mechanism. And that's just my standard. And I understand that we can do better with the studies that we have. And I don't disagree with you that would be an interesting way to do it and maybe get more accurate data. But I honestly think that your experiment would fail, but in a good way, which is that it would show how one data set is going to show wildly different things when different people get their hands on it, and show just how bad nutritional research is.
Yeah, it's happening in climate science too, right? Like the administration is like deorbiting satellites that gather climate data just so that we can't have the data. Like that's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I've heard about that as well. But I hope you have a good rest from your long day, buddy. I had a long stream last night. I streamed till like 2, and I had to do a bunch of shit.
That is true.
And then I've got stuff to do again. So I need to go eat some beef because it's one of the few fucking things I can eat now, dude. I feel phenomenal. My energy levels are insane. I'm so much healthier. I'm so happy.
You're doing the Jordan Peterson thing?
Well, I had to do
That's what I said.
Why does everyone say the Jordan Peterson? I did a fucking elimination diet. All right. Like I did an elimination diet because I discovered that I thought I had like food allergies or I was just sick or something. I discovered basically that with my disease, an autoimmune disorder is really fucking common. It's like 1 out of 5 people that have connective tissue disorders also have mast cell activation syndrome. And so then doing an elimination diet, and the problem with mast cell activation syndrome is that it's not an allergy. So you can't I can't go to an allergen and find out what my triggers are because it can be about the dosage, and the dosage can change. So like I could not be allergic to garlic, but I know that garlic is one of my triggers. Alliums is a trigger. Rice is a fucking trigger, which by the way, you'd be surprised how many fucking things have rice on them. Like French fries.
Yeah, sure.
French fries have rice flour on them so that they get crispy, so that you don't have to poach the French fries. Shit like that. Gluten, and for whatever reason, too many carbs. So too many carbs. So I end up eating a lot of non-sweet fruit that's high in fats, and a lot of meat and a lot of dairy, and like that's kind of what I'm at, and it sucks because I want candy and all the fun things, but I have energy and I'm healthy. And
Every
that's
once in
worth
a
it.
while, I do the vegetarian thing for Lent, and
Oh, yeah.
avocados have always saved my life during those periods.
I've
of
been
time.
eating a fuck ton of avocados because they're very nutrient dense,
Yeah.
and there's a lot of fat in them, and they're good. I
Right.
I don't eat
Yep.
pork. I
don't
can't
think
eat
could
I
get
can't eat
through
pork,
Lent
but I don't eat
without avocados.
I don't eat pork for moral reasons. I'm not a vegan. I don't give a fuck if animals suffer. I don't really care. I only care if humans suffer, and I
Uh-huh.
think I'm pretty confident that humans suffer in slaughterhouses with pigs. They're just
Have you
they're
ever had
too
it, like,
aware. Hmm?
Do you have a pet? Do you have like a dog or a cat or anything?
Yeah, I have a cat.
Do you care? But you care about the cat suffering, right?
Well, I care in so much that I value the cat. I value my cat. I don't give a fuck about somebody else's cat. Cat is my property. I value the cat.
Okay.
I like the cat. The cat's cool to me. The cat cuddles with me. I value the cat, obviously, or I wouldn't feed it.
So this is the JD Vance, like, ever expanding circles of concern, right? Like, you care about the ones that are close to you, but as you get more distant, you care less.
Yeah, that's the appropriate way to view life, right? Like, you only have so much empathy. If you are focusing your empathy on outward individuals and things like that, more than you
Well, that was
lose
the argument
ability to have
between
empathy from.
Vance and the Pope.
Yeah, no, I don't care because I don't think of any of these animals as moral actors. And so when I have to choose between one or the other, I am always going to I will murder 1 billion cute puppies to save one baby Hitler. I just will, because the value of one baby Hitler has moral value,
No, I
whatever little
agree.
it is.
Obviously, I
and
value
1
human
billion
life
puppies
more
has
than
zero moral value. Is anything? I mean,
Yeah.
one could argue that killing that many puppies would I'd have to do it in secret. Like, if anybody found out, a lot of people would be traumatized. I'm not really saying I'd murder 1 billion puppies to save one baby Hitler, but what I'm saying is that in the evaluation between a human and a non-moral actor, I'm always going to choose the human. And so I'm just.
Well, that's what
I'm
happened
not
to Dr.
against-
Oz, right?
What happened to Dr. Oz?
He lost his Senate race over dogs.
I don't remember that being a part of that Senate race. I must.
He ran against Fetterman.
I remember that
in
Fetterman. I
Pennsylvania.
remember. I watched that debate. I just don't remember anything about a dog.
Yeah. He had a medical testing center or whatever that killed a bunch of puppies.
Oh, kind of like Fauci with the leishmaniasis studies or something. where
Yes,
they
it
were,
was like
they were just doing
the
studies on
Fauci thing,
animals.
except it was, yeah, exactly. Yeah. And he lost his
I've
Senate
recently
race.
read research because somebody challenged me on
In fact,
this.
I think the Fauci stuff fed into it, right? Because
Yeah.
they were. He was. If you can surf on the other party's talking points, and flip it around, which is what happened. All the people that were complaining about Fauci's connection to those puppy farms or whatever, they were kind of forced to care about Dr. Oz's.
Yeah, I mean, I don't care if puppies suffer from fucking leishmaniasis. I care if humans suffer from conducting the research, and I care if the research bears any fruit. If the research bears no fruit, which I've been looking into it, and I'm not wholly convinced, but I'm pretty convinced that overwhelmingly we fund and do research on animals, and it's just not very good research. It's just for the the leishmaniasis thing for topical skincare stuff probably is actually one of the rare examples of good research. Cosmetics being another one, right? But even then, the way, how do we do cosmetics? It's not like we put lipstick on an orangutan. What we do is we force feed them an insane amount of lipstick and then see how much it takes for them to die. And it's I don't think we're getting anything valuable out of that. And I think there's probably researchers that are traumatized by force feeding a fucking monkey, an insane amount of lipstick until they die and then recording it. Right. So like, I care if humans are impacted. I would say that when it comes to cows and chickens and turkeys, that the overall impact on humans is beneficial. When it comes to pigs, I would say the exact opposite. And the reason I say that is because pigs know they're
to me, I prioritize
they're fucking smart.
Suffering.
They
Like, I don't mind
scream. They have mirror neurons. They scream in pain. Like that shit is traumatic for humans to be a part of every day. And I think those humans probably turn into bad people that do bad things, or at least do bad things to a higher degree than other people. And I think that spreads trauma to humans. Cows, like there are horror videos of cows, but usually those are like really shitty slaughterhouses that are like cherry picked by vegans. More often than not, they're fucking retarded and they get a little anxious when they're like being marched to a new place because they're like, this is new. Like they're fucking stupid. And chickens are the same thing. I don't like, I've killed deer and I've enjoyed killing deer. It's just like, I just don't see the type of people that work at a slaughterhouse being that negatively impacted.
Well, I prioritize suffering really. So I don't mind like eating animals and stuff like that. But probably if I really were to live my values, I would only eat hunted meat, and I wouldn't eat like the factory. I'm also like a big fan of Temple Grandin. She was the one who created all these more humane ways of slaughtering. Yeah. She invented like, more humane ways of getting like cows to slaughter without them being aware of what was about to happen.
The most important thing about Temple Grandin is that it increased the quality of the meat and the efficiency of the process. All right.
Yeah, there you go.
Nobody talks about her true accomplishments, right? And it's not about humane killing. It's about increasing efficiency of the product line. All right. No, I'm kidding.
I say both.
I say both. I say both too. Yeah. But again, I've hunted. I could work at a slaughterhouse with cows, I think, and not be affected in any significant way. There's no fucking way.
Depending on how it's done. If it was done in a humane way, I could work in
if it's like I couldn't do it at a kosher place or a fucking halal place, but like a one that don't have religious exemptions, that like do everything they can.
Their throats and whatever,
hang them upside down. Yeah, exactly. But with pigs, there's no fucking way, dude. And on top of that, another aspect that's really important, I think, too, is the amount of mirror neurons. Right? When a cow fucking dies, you feel bad a little bit, but like they don't have that same connection pathway in your brain where you feel this immense sense of guilt and suffering from the creature in the same way that pigs do. Like killing a pig at a slaughterhouse is you might as well be killing your own dog. Like it's no bueno.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah. Yeah, they're smart animals.
Well, on that note, everyone, have a good evening.
Yeah, I'm going to hop out of here, too, now that it's been a happy note.
All right, I'll see you guys later.
Peace. All right, boys, I'm going to hop out of here. I think I'm talking to somebody tomorrow. I forgot his name, another libertarian. It should be fun. We will probably react to some stuff. I don't know. There was like some debate. We might look at that. There was some other video I wanted to look at. I might look at fucking Sam Hyde and Nick Fuentes for a little while. Who knows? So long as it's still on YouTube, and I'll see you guys around. Peace. Like, share, subscribe. Join the Twitter. Even though Grok got banned off of Twitter or something, that's hilarious. Go on the Discord.